Hello, hello. So, I'm worried. Oh my god. Of exactly this, basically. Well, love how my stuff works all the time. Did it do something? Well, hi, hello. So, after we restart the video game, I feel like every time I use a fucking emulator for more than like 3 weeks, it starts having like so many issues. Like, what the fuck? Can we not do that? I need to like Alt F4 or something right now. Why is it not like doing anything? Oh my fucking god. Okay, let me just restart the whole fucking emulator because why not? Let's have fun, right? And restarting emulators is fun. But yeah, today we'll be finishing Master's Travels. That's the plan at least. Yeah, I very much want to finish. And I think that should be doable. I did agree to do some stuff later, so you know, would like to make that on time, if possible. Oh shit. I still have an HSR in the background. I was doing my dailies earlier. Oh, pressed the wrong button, damn it. Please work, please work. Thank you.
Arknights.
And yeah, yesterday, you know, was just a short stream. I had like a nice evening. Played some board games, it was pretty fun. Nothing.
Doctor, there's
No,
new movement on the
I don't have
dials.
like a cool story. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Didn't even get drunk as I'm itching my head. But that we'll fix that in like 2 weeks. So you know, cool, good times. What is this? What is new? Thrust overview. I see. Good. I guess. Let me look at my recruits. Oh, reminds me, yesterday I got senior operator.
Hey, oh hey, boss.
No.
And now I can't remember who was it who I got. Oh shit!
Specialist Elysium reporting in.
Wait, was this the one actually?
Electronic means. I do believe this is our first.
Was this actually the elite operator? Sorry, top operator. Senior operator.
My name is Plume, formerly of the Pontifical.
I thought I sped up that one, but maybe I didn't, and I didn't look at the text now when collecting it. So tough luck. I do not remember. I actually ran out. I didn't know that can happen. That was probably bad. I think I may have fucked up. I don't remember some of them.
A new beginning, yet not an unwelcome one.
I'm getting used to my work and responsibilities as quickly as I can. I will be ready for our reunion.
Okay, well, yeah, and today, this is something that I've noticed happens often. Basically, if I wake up and then go back to sleep, like, I woke up at like 4 a.m. today, And I was awake for like maybe 10 minutes. I just really needed to go to bathroom. And I just noticed that if I ever wake up during the night, even if it's just 10 minutes, I will end up sleeping like 2 hours longer than normally. Like I woke up at like 11 and I did sleep like fucking, like I went to sleep a bit later because yesterday, you know, I was at a friend's place. I only arrived home at like, I don't know, bit before 1 or like, I don't know, like midnight 30, like that around that time. Let me do that search. But I slept like fucking at least 9 hours. So, you know, it's crazy. Why would anyone do that? Why would anyone sleep for 9 hours?
No need to make a scene.
But I still think I managed to kind of do everything I needed before the stream. Oh, that reminds me, you know what? While the red certificates are farming, I can also collect my dailies in HSR. Which I... You know, I did them, I just didn't collect them. I just had it open in the background.
We're counting on you again today, little apple. I'll carve my name onto every little
But yeah... doing Master's Travels, as I said, the thing I'm supposed to be doing later is do the second Pantheon that's in Destiny 2 now with my clan. So, you know, kinda excited for that, also nervous because I suck at that game. It's crazy. I like already made a build, but I don't know if it's like very good for killing a boss. Bosses. It feels more like a general PvE build.
Okay, this is awkward, but gospel. Activating arch unit.
We also might be doing some more dungeons with Lyra and Ark because we've been doing those somewhat regularly. This fun. Except yesterday because I wasn't home in the evening.
Looking after everyone's health.
Yeah, as I said already like 1 million times, I'm at a very Destiny time of my life. It's crazy. How are my red certificates? I probably don't have even 1,000. I'm kinda close to 1,000 at least. But you need like quite a lot for this. You need quite a lot, yeah. Shit. You need like 4,000. Well, okay, not. Well, it might be like 4,000. Well, it's over 4,000 if I want the 4 stars as well, which I do. Oh, sorry, 5 stars. Anyways. Well, actually, I said anyways. Let me go look here. Solid amount. I'm still, like, kinda considering Skadi. Wouldn't be, like, too opposed to Ebenholz either. But Skadi is definitely who I'm considering more. But no, I think I'm saving for, like, someone I might, like, really want. But I do really like Skadi, you know? It's hard, it's difficult. I guess I can also do this, by the way. Haven't done it for like a week. Hi, this is how I look. Ugly, I know. Well, yeah, I don't think I'm buying. I don't think I'm buying. You know what? Like, this is something that will happen only in like like half a year or so, I think. I might be wrong on that either. But when there's next Stronghold Protocol, that I would really like to have more characters. And I know Scotty is there, which is why she's like one of the characters I'm really considering. Unless they obviously remove Ager, but I feel like they wouldn't do that. Right? That sounds weird. But I can only buy one. Like, I'm kinda close to being able to have two, but since I can only buy one, I want it to be like, I don't know. I think don't even know no, there are 3 characters that I really want. And I think, like, for example, Dagenbreaker is supposed to be there soon, and she's both really strong, and I do really like her. I think Scotty's not, like, particularly good as far as I know. Normal Scotty. Like, I guess she's fine. Anyways, Master's Travels. Open me my notes. And yeah, I did like a larger half. So funeral, that sounds neat. Love that. Funeral. 7 before. This is the place. Enjoy some rest. I thought I was going to the notarial hall or the basilica to be questioned about Arturia's escape. The gun knight who brought you here has other business to attend to. He asked me to tell you not to worry about the Arturia case. Long has London Monastery served the Holy City dutifully. There will be no excessive penalty just because a single prisoner escaped. Phew, that's good to hear. It was for another reason that you were brought here. There are so many... Would you prefer a quieter location? No, what I mean is, why is everyone in this nursery Liberi? Hildegard scans around the room and sees Liberi in all sorts of outfits, sitting or standing. There's a little conversation, only the steady ring of the comfort bells. Are they gonna try to give them halos? That's kind of what they suggested yesterday, 2 days ago. Last time. 100? Thousands? Too many to count. An entire city's worth of Liberi seems to be assembled here. Since when did this nursery become so large? No, more importantly, why are all these Liberi here? Don't tell me. You have a room full of perros, a room full of felines, a room full of lupos? An astute observation. You also have rooms for fallen angels and sarkas. You're awfully forthcoming. The Shrine of Nurtury has nothing to hide. Well, okay. In that case, did you tell them what's gonna happen when you bring them here? Because I don't think you did. You didn't tell them. They thought they are coming here for questioning about Arturia. So I feel like you are definitely hiding something, maybe. Definitely not being very transparent. At the conclusion of the nativity, the Kyria announced that the Sancta will share the halo with all races. The simplest method is to do it race by race. Yeah, okay, yeah, that they did say that. Never said that that's gonna happen if you come here, right? Did you? Do you mean we can have halos too? We can feel each other the way Sanctas do? As you felt the Arbor Beast's heartbeat in the nativity. Why? Why what? Why do we need halos? Good question. So you brought me here not because of Vanini, but because I'm a Liberi? Yes. I'll get big ol' light over my head like yours. Go on. In, bag. Huh. Sounds like I don't have a choice, and it also sounds like a wonderful thing, doesn't it? At least it will be good for your eyes. More than that, I think. If I had a halo, I'd be able to tell what that metal heart of yours was feeling when you kicked Gia out of Laterano. I know you blame me for that. Glad to know that you know. Maybe things would have gone better for you if that hadn't happened. Over centuries of Lateran history, many have tried to recreate the terrifying high-caliber revolving antique gun that the ancient tomes described. Only you succeeded. The design, which assumes the user could withstand a recoil 5 times that of an ordinary gun, was the work of a genius, or madman. Oh, are you bragging about being born to be a gun knight? After all, you successfully tested my design before even putting on a suit of armor. I just thought we were born to be partners. You and I and Gia were always the best of friends, from primary school through university. But my first official mission as a gun knight was to exile Gia from Laterano. After that, you gave up gunsmithing for the Apostolic Knights, opened a workshop somewhere I didn't know about, and now I decided to retire, alright? You and your Vepa Shrine of Gunsmithing. What use did you Sancta have for me? If you treat gunsmiths like making potato chips. Gunsmithing. It's a crown to be a non-Sancta, is it? Gia got exiled. I get to have a halo put on me. The Liberi aren't allowed to live in Laterano the way we are now, are we? The thing with Gia had nothing to do with being Liberi. Even if she was Sancta, the Lateran wouldn't allow someone with oripathy. You don't know shit. Lateran order and Lateran purity again? How many times do you think I've heard that garbage from you? Do you really believe it all yourself? Somnias Dormis? How could you? If you have thought even once about how Gia died out there alone? I admit, I did believe in it, Patrician. Until that day. We got hangovers together, played with guns together, cried and laughed together. No one in Laterano could clink glasses like we could. But when I saw Gia disappear into the wilderness, and you just turned around and went back to Laterano the way you did, that was when I realized. Never actually shared the damn thing. We never actually shared the damn thing. The halo is not a bad thing, Sister Hildegard. It's Laterano's blessings on us. I know. From the earliest nomads who followed the verdant beasts, the Liberi had always learned from the Sancta, from their ways of living to their ways of thinking. The Liberi long for a better life, and they long to be part of the Holy City. We understand that. I know. I told that history to Arturia not so long ago. But there is only one thing the Liberi can never learn from the Sancta, the Halo. Yeah, they can never learn the Sancta's great Halo skills, you know. Sancta are just very good at playing Halo, and the Liberi can never learn that. That is why certain conflicts between the Sancta and other races living in Laterano have lingered to this day. Unable to take part in Sancta empathy, you are troubled by doubts about your fate. You suspect Laterano of being indifferent, of alienation. To help with London Monastery's finances, you are away from Laterano for a long time, Sister Hildegard. That is why you may not have sufficient understanding of the situation. You can ask your fellow Liberi. I know how many outsiders who live here envy your empathy. That is why we will now share it with everyone. Yeah, you will force it on them. There be no more misunderstanding or differences. We will truly understand one another and eliminate the conflicts and barriers between us. The Liberi will become a truly inseparable part of Laterano. I just feel sad. What? I grew up in this city. I know where one can find the best desserts, which alleys have cloud beasts that have a special taste for pumpkins, which buildings have rooftops perfect for stargazing. At London Monastery, I made beer and bread with the Sancta sisters, traveled to other countries to solicit sponsors, and got completely plastered whenever we came back. I took pictures of how their wings went through the backs of their chairs when sleeping, and they played lullabies at the chapel when I sneaked out so that the abbot would sleep a little longer. I remember that. Actually, the abbot knew. He just didn't want to scold you. I'm a Lateran. I like this place. Love it very much. You're right that I often find myself on the outside looking in. I don't know why the Sanctas who had been crying a moment ago start laughing and singing in their cohort's funerals. But my father was a hunter. Every winter, he would go into the mountains with his friends to hunt. He told me that even hunters who have hunted together for decades can have different ideas when they see the same quarry. They sometimes even fight over it. Everyone is different. That has nothing to do with whether or not we have a halo. But you tell me I won't truly become a Lateran until I have a halo. Do you mean to say that I wasn't a true Lateran for the past 20 years? Has my entire life been a poor imitation? It has, Sister Hildegard. Wow. But you should not see that as a rejection of you or any other Liberi. It is simply a necessity to be accepted for the acceptance of Laterano. I don't care about rejection or acceptance. I just don't think there's anything wrong with my life. And I don't see a reason why I have to accept this so-called blessing. Laterano has already made a decision, Sister Hildegard. It was the first time I experienced a parting bug. It wasn't a good feeling. I guess that was when my life started to go off the rails. It's like those popcorn movies, you know? The Chainsaw Guy series. The Bridges of Michaelian. First Gia, then you. Then my finest student. I exiled her from Laterano personally. I worry too about Fia. What? You worry that your dear granddaughter might run away and you'll die alone? You all had your issues. I tried to do something, but never actually helped anyone. Did you really try? Or are you just lying to yourself to feel better? Maybe both. But there's something you got wrong. I support the idea of halos for everyone, not only because I want to protect the order and purity of the holy city. You're making Laterano sound awfully racist by putting it that way. Really? Really now? That's crazy. Laterano, where everyone shares the halo, will truly become one and whole. We'll be able to solve the unimaginable calamity that threatens all of Terra. What about, like, the people from other countries, you know, that are also on Terra but won't have the halos? Will you be even more racist to them after that? It will also solve all the other problems we have been having, including Anyway, I think that's enough sharing for now. Deo gratias. Thank God it's over. Hearing all that garbage from you again is making me sick to my stomach. Go on in, Peg. And if I say no, I don't want that light show you have got on your head. And I've got no interest in studying your honorable motives. Paganini levels his gun at the gun night. Just give it a minute. What do you mean? You're a genius gunsmith, Pug. But you're a Liberi. Yeah, Liberi can't be fucking gunsmiths, obviously. You can't use the guns you make. They are just your calling cards. If you're really that furious with me, give it until the ceremony. Then you can put a bullet in me. Once you have a halo, you'll be able to use it. Paganini smashes the gun against the knight's armor. Pieces fly in all directions, and the broken gun stock makes a dull thud as it hits the ground in the distance, echoing through the corridor. Go on in, Bug. Legatus Mostima, Overseer Fiametta. Your contribution to Laterano is much appreciated. Now, kindly come this way. To the nurseries already filled to the brim? The ceremony is about to begin. The matriarch will first enlighten the Liberi who have lived in Laterano for many years. Then the broken halos and wings of the fallen angels will be repaired. Quickly now, I will lead the way. Exu? I think that's X, right? Heh. Wow, okay. I feel like, you know, fuck. Interesting. Suddenly a lot of stuff happened all at once. Well, maybe I just feel like that because that's the first stage that I did today. Come in. Oh, Cardinal Lemon. I'm afraid you'll have to find another way to address me now. And I was under the impression that the Cura wasn't letting anyone visit me. Isn't that right? I put in a report. I was only just created. It's only natural that I would seek my predecessor's advice. Haha, you have adapted quickly, Cardinal Amos. I thought you said you didn't really have aspirations. Cardi, Senora, I didn't come to gloat. Our relationship was never cloak and dagger, was it? Sorry. But if you come to ask about Lemuel, I've already said this many times. I have no idea where she is. It's something else that I want to ask about. Did you sacrifice your career only to protect your sister? Or did you truly believe what she said? From the Nativity to the Summit of Nations, something doesn't seem right about all that has been happening in Laterano lately. It's like we have come down with a sort of illness. They are the same thing to me. There's something I want you to see. Amos turns his terminal and hands it to Lemon. What's this? Applications to join the Legati. I want you to be a Legatus and get assigned to Bolivar. You want to leave Laterano? Why? My wife and I, we had a big fight and I left. When I came back, she had gone on a mission dealing with Sarkas raiders attacking caravans in the wilderness near Gazdel. She's always been like that, never listening to people. It was winter. I figured she wouldn't be back until spring, and I was thinking about doing something to make up for my leaving. You know, the rest about what happened to her. Fallen, exiled, etc. It was convenient that the 7th Tribunal was responsible for national security and foreign relations. It took a long time, but I finally found out where she went. I thought. I understand. What do you mean, though, when you said something didn't feel right? The selection standards for Legati are extremely high. A man of my ability didn't really have much hope, so the application sat in my draft box for a long time until... You approved your own application when you were created Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal? Yes. Reverend Patricion said all I needed was an opportunity when he informed me of my imminent creation. I'm sure he meant something else, but this is all I could think of. However, the moment I approved the application, it just vanished. No notice of rejection, no record to be found anywhere. It just disappeared from my terminal, like it never existed. There was no way the application would have gone through. I would not be allowed to regain my cardinal and become legatus so quickly. Besides, although legati have been recalled to Laterano, I wouldn't be able to go and see Aurela, even if I really did become one. For me, approving the application wasn't even about making up for anything. It was just a small, insignificant comfort. Who would want to wipe away such a small comfort? For me, that was enough to make me question if this Laterano is real. Maybe your sister was right. Have you told anyone else? No. I couldn't sleep last night. You're the only one I could talk to about this. This isn't some newfangled interrogation technique, is it, Cardinal Amos? You can trust me, Senora Lemon. We both have things that truly matter to us. Few things. An interesting point, Senor Amos. By the way, there is even bigger nativity scheduled at the Shrine of Nurtury today. Hello, Maple. Hope you're having a good day. We prepare for death all our lives. Even in a place like Rocamera, where everything is washed out by tides of plague and famine, an old man may lick his parched lips and say something to the effect before his eyes close forever. Words as old as time, as they say. To some, they are an eulogy to wishes unfulfilled. To others, an utterance free of target. But there is a common premise between the two. How do? I'm thinking if Ray Iwan will be good enough to help me. Well, I mean, Ray is pretty strong, I think. I don't have her myself. That's another 6-star you're leveling, though. That's not a 4-star. It's not a 4-star. Death is the conclusion of life. Looks up in confusion. Flaps wings anxiously. Indeed, child. Your mother will answer no more. She has died. Soft chirp. The mother has breathed her last. Antoine gently closes her eyes. The fledgling leans over. He's trembling. Even the sheen of his hide darkened. Antoine places him on his own knee and looks him into his eyes. The fledgling's voice is mumbled. Antoine does not speak the language of beasts, but he can feel sorrow, like a current running beneath the calm surface, the fledgling and his own. Death is accompanied by new birth. When your mother knew that her own life was beyond saving, she chose to leave the hope of life to you. She used her last strength and succeeded. This is your first lesson. Soft chirp. Marea, the town with the clock tower, and Abbey in the wilderness. And now I've experienced many such moments, and now I have another. Each experience brings deeper insight. All walk towards the inevitable end. That is why the community of meaning is so precious. Continuity of meaning. Death is a parting. A gift from the departed to the living. The beginning of the living's own salvation. Do not fear, child. Lament and remember, I will do so with you. I will stay outside and leave her funeral to you, Antoine. What of the matriarch? She's indisposed, preparing for the nativity to bestow halos upon all the non-sancta here. She sends her apologies. No matter. We have grown accustomed to welcoming new life with ceremony, while funerals are always simple. Tell the matriarch that it will be a little while before I return to duty. Are you alright? The mother's passing was sudden. The child is young and unaccustomed to such sorrow. I must stay by his side. No, it's you the matriarch is worried about. What do you mean? Matriarch said she and you had been with this mother for a long time. She understands the sorrow in your heart. You are a thinker. Every journey gives you inspiration, but also fatigue. As for the child, he's a miracle, and has the strength to emerge from darkness. The matriarch wishes me to tell you that no new life in Laterano will ever succumb to calamity nor sorrow. They will be born equal, they will be brave, and they will be strong. Laterano will seize to it. Andrade feels the fledgling arbor beast push against his arm. He wants to calm him down, but the fledgling pushes his hand away and spreads its wings. The fledgling takes flight, landing on a comfort bell in the middle of the room, making a pleasant sound. Andrade watches in confusion. He has worn a halo for decades, yet his eyes still struggle to adjust to the fledgling's dazzling light. Flaps wings forcefully. Loud cry. He has been with the fledgling day and night. He knows what these movements mean. The fledgling is inviting him to play. The nurturer, who can never turn down a child, stands stunned. He wants to communicate his sorrow, decline his incomprehensible invitation in the most tactful way possible. But eventually, he steps up and takes the young arbor beast's claw, dancing a waltz in the middle of the empty room along the comfort bells. The arbor beast's excited cries echo through the room. His feathers shine bright under the halo, showing its sheen unreservedly in the spinning circles. Their steps grow quicker, and Ryan looks towards the body of the deceased mother, trying to ascertain his own emotions. Then he realizes with a start. He's no longer sad. He's cheerful as the fledgling. He's beautiful as the fledgling. He says beautiful as the fledgling. He sings, and dances for the future with a heart full of hope, just like the fledgling. Their spinning steps draw beautiful circles on the ground and in the air. Is this what Sancta means? Only the instinct to avoid pain. but no right to sorrow and mourning. Is this the Sancta? Is this the miracle of life? Nobody answers his hysterical call. His matriarch is bestowing halo after halo upon the people in the Hall of Enlightenment. He alone stops in his tracks. He recalls a funeral, one that should not exist in his memory. A field of irises. A child. Cruel but sincere confession and prayers. Ringing of bells. Still no answer? Hey, Aurela. You don't believe me? You listen for yourself. Ouch, the sound hurts my ears. It's just a noise. I can't make out anything. What's going on, Aurela? You're asking me? You're a gun knight. Where, at least. You know more about these things than we do. You said it yourself. I was a gun knight. The static is bad enough. You wanna add to the noise, and I know plenty of ways to shut you up. Oh, sister. Don't be afraid, Hugo. Please, Aurela. The children are watching. These Sanctas have come a long way after a terrible ordeal that left them with broken halos, and a heart full of fear, with no comfort in sight. The intercity net of Laterano has always been very stable, with dedicated personnel performing regular maintenance on communications equipment located in settlements outside the city. This emergency communication post is only 3 kilometers from the Laterano city. If any of them is still working, any one of them is still working, this would be it. But I've sent a dozen hails through the special channels with no response. Is Laterano really done for? Ha! Could you try a few more times, Aurela? You look even more nervous than them. Do I? Nueda does not say more. A few children come over and grab the hem of her dress, staring forward with her. The white walls of Laterano are already visible from this settlement, impeccable as the clouds. It looks like the abode of the Holy Spirit who accidentally ventured into a mortal realm, a miracle that should not exist. The pilgrims are but a stone's thrown away. Dusty and tired, their broken halos and wings seem even darker in this wilderness. The pilgrims have reached the end of their journey, but it is truly the end of their suffering. That's it, Laterano. Looks like the people in there can hardly even fend for themselves at this point. Get your things, we're going in. You're right, we can't wait here forever. Let's go. What if we enter the city without the Curia's permission? Tell me, did we fallen sinners ever ask the Curia for permission when we decided to return? Don't tell me you came back to repay Laterano's kindness. I'll put you first against the wall. Stop. You must not enter Laterano. Look who we have got here. A notarial executor. I love this song. Are you Aurela? You know who I am? I looked you up in the Notarial Hall database after receiving your message. Aurela, former citizen ID LC00734558, former captain of the 3rd Gun Knights. You were tasked to escort the Lateran caravan through the northern wilderness in the winter of 1090, when you engaged a group of Sargas mercenaries in combat. You completed your mission, but the nomadic abbey encountered a small-scale catastrophe on your way back. The Sargas prisoners attempted an insurrection and were executed on the spot by you. When a fellow gunite attempted to record the events truthfully in the mission reports, you threatened your cohort with a gun in order to hide your excessive use of force. In the chaos that ensued, you killed your cohort, resulting in you being stripped of citizenship and exiled from Laterano for life. And what of it, Senior Executor? Are you trying to remind me that Laterano will never forget my sins? Look at the hundreds of people here. Some are fallen angels who were exiled like me. Some are Erari who left the Holy City for different reasons. Some of them have never even seen the Holy City, growing up in a cesspit like Bolivar, yet still believing in the tenets of Laterano. Have you not seen their halos? Are they fallen, or are they sick? They have crossed mountains and rivers to come here, for an explanation, for any comfort they can find. And all the Lateran does is send a single executor to stop us from entering. More and more Erari Sanctas gather, surrounding Federico, pointing their weapons at him. You keep us out because we left Laterano for too long and forgot how to live like other Sanctas? The law punishes sinners, but wasn't the day commit when all I did was live 20 honest years in Latcanian? If the law is that cruel, then it's not us who should be punished, it's you and your cohorts, task beasts of the law. I felt because you punished an innocent man. You have never used your power for good. Federico watches the crowd quietly. The street lamps have lit at an inopportune time, casting eerie colors upon their faces. Fear, anxiety, anger, confusion, panic. All these emotions came together to twist their visages. Their hands tremble as they hold their weapons. The tension is palpable in the air. Federico is confident he can take out their leader quickly and suppress the rest by force, bringing the situation under control. He has always done so. It has always worked. Federico is an outstanding executor. He has been with the Notarial Hall for 8 years. He knows what he's doing. This is his 3rd year as a saint. Other than a burnt flower and a few chance acquaintances, there's no one to guide him or instruct him. Slowly, he moves his hands away from the gun at his belt, making sure the tense crowd sees it, while his eyes never leave them. I did not come to repeat the judgment that Laterano once passed upon you. I am not here as a representative of the Notarial Hall, the Curia, nor any other official Lateran organ. The reason you must not enter Laterano is because the city is currently affected by anomalies beyond comprehension. Your presence may cause the situation to further deteriorate. I will explain, but I need time. Arturia, you should not leave the Holy City. Don't worry, I met the doctor, and I'm here on the doctor's instructions. The doctor's discovery confirms our hypothesis. All of Laterano is caught up in some kind of a dream, but the anomalies in the dream are being reflected in reality. What does that mean? A calamity has descended on the entire city. Like the Gargerich invasion of Zwillingstrom after this disintegration of the Witch King's pavilion. Maybe. I don't fully understand it myself. But there's no doubt that millions of Laterans are being caught in a struggle between reality and illusion. And we need help. The Violators and Erari. A chance dissonance is often the beginning of an interesting variation. I concur with the Doctor. However, if the calamity has engulfed all of Laterano, they are likely to enter the dream the moment they enter the city. That's why I came looking for you, and I brought my cello. Interesting. I'm not fully following on what the fuck do they mean by the dream exactly. Or like how it interacts with reality, that part, but yeah. Pilgrimage. Over here, Doctor. Squeeze in a bit. So the desert cart's in front. So this desert cart's in front. Hi. Hi, desert cart. Finally, a chance to catch my breath. What desert cart is that? This. Hi. You must be here for the ceremony, Senora. But would you like to try my ice cream? Yes, thank you. Before Monster can even refuse, the little girl gleefully shoves a cup of ice cream into her hands. Cute. It's not a flavor you can get anywhere else in Laterano. I can take her out. Nobody would notice. As Monster gives you this paranoid suggestion, he plops a spoonful of ice cream into her mouth without thinking about it. Wow, that's really good. Could you tell me your name, kid? It's got my answer for me, Confessor. Da. I'm called Idida. You named yourself after the desert god's music? Don't be silly. I customized it to sound like my name. Did you know those guards, Idida? Wow, I've never heard the confessional speak like that before. It's the latest model. Size. Were you helping cover for us just now, Idida? Yep, because all of Laterano needs to change. That's what you think too, right? Was I just imagining things? You're the first person to say my sugar-free carbonated water-flavored ice cream was tasty, Senora. Sugar-free carbonated water-flavored ice cream. How does ice cream taste like carbonated water? Well, that explains why it's so refreshing. Mama and Tata were right. This is a rocky road I walk, but I finally found a little bit of success. Mind explaining a bit more? Desert concerts every Lateran. Deserts connect every Lateran. But if you eat too much sugar, not only are you gonna get bad teeth, even your halo will start getting cavities. Tata's dentist. Every time he says that, people think he's just trying to get more business for his clinic. But right now my halo kinda feels like a rotten tooth I just lost. It's making me feel not so good. I believe it's the Lord giving me a revelation. So I'm gonna practice what I preach. I'll change Laterano's eating habits and rebuild our connections with the power of sugar-free ice cream. Okay, well, we'll take a short break here. That's like a funny little break after everything that happened before, you know, after all that racism. Alright, well, I'll be right back. Hey. That's a grand dream you got there. Mind if we take a walk together? I'd like to hear more about this connection between halos and tooth decay. Oh, okay. You should be able to avoid the guys chasing us with this kid around. You need to get in touch with XUCA ASAP, Doctor. I'm trying. Hey there, leader. Sounds like you were able to loosen that comms control thingy. Since we are having a long-distance call and all. It's not entirely a good thing, XUCA. This means everything in this dream is collapsing faster. So is that how, like... What exactly is the matriarch? Like, they made it sound like she kinda just appeared a little bit. But they were, like, traveling with Anduin before, right? So, I do not know. I'm also still kind of like confused about Anduin, but I'm still thinking that might be because I don't really remember how the last Laterano size, well, not the last one, how Guy the Head exactly ended. Yeah, I figured as much. These guys have nearly all the non-sancta hold up in the shrine of nurturing. They want to put on an even bigger nativity. First time around, an Arbor Beast got a halo. This time, they want to give everyone halos. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but this kind of changes a bit too quick and crazy. The way you explained it, leader, whatever happens in that dream will eventually become reality? What you said is what I saw, XCCA. But some people are starting to awaken. Man, this is way too complicated for me. Just tell me, what's the worst thing that might happen? Yeah, tell me as well, please. I'm also confused. Laterano might stop existing entirely. Phew. Yeah, that's a really big deal. Well, no matter the situation, I can still find the jerk behind all this and free everyone from fake Laterano, right? We're limited to keeping you clear-headed and free to move around. The restriction Monster and I are under haven't been lifted yet. Monster and I are still looking into other leads. It feels like, you know, some of the where you should read all of them. Because, like, they are kind of options, but they also give you information. Depending on the options you see. Yep, that makes sense. Got it. These Lateranos travel to a Lateran like me. Oops, gotta keep my voice down. The Grand Nativity's about to start, and it wasn't easy finding a chance to sneak in. Monster and I will keep eyes off of you. Say, how did the two of us meet again? One of Sora's releases? Texas's birthday party? That time Penguin Logistic crashed into the lineman office while cracking down on the Bloodhammer gang? Oh, or was it that time I was planning on stealing a few sick old racing beasts when I ran into you on your way to buy their freedom? We definitely met in Langman at least. Must have been, what, 5 years ago now? Well, here's yet another beautiful partnership, leader. Likewise, XCCA. Everyone is in position. Reverend Patrician. Next, we will coordinate with the Shrine Patrol to clear the surrounding streets. Lock down the intersections and ensure nobody's wandering about. Gratias. Every gun knight, gather together. Our ammunition allocation and fire restrictions fully lifted. There's never been so big an event in the history of our order, has there? The nativity is of great significance to Laterano. The black snow of the eyes of Sami, the hole in the sky above Lat Canyon, even the raging tides that dash against the coast, are all in alignment with the true calamity that has been prophesied. Imagine how terrifying such a disaster would be. When the time comes, 200 odd gun knights taking to the field would be like a child throwing stones into the sea. I fear our holy city, which has stood tall for millennia, will fade away. The Pontifica cohorts and the Notary Hall are still pursuing Clemwell and her co-conspirators. There is something else you must know. The nurturer who was guiding Mostima and Fiammetta was just attacked. Would you like to go and check this scene, Reverend? No. My post is here. The time has come. All our liberty brethren, please go to the Hall of Enlightenment. The time has come. Over here, please. Once all the races have been bestowed their halos, the Matriarch shall mend the broken halos and wings of the fallen angels, so that we may all regain empathy with our people. It has begun, Matriarch. I thank you all. You have forsaken nearly all rest since the establishment of this shrine. There have been many mishaps since the last nativity. We must advance our plans. This shrine's mission must be seen to completion as quickly as possible. To this day, we have walked the same path, Matriarch. This is something we realized long ago. Oh yes, there was one other thing on my mind. Today's ceremony is all about bestowing halos on the non-sancta rather than a birth, so why are we still using the name Nativity? Is there a better term for it? The nurturers lead the peoples of various races into the Hall of Enlightenment, converging towards its center. The grand procession is like a herd of migratory beasts, yet none speak a word. There is only the rhythmic tinkling of countless comfort bells. As if in response, the matriarch lifts her head towards the crowd. Henceforth, all who are sheltered by the holy city shall share one destiny. Destiny reference? Entwined into a singular whole. Can this be called anything but the rebirth of Laterano? The crack of shattering glass cuts through the calming chimes of the comfort bells. A bullet from a sniper rifle. Its source is unknown, but it flies straight for the matriarch's sightless eyes. Blinding sunlight seeps in. A strange couple at the door. Looks like they are deciding where to go to dinner using a roulette wheel. Interesting idea, isn't it? So they are the ones who wish to adopt you. But why won't they come in and tell me that themselves? Oh, I get it. They don't want to put too much pressure on me. Now, why do you think that? Because they are pretending to fiddle with their guns while actually looking our way. Haha, nothing ever gets past you, does it? Yes, I reached out to them before they came here. Your parents were in that caravan raid. and another who's been trying to arrange things with a few families for the better part of a year now, but nobody's written yet. You're the strongest child I've ever met, but you're still got a long way to go, and we can't let the kid live all by herself. I know, Senora. I'm not annoyed or anything, it's just, if I'm going to accept the kindness of others, I'm going to have to be a good kid myself. It's really, really important. Well, the long and short of it is, they wanted me to tell you that they really like you. I also think they are really... Can I have a week? No, 3 days to think things over? Once I make a decision, I won't go back on it. Is this the one that feels right for you? Mm-hmm. Whoa, sniper rifle. If it was me, I would never choose that one. No, when it's my turn in a few years, I'll pick lots and lots and lots of guns. Haha, sounds good. Well, I have to remind you that this fellow's been sitting here a few years now, never been picked. Best thing get over. It's really quiet. No, what I mean was, that sort of gun's different from the others. Truth be told, it's not very suited for you lively sanctus. When you're on the battlefield, you won't get many chances to fire it. You'll have to make every shot count. Whether you're trying to protect something or destroy it, you'll need to have a sharper eye, sharper mind, and take on more risks and costs. Because you can pull the trigger, or let it go, but you can't afford to hesitate. Today is Lemon's birthday. Today, she chooses her patron firearm, giving even more meaning to this already extremely important day to the Sancta. The gunsmith speaks with all seriousness, her mother and father behind her, and all her friends are silent. Even the ever-vivacious Lemuel keeps her mouth closed like a good girl for once. Despite the silence, Lemuel knows they are all looking right at her. This is the one, Master Peg. Please guide me through selecting the other parts. Nice! You don't need to worry about it not having the chance to fire a Master Peg. You could smack people real hard with a gun this big. And my sis is super strong. You children. Through the spiritual light, even the darkest strain can be cleansed. With a pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out of the mud. Ha! Put that down, Captain. I've got you in my sights. You're unstable. I can sense it. Calm down. That thing's affecting your mind. It's evoking your disappointment in Laterano. I know you submitted your resignation before we left, but even if you're determined to return to the wilderness, right now, you're still one of us. Think about the fried cheese we ate before we left, okay? Think about that foul beast had Fiammetta got you. The soft and downy one. My disappointment in Laterano. No, far from it. He showed me how Laterano can save everyone. None of us know if what you're seeing is truth of reality or illusions and lies. Mosima will be here soon. She has a way to get that thing off you. We can start looking into the secrets afterwards, alright? There's no afterwards. It's fading away. I must hold on to it. You know it's no illusion, Lemon. It's certainly not lies. And you saw those people locked in stasis, outside of time, drawn into underground palace. Those who do not die, yet do not live. You heard what that Metzarka said to its shadow. The future shall have no secrets. So you should understand what we have found is the key to time itself. What I saw was a revelation, a future where even the most savage of monsters can be saved. Your arts are running haywire, Anduin. The thing's eating away at your... If that future exists, I must find the path that leads to it. I won't let go. I need to know more. Anduin keeps his grasp in the oddly shaped staff, Light condenses into solid form and engulfs the entire cave. I have a lot of chances to pull the trigger, Lemon thinks. But amidst the chaotic, rolling waves of emotion, Lemon finally finds the thread of rationality running through Anduin's mind. They have broken bread with one another. They have built bonds with one another. They understood one another, entrusted their lives to one another. Their empathetic link was stronger than any other. In that final moment, Lemon confirms her friend has not been swept away in that unfathomable chaos. She loosens her fingers on the trigger. Damn it! Look out, Lemon! Get my track of the Shrine of Nurtury. Cap. My track of the Shrine of Nurtury. Hit. Cool art. The rooftop winds whips widely at the sniper's cheek. She does not blink. Her hand doesn't move in the slightest. She hears. She sees. She thinks. She judges. She doesn't have many chances to fire. She has to make every shot count. She can pull the trigger, or let it go, but she can't afford to hesitate. Before that crucial moment, she and her gun do not speak. Lemon the silent. She looks through her scope once more, double-checking what she sees in her sights. It is a proof she pulled the trigger. Compared to the ones in the vast lands, the statues of Titan in Laterano are the more incomprehensible, Cardinal. Paradise has shaped our fate, so peculiar that it has become somewhat distorted. The souls of the living praying for survival as they traverse catastrophe and suffering, such is the most basic phase of fate. No. There's never a dull statue in Laterano. My life is faith-shaped. Gun-wielding saints towering over the streets do not represent disdain for calamity and suffering. We have simply chosen to take up a different mindset, even confronting them. Through her scope, from far in the distance, Lemon can finally see that all the statues in the shrine, their heads bowed and their hands clasped, are facing only the pious matriarch as they pray. Yep, if she really is a horrible monster, then it's unlikely a bullet will do any real damage. But at the very least, it will let the people of the shrine see what's so unnatural about her and create an opportunity for you, Elle. The rest, I leave to you. Senor Amos? Senor Lemoine, my location has been compromised. I'll come back you up right away. No need. The Shrine's patrol is already here, and the Arknights too. There's a lot of them. I'll hold down the street corner. Get yourself out of the building before they surround the place. What about you? It's too late for me. They started firing. Looks like our deduction was right. This cannot be a place just for birthing babies. Anyway, did you take care of the target? Yes, got her in one. That's good, that's good. Haha, at least this way, I managed to save a few people. Stop a few things that needed to be stopped. Can't be useless forever now, can I? Well then, Vale. Go do what you need to do, Senora Lamuen. Actually, I've got a question I wanted to ask you. Funny, it's only once you can't hear it that I can finally dare to ask it. Glitching the comms terminus must be keeping the line open, and so the man goes on at length, chattering into the microphone. Lamuen hesitates for a moment, then chooses to be silent. Was I really that useless? I never thought about it before, even though it took nearly all I had just to become a small-time investigator for the 7th Tribunal, and I never got a promotion during my decade or so there. It seems us Laterans never doubt ourselves on that front. It's like we naturally have 100 million ways to keep ourselves happy and satisfied. I know someone who made sticks for lollipops. He takes several types of paper tape and twists them together into rainbow-colored sticks, but nearly no money out of it. He did it simply because he knew children loved them. But ever since I found out Aurela had been banished from Laterano, and there was nothing I could do about it, I haven't been able to feel even a microsecond of satisfaction with myself. You're completely useless, Amos. That's all I could think. Like how you can never forget the taste of the very first terrible dessert you ever ate. Haha. I thought that maybe, with a few more years, I could use my seniority to muddle my way to the Legati and go on a trip to Bolivar. I couldn't see her in the name of Laterano, not even I can forgive her for what she did. I just want to see her again, and apologize for that argument we had. After so many long years of waiting, I finally got my chance. But it was all just a dream. A dream's fine too. If it's all a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe getting shot here doesn't mean anything in reality. When I was younger, I got 5th place in the 7th Tribunal New Joiner shooting competition, you know? I even went to Aurela that day at the range. It's a shame we weren't able to save each other. I'd say that, at the very least, you're a great investigator, Amos. Oh, you are still on the line, Lemon. It's time to wake up. Sage. Is the funeral complete, Anduin? It is. The hell of enlightenment is this way. You seem to be going the wrong way. Am I? The nativity has begun, and the matriarch is waiting for you. Where are you planning to go right now? Hello, Mr. Bunu. Hope you're having a good day. Your emotions are rather unstable. No, I've never felt more clear-headed. I'm not going the wrong way either. Okay, sure. How many times are you there at this point? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times. Very cool. I ask that you accompany me to see the matriarch, Anduin. I have smokes and now back to PC. Sounds neat. No VTuber today's? I mean, I can. Oh. I can transform really, really fucking fast, you see? But yeah, I haven't shown my face for like a week. Crazy, I know. Ugly. How's the stream? I'm doing pretty good, you know? Nothing too special. Let chaos decide. Yeah, I'll just keep it this way. For today, at least. Yeah, I kinda woke up like an hour before the stream, so I kinda just ate. But hey, this side story is kinda peak, so I'm doing pretty great. Looks like we arrived right on time. Mostima, Fiametta, you... What? Am I supposed to be like the other berry? Pushed back into the herd by the guards, no matter how I protest? Same. Indeed. Or should I be really looking forward to seeing if my halo gets to be square on the or a circle? Speaking of, I'm curious how they'd be going to mend the fallen angels' halos. Mostima. Sorry, got sidetracked. You owe us an explanation, Antoine. Gathering up all the non-sancta forcing changes on their bodies. I thought this sort of stuff only happened in those shady Colombian tech companies full of mad scientists. Is this what you meant when you said it was about the future? About the possibility of Laterano? For Laterano? Is this what the matriarch promised you? I have strayed from my path, that I cannot deny. Laterano wove a beautiful dream for us all. I was trapped too deep, and took too long to awaken. I can't read. Still talking nonsense even now? The other guards will be here soon. Damn it. Do you think we can get close to the matriarch if we use him as a hostage, Mostima? Maybe. She does trust him a lot. I'd be a little worried if we left it up to Elle. I can sense a multitude of emotions growing by the second. The number of people with empathy in this shrine is increasing. The nativity has begun. It's no use, even if you subdue the matriarch right now. We must go do what we still can. I'll think of what to do about a ceremony that should not exist. But it's likely to lead to a great chaos. It should buy you the time to evacuate our people. What's your plan? Why do you think we'll trust you, Antoine? Seriously, a babbling lunatic who already betrayed his friends once, saving everyone? You don't need to trust me. Pity will not save the people. I don't have that kind of power. All someone who has walked the wrong path of obsession can do is to save himself. Wait, Antoine, take this. A bomb? I'll give it to us to draw the guards' attention. Yeah, have this bomb. Enjoy, have fun with it. But if you really are going to stop the ceremony that shouldn't exist, like you said, you'll need it more than us. Antoine walks past the pair, heading straight for the depths of the shrine. The steps are slow, but Fiametta makes no move to stop him. You okay with letting him go? He's reliable when he sticks to a handful of words instead of full-on parable. True. The situation's too damned weird. Not like we have any better options at the moment. There's a whole lot of people coming this way. Probably chasing Antoine. Help buy him some breathing room. I'll get even with him after this is all over. The Shine's very first nursery. Once, with a heart full of hope, it was here he tended to an unfortunate mother, day after day. Now the child she left behind has clambered up onto a comfort bell. The sparkling droplets of water of his freshly washed wings refracting the lamplight, just like a dream. The arbor beast does not mind his caretaker's prayer outburst. He calls out happily, as always, inviting Antoine to play with him. Insignificant trifles and grandiose feats are but a hair's breadth from one another. You have labored for many years over this grueling journey of yours. You should not let such a meaninglessly different stay your step. He turned to me. Shit, how did I do that? Oh, I think I know. Right, okay. So basically, I had the source selected, and then when I pressed space wanting to change the fucking, progress the game, I was still in OBS, so it instead just turned on the source again. Funny. I can also kind of just actually turn this on, which I turned off at some point. Where is it? Where is it? Right. Channel point rewards. Now you can change me, I think. With channel points. Insignificant trifles and grandiose feats are but a hair's breadth from one another. You have labored for many years over this grueling journey of yours. You should not let such a meaningless difference stay your steps. I will need you to lift your spirits, for aside from caring for this mother and child, there are more deeds that must be done. If you double redeem the VTuber, do you change back or just stay the same? Well, okay, so how it's set up, because I didn't know how to do it better, is that if you redeem it, I will change into VTuber, obviously. Then this redeem gets disabled, but it re-adds a redeem that's called no VTuber that does the reverse. And, disables itself again and enables this one. There's definitely a way to do it, like with, if I actually wanted to do it more complicated with like a counter, I would do like every even redeem enables this one, and every odd redeem enables the other one. But yeah, that sounded like too much effort, so they just swap with each other. An insignificant nurture, a heaven-piercing shrine. Yeah, if it worked. I hope it did work. Yes, it does work. Look at that. I see. Okay, I see what you're gonna be doing now. Okay. The former could grate his teeth hard on his heart and refuse the yak beast's invitation, but its mere act of rebellion would do nothing to shake the foundations of the latter. I should be doing more. I must do more. But how do I shake the pillars of this shrine? How do I erase a miracle that has already occurred? The Shrine of Nurturing. This towering edifice was not built in a day. It began as a simple, ordinary nursery. Our nursery. We start with the blueprints of such an imposing shrine? No, we merely wished for a safe, comfortable room for that mother. And yet, its frenzied evolution led to what it is now. That is how a future where all are saved can sprout from our fate. This was the very first nursery in the Shrine of Nursery. This was the starting point of this grandiose building. This is where you and I placed our fate. And so, Cap, I'll tear my fate apart. Anduin examines the bomb Mostima gave him closely. It has been imaginatively cobbled together from all sorts of daily necessities. Its face decorated with a bright splash of graffiti. Can we get like a bomb crafting tutorial? Can they fucking put that into a video game? How to craft a bomb from daily necessities. He cannot remember what the girl who made this looked like. They might have met once or twice. They might never have met at all. He can only remember Lemon recounting her deeds countless times over. I was never alone as I sought a way through this trail of thorns, was I? Without the slightest hesitation, he lights the fuse. Fearful chirp. I understand that you are no longer sad and suffering, my child, but do you not sense danger, even as this room is about to explode? Or are you simply uninterested in this as well? Does Laterano no longer need us to feel fear? Puzzled chirp. The arbor beast flies down to the ground, rubbing against Anduin's trousers in confusion. If he cannot feel fondness, fear, or torment for all that life has to offer, how can we speak of revering it? I should have asked you this, my child. But it was I who brought you here. You could even say you were born in answer to my vision. This is our penance, a lesson for the both of us. Anduin bends over and cradles the arbor beast into his arm. That gunshot. I'm so very glad to hear the sound of your gun. This time around, Lemon. Cool art. Sparks bloom widely across the nursery. A giant comfort bell clatters as it falls, its sonorous notes adding to the clamor. The explosion engulfs the room, devouring the graceful balance of light and shadow. New song as well, I'm pretty sure. Was this realm a dream or an obsession? Once you had a flock of brothers and sisters following behind you. They were rejected, harmed, insulted, desecrated. They named you guide and walked the long path with you. Yet here in this Laterano, you believed equal and selfless. You forgot them, and so I ask, how should this community you long for be shaped? How should this holy city you yearn for be rebuilt? What path is it you walk, Anduin? To what answers does it lead? If this is a dream, then I shall wake. If this is an obsession, then I shall shatter it. Let us only speak of redemption after that. The flames swallow the entire nursery. The arbor beast flaps his wings furiously. There is no fear in his eyes, as though he is simply dancing. Yet Anduin still covers his eyes out of habit. In its final moment, Anduin hears the bell, clear as day. Are you alright, matriarch? The ceremony has been interrupted. The entire shrine is shaking, and that explosion just now. It is an evacuation underway? Is an evacuation underway? Yes, there's a Liberi wearing a Pontifica cohort's uniform and a fallen angel leading our people to safety. Only half of the non-Sancta have successfully acquired halos. Oh my god, it's still half of all of them. That's still crazy, kinda, you know? That's still like a lot. That's like... They said there was just like thousands of Liberi. To be fair, I'm assuming like there was... It was mostly Liberi. You know? I think that was like the largest group here. But damn. That's like a big amount of fucking people. Okay, I don't think I actually finished that sentence. I will ask the patrol to have them reconvene right away. Like a cracking of bamboo, the explosion reverberates out from the depths of the shrine. The peal of bell from parts unknown drowns out the chimes of the comfort bells. Chaos reigns as the countless people flock to the exit. The towering edifice sways as the blast wave finally reaches the Hall of Enlightenment. Let them leave. Forcing them to stay will only harm them irreparably. The shrine is collapsing, matriarch. No, what is collapsing is not only the shrine, but also the answer we sought with it. Gather the other nurturers. Everyone must leave at once. I will have the guards escort you out. The matriarch steps down from the dais. The wind, amidst the chaos. She hears the sound of the wind clearly from above her head, where there should only be praying statues and spotless stained glass. Hey, over here. You're not getting away that easily. That's Exo, I'm guessing. Cool art, yeah. The matriarch lifts her head. She cannot see who is approaching her, but her voice has the infectious quality to it. Almost instinctively, she stretches her arm out her arm. She has like a lot of arms, it looks like. I'm not very like completely yeah, I'm changing. Not sure exactly what I'm looking at right now. Like what's happening, but it looks cool. I've been hanging onto that window for 2 hours already. If you don't get off that stage, my arms are gonna fall off. Exuciel holds on tight to the matriarch. The word spins, and the two of them tumble to the floor. What they fall onto is not solid ground, but there is some odd softness. It is like falling into fog, yet also like falling into water. Exuciel senses a great force pushing her outwards. One that is definitely not just the explosion. Could this frail-looking woman really be that strong? She forces herself to open her eyes. She isn't sure when it happened, but the arm she's holding onto has become the jagged limbs of a beast. The matriarch's gentle face has disappeared under the water. They look at one another across the boundary between truth and lies. On her side of the line, the bell atop the Tower of Revelations rings, clear as can be. I didn't figure you weren't as pretty as you looked early on, but my imagination never prepared me for this. Not even ancient Forge had anything as crazy looking as you. Well, at least I don't have to worry about ripping your arm off. My friends had to bust their butts to give me this chance. So get this out of there already. You have no right to hide away in a dream. You have no right to hide in Al Laterano. Alright, cool. Okay, pilgrimage after. Bell tolls. Its unending peals echo across the entire city. It rings clear and steady, guiding stray souls towards it. Legend has it that after their long and arduous journey, the saints built the tower and used the ringing of its bell to ward off the devils. Then there rose the Lateran city, its walls of purest white standing fast against the elements, while the bell in the tower fell silent for millennia. Now it cries out once more, a scent 2 years since it last did, so in response to a mixed Blood Sancta girl's song. Kinda blurry. Oh, okay. That's small Anduin. And small panicked child. Senior nurture. Are you hurt? Oh wait, no, sorry. Okay, it's not. I thought that it looks like kind of way too generic to be like Anduin as a child, but the way it said Anduin while the child was like the one glowing, I thought the child was Anduin. Damn. Okay. Fuck. Don't move. It was hard enough getting you bandaged up. Patia. Finally, we get to see Patia. Well, we already did see her, but they like, you know, yeah, shadowed out her face. You were pretty much half dead by the time we got to the Shrine of Nurtury. We only had time to get you and these kids searching for you out of there. Don't cry, Giselle, Romea. It was all just a nightmare. We are finally awake. A nightmare? Wounds in a nightmare don't follow you to a real life. Where are the other brothers and sisters? Keeping watch nearby. Guess you finally got your memories back. Want to hear them call you guide again? Sorry, Patia. It's clear you were just trying to wake a man who had lost his way again. Why did you abandon the Pathfinders, Anduin? We rested in the wilds for a bit after leaving Sanctilaminium Ambrosi. According to the original plan, we would have passed the Iberian border soon after, back to the land where you came from. We even made contact with the Inquisition, but then you disappeared. All of a sudden. That was when the dream began for me. What do you mean? It's just an idea, one without any evidence behind it. It told me to turn away, to cast aside all my plans and return to Laterano. So you're saying you never actually met that blind lady, and you didn't go back to Laterano with her for that baby's sake? Like you were enticed by something? New guy. This is starting to sound like something's crackpot charlatan would say. Yeah, that makes sense. I know this is hard to understand, even I don't fully get it. I'll say, there's way too much hard to understand stuff at play here. You and that shrine. You wanted to blob halos on everyone's heads and turn all of us all into freaks and can't even decide what emotions to feel. Crackpot? Yeah. That's like the pot in which you cook crack, right? My favorite kind of pot. Whatever, you managed to wake yourself up in the end. If you hadn't made such a ruckus by blowing up the nativity, all of Laterano would probably still be dreaming. No, actually, it's a pot that got cracked. It's like a really old pot with cracks all over it. That's what that means, for sure. With the boundary between the two sides so blurred, his deeds in his dreams should be taken into full account during adjudication. Executor Federico of the Notarial Hall, I have read your file, Antoine Argathongelos. Is that your surname, Antoine? After the chaos you caused during the first Summit of Nations, the Curia banished you from Laterano. Now you have returned in secret, and were involved in plotting the so-called nativity ceremony. You are partially responsible for the current turmoil troubling the city, and must accept a joint investigation by the 1st, 5th, 6th, and 7th. 6th and 7th tribunals. Hey, can't you see he's hurt real bad? Besides, I'm sure you've got more important things to worry about right now. You need a hand, Executor? Get us into a city, and we'll help you fight. I do have 6-7 emote, but it's only if you, write it as 67. And you are? That... What is it, Nueda? Look over there. Getting your patron firearm means you have moved to a new stage of life, L. Yeah, come quick, sis. We're taking photo in front of the statue. I need to go to Langman. I need to get a proper explanation from Ostima. Let's send Lemuel off on her next adventure with a bang. The passage of time will bind people together, regardless of what they think about it. As long as your life is intertwined at some point, you'll have nothing to worry about. Safe travels home, XUCA. She feels herself moving, but she cannot open her eyes. Her back is cupped by something rough, while her mind sinks into bottomless softness, where even the pain running through her body is dulled. What even is this emote, actually? Lero Lero. Sure. Her thoughts flow into a boundless ocean of fate. I mean, it's the same cat. It's just not the numbers. She opens her eyes. Oh shit. Goulart? I think X is not doing very well right now, I have a feeling. You have awakened, child. You are gravely wounded. Only by accompanying me will you stay lucid during the transfiguration. While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. Much as we once learned on one another to traverse the devastation of catastrophe, the Transfiguration? Do you mean that dream? I'm definitely awake though. Why do you have a halo on your head? What kind of monster are you? All Sanctas have halos, child. So that we could forget from whence we came. So that we could embrace our new lives. We named ourselves Stasli. Thankfully, the passage of thousands of years has reshaped our appearances and ways of life. We could forget from whence we came. So the law or the empathy somehow made them forget. Like, I do know what I mentioned at some point is that Sancta are Sarkas that somehow betrayed their, like, race or something. I do not know exactly. But yeah, we'll take a short break. And then we'll see. I'm guessing that might be what they are referring to. Be right back. I'm back. Hi, hi. Right. Perhaps you can follow those stone-bound accounts and call me saint. Of course, my flesh and spirit both have long become one with the soil beneath Laterano's white walls. What you see now is simply a snippet of code from his boundless program, a spectre bearing countless memories. As he sees it, the path of the Sancta began with the Saints, and so it should continue with the Saints, who should lead you beyond calamity and into the future. As the events have transpired, yes, I think that is something that did happen. Hey Tabina, hope you're having a good day. As he sees it, the path of the Sancta began with the Saints, and so it should continue with the Saints, who should lead you beyond calamity and into the future. I don't get a word of what you're saying. Where exactly are you taking me? It's not a question of you and I, child, but of all Laterans. Exusia strains her neck backwards. Well, cool art. Now that I see Matriarch as a whole, or the Saint, I guess. I'm pretty sure this was the boss, actually. I remember doing that. Was a rough one. The monster that calls herself Saint cradles Exusiae, following close behind are Sancta, as well as Haloed Liberi, felines, and a host of creatures, the likes of which she has never seen before. Yeah, that must be a lot of people with halos, huh? It was at least like a few thousand of people there. It is a grand procession, meandering into the distance, its end far out of sight. Exusia can sense that these are no shambling husks. Their empathy has not faded. No, it is even stronger than it has ever been. The fate of the countless masses, travels, has condensed into a vast sea. They follow behind the Saint, to a destination clear in their minds. Not even the Saint's travelers wrote of a sight so bizarre. Across millennia, has he granted revelation to his chosen few, so that they may question, analyze, and deduce, so that they may point Laterano in the right direction. But it would prove far too slow a process this time. He has never been this restless and uneasy. The master of all things has awoken. Rats snip at our heels. He must carry out his original duty. Because in this calculated future, there is no place for the Sancta. There is only time for him to directly impose what he has sensed on every one of us, to force the only solution he knows into being. An even more cohesive community of Sancta, Laterano as it should be. Yeah, listening to all this makes my head feel like it's about to pop. Heaven's sake, all this he, him, his stuff, who are you even talking about? We are on our way to meet him, the foundation of fate, the prime mover. Even the deepest nightmare pales in comparison to cruel reality, child. And with the collapse of the Transfiguration, I feel his actions have been noticed. There is not much time. Perhaps perhaps we still have time to ensure the future of the Sancta. A march? A migration? Or perhaps a pilgrimage? That's the name of the stage. A grand procession of newborn Sanctas. Traversing the streets of the Holy City with a vigor the Sancta have not had in centuries. Should we describe such a sight? Maybe you could say it's masses travel? What do you see, Aurela? There's halos on the street lamps, and the trees, the desert guards, the confessionals. Am I hallucinating? Or is my scope fogged up? That is no hallucination. Everyone gets a halo. The shrine of nurture still exists in reality. These iridescent projections originate from it. Where the pilgrims go, the projections follow. Where they fall, even inorganic matters will sprout halos. These projections are like a form of unliving executor, redefining Sancta in the name of the law and order all over. All this time, we are told that whatsoever stains the purity of the Sancta shall be mercilessly cast out by the law. And now it turns out the purest Sancta he so favors are actually streetlights and trees? Can't believe I'm starting to think my fall was a good thing. If that gaggle wants to redefine Sancta into something more than nobody can understand, I have half a mind to leave them be. Don't worry, Executor. There's still some of them I want to kill. I agree to help you fight, and I'll have that fight no matter what. It seems like they really do want to remodel the entire city. If their aim is to remodel the city via those projections, then forming a mass of people is a highly ineffective method. Yet they still choose to gather together, even after the dreams collapse. Perhaps spreading those projections around isn't the only way they have. They must have an additional methods in mind. In order to use it, they must reach a common endpoint. If their aim is so turn all of Laterano on its head, then I might know where they are headed. The Basilica. I had a discussion with Pope Evangelista XI there once, and I was... oh yeah, I remember that discussion a little bit. And I was able to glimpse certain entities to realize some truths. You do not need to doubt me, Senior. I do not. Your file has was signed and sealed by the Pope himself. I will bring you there, Anduin. Hold on, Federico. The whole city's gone mad and nobody knows what the hell's going on. Why should we trust you? Hey, that's my line. If what you are concerned about is who shall hold authority on this situation, considering nearly all present have violated the law to some degree, as an executor, I have the right to press you all into the temporary control. If it's the current calamity that is causing you to panic and deprive yourself of sound judgment or action, I, Federico Giallo, am the first saint from outside the ranks of the popes. I do not believe this title has any special meaning. That's what I said. But if you require a reason, then there is none better. as an aside, when I was watching the VOD, you did mention you were glad to see Lemon walking. The last time we saw Lemon in Hortus, they actively mentioned she's stuck in psychotherapy even longer than expected. Yeah? Yeah, I think they mentioned something that after she stood up in bed, right? Or something. Yeah, I was thinking it's like kind of suspicious. So her walking was one of the hints that this was a dream alongside Grimmack being around instead of Reich. Right. And Vishadel being polite. I see, okay. Yeah, I was. That's of Grimmack being around was like something I thought, wow, that's like a huge thing to just kind of mention in one sentence. But I was like, oh, okay, they are just like setting that up for the future Let Canyon side story or something. It did not occur to me that that was also like a dream thing. I was like, oh shit, that's like a huge thing that we'll probably learn about later. But yeah, okay, that makes sense. The procession will pass through her first, as they move from the Shrine of Nurtury to the Basilica. Cap, or rather, the monster has unusually strong empathy. Even the bell of the Tower of Revelations can do nothing about her influence towards you. But yeah, take the other Pathfinders and these Erari away from here. Go in the opposite direction. You staying by yourself? Trust in me, my brothers and sisters. This is the path I must walk. At least change out of those clothes. You look god-awful mean. Or do you like walking around with blood all over your robe? I don't own many outfits, and I don't know where my old cassock's gone. Here. This, you kept it all this time? Wow, you were fucking carrying his clothes? Like right here? What a coincidence. Not like I took up much backspace. I don't know. I just felt like this wasn't something I should throw away. Go on, take it. Thank you, Patya, for all these many years. However, we must try to find shelter for these children who have just escaped the dream. Arturia, you and Antoine will require special supervision. I will keep you two of you within my sight at all times. I haven't even said anything. Your beatitude. Maybe. Does actually Federico knows that Arturia... Well, okay, I don't think she actually is a saint. She never, like, agreed to it as far as I know. But I also don't know if she has to agree to it. Or if it's kind of just like, ah, yeah, that's something like a title that we force onto you. Maybe you can leave the children to me? I may not be a Sancta or a Lateran, but I am rather experienced in looking after children. Very well, move out. The foundation of the Sancta? The Sancta's future. Do you not trust my words? Why should I? You have no reason to. True. Much as how when you first gained the name Sancta, we should never have imagined our community would become one of explosions and deserts after all these years. God, since when am I able to talk is such a fucking terrifying line to a disability activist. As a dream, her identity and the connections she formed in its blind desire to fix things. The dream is so effective. And full honesty, I found the second part. It had a lot of Mostima moments. I read it full, a lot of Mostima. It had a lot of moments I liked, but it wasn't quite as effective as the building horror for me. Very similar to how I felt about Here a People's Souls. Gotcha. It had a lot of Mostima too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, cool. I do like this side story a lot. Yeah. Yep. Yep. This does have one of my favorite Mostima moments. Moments, Dima. Yeah. I mean, it's like Mostima was very present before, right? But it feels like she was kinda around, but we never got like a focus on her too much. Well, here, well, we'll see. Did this Mosty moment did your favorite Mosty moment already happen, or is that in the future? Halos, empathy, guns, walls of purest white. Do you believe the law innate, child? Do you believe the Sancta have always been unique to these ways? It's in the future, gotcha. Why would I doubt it? You love it, and as do I. Fate is shapeless by the experiences of countless generations, the ravages of time, and the footprints of the teeming masses. Rebels? It should not, must not, be swayed again by the first of the faithful. But once more do the people face down the crossroads of destiny. I have no choice but to do this. We have not sown lies, my child. We have merely hidden some truths. Then allowed the rest to become inspirational tales and parables of saints. These texts tell of how the devil's arrival left all things desolate, and how none saw the light of the sun, but for the Sancta, they had radiance bestowed upon them by the law. Master's Travel is one of those stories where I'm like, they have a very big cast and using all the characters effectively feels tricky. Yeah, that makes sense. There is a lot of characters. But the angels were born from devils, child. And as for this so-called bestowment, it was not but a chance encounter. In that age, the king sent out his warriors to seek a new beginning for their people. Oh yeah, the story where Archetto recites the story from the Saint's Travels. That depicts Liberia as uncivilized savages in comparison to Sancta. Right. Yeah. That did happen. In that age, monsters that crawled the earth longed for a homeland, and so were named Tikas, a race yet young. Wait. Interesting. In that age, hegemons who could commonly command raging flames, blinding thunderbolts, wild winds, and frigid snow descended upon the land alongside their myriad servants, here to seize the Tikas's precious home. The flames they threw could melt the skulls of Wendigos. The howling gales they summoned could shatter the wings of gargoyles. Even if vampires sucked them dry, they would be reborn from eggs of fire. This is fun since it's an area there already hinted in various ways, with fallen Sanctas looking like Sarkas and the mention of the betrayal of Sancta. Yes, yes. It's kind of what I actually remembered for once. But yeah, I was kind of... Yeah, this interesting, you know? Wow, that's like... that would be like... Man, might be because I'm dead tired, but I can't get my imagination working at all. Now they're finally discussing the Elder Hegemons on screen, yep. The Colossus cups the wounded Sancta in her hand, continuing onward with a shambling yet steady gait. Her voice is as gentle as it was in her guise as the matriarch. Also, Fiammetta being a Phoenix Liberi, I thought it was like a chicken. And even from Eggs of Fire being one of the things Skept brings up. Oh yeah, that, Phoenixes do that. And so she tells the ancient, unprovable tale, like a saint who has stopped to rest her feet, taking the chance to preach to a stranger she met along the road. Exousia knows she's not the only one hearing this story, though. The wintering procession follows, all while countless people pour in from every corner of the city, leaving the building painted in iridescent, joining the ocean of fate. Funnily enough, there's a breed of chicken called the Phoenix, and has a long flowing tail. That's cool. That is funny enough. That's actually really funny for some reason to me. Like, outside of the Arknights context as well. She's both the eternal resurrecting firebird of mythology and also a funny little show animal. Yeah. I do like Fia a lot. I shall share the portion of the truth hidden from you, child. Once we arrive at the Basilica, the past will be made clear, and all shall know it. It is that the term Sancta shall be redefined. Okay, let me look at the chicken. Yeah. It looks like a chicken with a long tail. I mean, I can actually quickly do this. I can do this quickly. Was that quick enough? This is a chicken. And it does have a long tail, yeah. So it's a phoenix, yeah. That's funny. That's pretty funny. It's just funny to, you know, because, well, you know, phoenixes are what phoenixes are, and chickens are kind of like silly little birds. Anyways. The king's might could not slow the decline of the Tikas. His weary gaze scanned the land for countless days and countless nights, before finally falling upon the ancient silver mounds. And so his warriors set forth, seeking out these never-before-seen argent mountains beneath the earth. With the language conferred into them by the king, they would conquer them. and command them to rout the foes of the Tikas. To grant the Tikas the chance to fully become those with the homeland. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Before they left, the king took the blood of a burden beast and anointed the head of every warrior with crimson circle, symbolizing the mission they all shouldered together. The warriors strode across the land, crossing the most barren of wastes, where not even the hardiest of plants could take root, where not even the most tenacious of beasts could survive. But with their twisted limbs did they aid one another. Not even the weakest of their number would be abandoned before they breathed their last. For the king had taught them this: kin shall not eat kin, kin shall aid kin. What? Actually, I can barely believe what she's seeing. A scene unfolds before her in an extraordinary way, and the next second, she catches a glimpse of an amazement spreading out across the sea of faces. There's no doubt, though empathy beyond empathy, the monster is sharing what she sees with all present. Finally, after many days and nights, numbered beyond reckoning, they arrived at the edge of great rift of the earth. And then they saw Ular there, floating above the floor of the valley. A new beginning, one that should not exist in the desolate wastes. The pale, petrified forms of plants and beasts dance among mud, spinning about some rhythm beyond ken. A string of boulders draws them along as they go, coming together to form a great ring. The fragment of the ring pulsed faintly with the light. At first, they thought it was fire, but they sensed no heat, and it seemed untangible. In that age, the warriors of the Tikas knew they had found the slumbering silver mounds. In that age, the warriors encircled the ring. They attempted to call out to it, to appease it, to command it, to persuade it. They cried out until they could cry out no more, their throats hoarse and bleeding, but to no avail. The rings remained silent. They were trapped in that wasteland with no way forward and no way back. Time passed until an ordinary Tikas could not stand it any longer, and stood up. She looked at her near-mad, emaciated companions, and realized that they all would die of hunger and thirst before the silver mounds awoke from their slumber. Instinct overtook her. The stone lance she had in her hand pierced one of her dying fellows, and she began to devour his flesh. The Tikas had no fear of eating the flesh of other Tikas, but was the Farchaser, exiled for refusing to partake, who returned with the black crown and became the first king. Okay. Since then, eating the kin has become the strictest of taboos. But at that moment, one of the warriors handpicked by the king defied this ban without the slightest hesitation. Only through this act could she live. As for whether she lived so as to complete the mission they were entrusted with, this is the tale for another time. Okay, yeah. Next side story. But at that time, A strange noise comes from above her head. Excuse no. All the people behind the monster lift their heads, and together with the Tikas of history, they look towards the sky, welcoming that one fateful moment. In an instant, the surface of the boulders... It's a cool music. Interesting one. The boulder within the ring began to split and peel away, revealing a metal that glows with a crimson light. In an instant, bright halos and wings of light sprout from the black bodies of each and every Tikas present. It is as though they have always been there, revealed from the dust with a swipe of the hand of the creator above. The warriors did not have the time to ponder this strange change, as boundless vitality poured into their exhausted frames like the scourging tide. Wait. I think I might not be following exactly. Do I reread all of this? No, I feel like... Oh yeah, I remember this. No, yeah. I was following back then. Yeah, they wanted to find homeland. Yeah, okay. I do, yeah. Yeah, they made fucking circles on their heads with blood. Kin shall not eat kin, but they kinda did later. Okay, and so this one person ate one of her dying fellows, yeah. Even though they weren't supposed to do that. No, okay, yeah, I guess I do follow. I was like looking for something that wasn't said yet, I guess. Okay. The warriors did not have the time to ponder this strange change, as boundless vitality poured into their exhausted frames like a surging tide. With the greatest of joys did they touch one another and embrace one another like newborn babes. As for the Tikas with the stone lance, its point still painted in blood, he looked up at the alien metal and remained silent for a while. He did not understand why it remained aloof to the words of the king and impaired it upon them to appease the silver mounds. He had deigned to respond the moment he ate of the kin flesh. Then comprehension dawned on her. Perhaps the metal would not respond to the king's dignified appeasals, nor the pleas to smite their enemies. but rather it answered the simplest and purest of ideas, a quiet prayer for survival. Was that Tika's you? That's other mountains are the Laterano, and you went to take everyone to go to them, to see them? Do you understand now, child? I think like mostly. Before fate became fate, before the first brick of this paradise of tolerance, equality, mercy, and joy was laid. Was the origin of it all. Return to start. Interactive simulation 26. Complete. Prior emergency response mechanism expired. New emergency response mechanism unmaterialized. Simulation result. Failure. Compulsory transfiguration of Laterano. Continuing operation. It's that vision again. Our discussion's gone right back to square one. Truth be told, I'd really like to head upstairs and enjoy some guava juice and an ice cream cone, or at the very least take a nap on the sofa. I can barely feel my lips anymore, or my knees. How long has it been since you started acting oddly, and I rushed over to find a solution? What caused the calamity to speed up so, to the point you needed to throw out all your old emergency response mechanisms, and instead force everyone to directly synchronize data with you? Have forced Laterano to go through such radical change. In time, the spiritual light of the Sancta will be stripped away. In time, will Laterano still be considered Laterano? The sitting Pope, Evangelista XI, requests a 27 interactive simulation. Evangelista XI has refused to help bring the transfiguration to completion. Now conferring judgment on request for interactive simulation. Oh no, not these. These guys suck. Cry of frustration. Low prayer. These monsters, neither Sancta nor the others at the Nativity can escape the influence of the Transfiguration sudden termination. All I can do now is to call everyone to my side and keep your mind steady and free of collapse ere we meet him. As for those you call monsters, they too are Sanctas, and the law shelters them as well. They are newly born, pious, and plain. They will aid the people in sweeping away all obstacles along the path. This path will take us past the Tower of Revelations in Pagus Ecclesia, past the Notarial Hall and Gunsmiths these in Pagus Michaelion, past the Sunset Chapel in Pagus Saint Marcel, before finally arriving at the Basilica. This route, a familiar one, yes? It is the order that street lamps light up at nightfalls on Laterano. He has laid out the most convenient path for us. And so I beg you sleep a while, child. We will have arrived once you awake, and we shall rekindle hope for the continuation of our races. I see now. You have been looking for an opportunity ever since you awoke? You are still unwilling to accept it. The tales we left behind became the chains that bound later generations. The texts that speak of the majesty of the saints and the ugliness of the devils have been etched deep into your hearts. You need only witness the countenance to raise your gun against me. But no matter, child. You will come to understand who is named hero and who is named monster, who is named kin and who is named alienus. You shall all understand. I fell? That's a real nasty feeling. Awesome. Never thought there'd be a way to turn that light out. I don't know if I'm going to miss it later, but right now, it's not too bad having it off. My head's a lot clearer now that I don't have to deal with all that emotion. All your emotions. Clear? No, child. Even though you now know my history, the history of our race, you still wish to make an enemy of me. How can you consider your mind clear? Well, I know who's named Monster, at least. Yeah, I know that as well. That's Monster. What can I say? It's clearer than ever. You say I've been trapped in those dusty old books you left behind, but I never said anything about having to listen to your ancient beatitudes ideas. I've been listening to you go on and on for ages already. Did you ever plan on asking us what we think? Imagine having someone care about your opinion. Crazy. The good news is the monsters chasing us have retreated. The bad news is they are joining that weird procession over there. Good thing we talked it into staying somewhere safe. Will Exusia be able to handle herself, Doctor? I believe in her. The machine is waiting for that monster. That monster looks really familiar to for some reason. No matter how much she changes herself to look like a living thing, I can tell she's just a program. The collapse of the dream must have cut off the connection with the machine, and as a program, all she can do is try to re-establish that connection, to restart the dream. Passing that field of irises a minute ago, I saw halos blooming above the flowers, one after another. That's completely unprecedented. The goal of that machine and that program is more extreme than we thought. Everything organic, inorganic will be defined as sancta. This thing's crazier than when PRTS went haywire. Can you figure out its weak points, monster? Not on my own, but can you find a way to research Kal'Tsid's memories? As an aside, Exusia's philosophy here is pretty close match to the Quakers. Never heard of that. Historical Protestant Christian movement founded in the 17th century. Okay, what does it mean though? Okay, so the Catholic believe the Pope is how God communicates with people. Okay. I'm like on Wikipedia right now. Quakers have traditionally professed to priesthood of all believers. Inspired by the first self, Peter. Quakers believe you don't need that. The faith is something that can happen to anyone at any time. Gotcha. I think. The idea that fate is not something held in a book, but is just a course of experiencing life and interacting with other individuals who share your experiences. Yeah, okay. Can you connect it to Exu for me now? I mean, that sounds like, I don't know, kinda reasonable. And in reasonable, I mean, like, you know, it's hard to explain with religion as someone who is not religious, but like, yeah. I guess I found that more understandable than believing that there's like one specific person who communicates with God and we are supposed to listen to that one person. Just me. You know, yeah. The matriarch here is centralizing her definition of fate in subservience to a specific interpretation of fate. While Exusa is saying, why would I care what the saints say? Oh, okay, yeah. Think I gotcha. Kelsey. Ever since it's all went down, you've been avoiding saying her name to me, Doctor. Sorry. In any case, thanks for putting your trust in me. I mean, I was so worried before we left. Never mind. At least I managed to get a decent amount out of this operation. That machine is special, Doctor. We have tried to approach it in the past, but the more the law of Laterano was gradually refined, the more difficult it became to try to figure out its nature. By the way, Tuvina, do you like... How did you get all this knowledge? Did you like know this before, or did you learn, like, not specifically about Quakers, but everything, honestly, like Phoenix chickens and stuff like that? Did you like figure it out in the process of playing Arknights? Like, because you were like reading on it. I knew none of this? Okay. So basically I'm learning it similarly to how you were, I'm guessing. Anyways, to actual point of things like holy books is because it lets you connect with others, not because of an inheritance value to the book. Quakers went, if the Bible is inconsistent, then the Bible is flawed. Yeah. That makes sense to me. Kinda. Yeah, it kinda does. Exactly, I learned it by talking with other Arknights fans and doing research on the inspirations and hearing how it connected to their cultures. Gotcha. That's cool. Like how Exodus from the PLC connects to so heavily to specific themes of Spanish Christian literature. Yeah, you did tell me that while I was playing through that. And also like the two types of alchemy I remember that you told me about. So I'm going to have so much to say when we go back to Rambleton. Gotcha. Are there any Rimpeliton side stories that we know about that will happen? I don't think so, but I'm also not sure. I don't know. I do not know. But I'm guessing it will be like a location that we obviously at least visit at some point. Non-confirmed, yeah. Like, and this is something I talked about many times, but they are just like, obviously, I feel like they can still continue doing like more side stories in locations that we already were a lot of. Like, you know, there is more that happens there. Who would have guessed? Stuff doesn't stop happening. But there is still so many like places we weren't at yet, like Minos, which has the next side story, which will be soon, or you know Rimpeliton, where we were in like once. No, okay, there was like the one side story with Ray, and we kind of saw it in like Babel, and well, that's kind of it, isn't it? And in the Ave Mujica collab, but yeah, just a lot of places. Like we were in Sami once, and then I guess in the IS. But yeah, just a lot of places. It's exciting. For example, Chernobyl is being updated to be categorized as part of the new Ursa story arc. That's cool. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense since we are, you know. That means that it will be a new whole fucking story arc. Yeah, that's... Oh my god. We've tried to approach it in the past, but the more the law of Laterano was gradually refined, the more difficult it became to try and figure out its nature. Katsi did come up with a plan, but even she admitted it was a bit too daring. So what was the plan? It's a really crude one. She never let me do it before. But my nature does give me a talent that ordinary people lack, to some extent. Of course, we should also thank our creators' open-minded attitude towards technology exchange. Phew, okay, this is the first time I'm trying this. Technology exchange? Stand back a bit, Doctor. She's going to more. Routing through cities communication, post backdoors access port. Special privileges, AMA 10. Temporary access credentials, El Caro 001, Oracle, decoding complete. Authentication passed. Connected to PCS system. Thinking computation rational link. Updating permission log. If it wants to speed up the changes happening across Laterano, it will have to remove all of its underlying restrictions and break through its computation limits over and over. Elcaro is Oracle backwards. Ah, I see, okay. Hey, Egectos, hope you're having a good day. God, I could take her out, no one would notice. The 5-year-old selling ice cream. Yeah, that did happen. Getting to see demonstrate her full monsterness is such a relief after her relatively separate behavior in episode 15. Turns out she's still a feral dumbass. Yeah, I do like her. But, you know, in episode 15, she was sad. And she was also only like... Yeah, I don't know. Not there for that long, at least in this speaking form. Which means that machines should have left itself wide open to me. It won't have the limits, have the time to limit my actions. Wait, I'm trying to stop it. No, I'm not in control of the process anymore. Well, we'll be taking a short little, you know, break, as we do. And I'll be right back. Hey. Okay, that's cool. That's neat. They turned off the sun. Well, no, there's still light actually. They turned off the color. The flow of information does not come rushing in as you imagined. The clamor of computation has faded away at some point. You and Monster feel a peculiar feeling wash over both of you. You seem to have stopped at the fork in the road. An old friend appears, and she's been walking alongside you the whole time. Or is it a chance encounter? In short, you see her. The color begins to drain out of the surroundings. Oh, it really did drain out the color. It is as if time still stands still. This is the stage built for your reunion. ... Hi! Long time no see. Actually, it was kind of recently we saw each other. But hey, hello! How have you been doing? Thank you for your hard work, Maiden. We meet again, Mastiza. Yeah, hi. Not very nice to see you. Our reunion has come much sooner than I imagined, just as I had hoped. I wonder if I expected this or not. I somehow did not expect this, even though it makes so much sense for her to be here. Anyways. Nine before. Let me check something real quick, maybe. Aww. Right. Okay. Loosen up that trigger finger, Fiammetta. I get the impression that skulls struck on your face until you get the fire of a few grenades. Thinking about the disgusting dream just makes me even angrier. Too bad it wasn't entirely a dream. Look over there, way in the distance. The Shrine of Nurture is still there. Let's go, Mostima, to the hospital. Doesn't matter if what just happened was a dream or not. We need to make sure that... The fact that I'm the first person you thought of really means something to me, Fiammetta. Lemon? Yeah, she's in a wheelchair. Lemon, I'm so glad you're alright. How are your legs? A little sore. What happened? I was running all over that dream until I was dead tired. Getting to sit down is a treat. Alright. The two of you can relax now. What the hell's going on here? Shakes head. It was only my second day after being created cardinal, and I was headed to the office like usual. It might have been the moment I stepped out the front door, or maybe when I saw the shrine. I can't really say when I left reality. It all happened so unnaturally. What is it, Fiammetta? Hi, everyone is here. Salve, everyone. Cap! You're still keeping... What are you up to wearing that? A friend kept it for me. You have a very kind junior, Fiammetta. She told me this wasn't something to just throw away. Perhaps today I will finally reach my destination, to be clothed in these vestments. As I do, so may be fate at work. Why you? Android has an important role to play. Resolving your existing disputes is not a priority. It's been a while, Federico. I know who you are and how you like to get things done. And I know that according to the Curious rules, Sons have the highest authority in emergency situations. But please give us a little time. Please keep it brief. The last time the four of us got together like this was that fateful mission, wasn't it? It's been 10 years. We reached the underground palace. Fiametta got a distress signal from another team and went to help them, while Anduin was revising our tactics at the entrance. We laughed as we shared the last of the chestnut scones, an old habit of our team. I remember the day well. We were so happy back then. I thought those days would never end. Nobody could have imagined what would come next. You caused all this, Antoine, but you still refuse to tell the truth, or at least repent. Our brief time together may have been one of life's accidents, but it was a precious one. I ruined it, in a way I did not foresee. I understand how deeply you treasure that time, Fiametta. Your love burned so hot, it singed the hearts of those around you. I always wanted to thank you for one thing. You were the one who taught me how to love Laterano. But at the same time, I knew I would hurt you and destroy what you so cherish. I am a villain. It would be just for you to hate me. Are you trying to piss me off, Antoine? Whether or not I hate you is for me to decide, not you. I understand that, and I am grateful for it. I am fortunate to have made a friend like you. Go do what you need to do. But remember, I won't forgive you. I never will. And that's fine. Those two are taking you to the Basilica, right, Antoine? It is I who is taking them, Lemuel. Which means you're still determined to walk this path? Of course I am. Will it be dangerous? Unknown might be the better word. Have you ever thought of stopping? Whether I am a nice art, by the way. Capable of the captain who attacked you, or an arrogant, naive nurturer in a dream. My doubts, my fixations, my mistakes, they have all led me here. I cannot stop. Alright then. It's hard to call Laterano paradise the way it is now. That monster running rampant across the city, those strange things she reared, wandering all over the place. Nobody really knows what's going on or what will come next. The three of us need to work out a way to solve these issues and find Elle, who's gone missing. As for you, your wounds look rather serious. You might die, Antoine. We might die. I know. We have talked about Roccamerea, about its bell tower and its rainy nights, about the mute child you buried in Sargon, about the miner's frozen legs you had to amputate in Ursus. You told me about all sorts of places, and I remember them all. Always pitied you. I understood many of your opinions, and I never disagreed with you, but I could never truly understand you. I was much the same for you. We are both clear on that matter, just as you know how grateful I am for your pity. Well, I am a Lateran, aren't I? That is where you shine the brightest. I will always remember how you taught me to shoot a gun. Speaking of, where is that gun now? I left it in Laterano. 10 years ago, it was your final mission with our team of commandos. Even if nothing had happened, you would still have left. Which means these words came a little late, is all. Right. It's been far too long since that day, and I'm glad of it. Gratitude and blame no longer hang so heavy. Well then. Farewell, Antoine. Lemon speaks no further. Mosima goes up to her wheelchair, looking Antoine square in the eyes. I know what you're about to say. Not it to thank me. Farewell, Captain. Fiammetta looks at Antoine, then at her two friends. She stays silent. Farewell. Garden Lemon. There are some task commands assigned to the three of you. You doing alright, Fiammetta? I'm fine. Fiammetta, this thing might involve me, but I know it's not only my problem, or Antoine's. These past 2 years have taught me that. Yeah, I should really learn that too. Alright, enough about that. Right now, if that Federico says is true, if what Federico says is true, the most important thing is to act quickly. Good thing there are no arms control in real life. I can blast those monsters as soon as I see them. I'll cover you, just like the old days. Wait a sec, Lemon. Federico just said the Sanctas who attack them will fall. Falling's no walk in the park. Trust me on that. About fall of the... Wait. About half the people awake in the city are Sanctas. Without their numbers, we won't be able to stop such a large procession. Unless... we add in those fallen angels and Erari Federico mentioned. Wait, he said they were pretty emotionally charged and didn't know what they were up to, not to mention that he's only got temporary command over them. Not like they need steady nerves or pure intentions to help out. Relax, I'll handle them. I'm a fallen angel too, and I've spent lots of time outside of Laterano. You got any better choices for angel wranglers? It still won't be enough. The situation on the road from the Shrine of Nurtury to the Basilica is too complex. We need to get administrative permissions for the roadside facilities alongside the way, ASAP. I'll head back to the 7th Tribunal for a bit. By yourself? Don't trust my wheelchair skills. You'll make me mad. Quick, let's wrap your ears to tips a bit. Let me wrap your ear to tips a bit. Since the two of you have everything planned out, what else is there for me to add? Let's split up, teammates. We have to go now, children. Hugo, help take care of our new Sancta friends, alright? Oh, yes, sister. Where did Senior Nurturer go? Did he stop caring about us? He just has to go handle a few things for a little while. Think about it. We don't know each other very well, so if he didn't promise me he'd come back, why would I agree to take care of you? Oh, you're right. Right. Would you like to hear the story of how the lost Haydn captured the Castle of Dreams? Or maybe how the Kashyyyk brought gold to marry the Princess of Gaul, but the gold turned to sandstorm, bearing Klingons? Huh? That's not what we learned in history class. They are not stories you'll hear in Laterano. I can tell them to you while we walk. Here, some bread from Patia. You haven't eaten since we got into the city. Making up the tall tales for children again, Nuede? I'm curious. The other Kukul can't treasure the knowledge in your heads as much as you do. I've never met another of my kind. If I can't turn that knowledge into stories for children with a little tweaking, then it means there's still some use for it. Otherwise, it will just be scattering of pale fragments in my mind. You have a surprisingly flexible mindset. Alright, are you disappointed? About what? You traveled all this way to Laterano, to your holy land, but it wasn't apples and fireworks that welcomed you, or a loving God of universal salvation. Instead, you've got the rampaging demons. I am disappointed, but not completely. Have I ever told you how I became a nun, Aurela? Please do. As you know, I wandered all around Bolivar from a young age. It wasn't hard to survive. My knowledge proved useful on that front. As for my parents, even if I forgot what they looked like, they still managed to fill my head with lots of things. But I couldn't understand the more complicated parts. They pointed to the black flow, the far edge of the sea, the depths of the dunes of gold, even the space beyond the stars. They spoke of race after race, secret after secret. Not a good fit for a place like Bolivar. Which is why I hate them, Aurela. Everything I took, everywhere I look, I see soldiers fighting over men and money, ultimately filing left and right, and Bolivarians caught in the crossfire. And all I had were pale fragments. Until I was 13, when I met a nun. A band of true Bolivarians, guerrillas, had robbed her. She was gravely injured, leaning against a rock and close to death. But then I got close. I could hear her singing. Her bandages had fused with her festering wounds. She must have been in so much pain in the final moments of her life, yet she was still so serene. It was a hymn, one that had always been in my mind, one that I had pored over in puzzlement countless times. Abode of the Lord, front of parental love. He punishes evil and drives out injustice. All shall bask in his love, whether they have scars or stones. Until that very moment, when some of those pale fragments took on color and form, we came together into something called Laterano. So you took up her habit. I did. Even if paradise is pure and spotless white, to me, it cannot compare to the very first time I heard that hymn. Good. Nueda, forget everything else. Take the kids, and follow that Patia girl. She looks like she knows her way around town. Alright, wait. You're staying at the Tower of Revelations? But the executor said, a long since fallen Sancta doesn't need to listen to a saint. The night we fled Bolivar, I told you why I wanted to come back. Revenge. I saw that old bastard through my scope just now. He's at the head of the pack. I won't let him go. But we all have our own obsessions when it comes to Laterano, Nueda. It's strange, seeing the Basilica devoid of people. Follow me, please, Arturia. Here it is. The pillars of scripture. Between these two pillars is a step engraved with the saints' travels. Press the halos of the saints' statues in the same order as listed on the slab. Then push the wall. I've reported to His Holiness here many times before, but I never noticed this hidden mechanism. Maybe because you have never doubted Laterano. I hope what you are about to see will not sway your fate. Oh? I'm looking forward to it already. And Ryan followed the Pope down here once. They had passed the buried bones of saints, past steles and statues showcasing their deeds, walked through thousands of years of Laterano before arriving at the end of history. But what? This actually has very Destiny vibes. This looks like inside the pyramid. Antoine suspects his memories are still in disarray. The former white of the corridor is gone, entirely replaced by the dour called Sheen of Iron. Statues of saints still line the path, but bizarrely, shaped lumps of machinery protrude from the walls, engulfing their arms, eyes, and legs. It seems like devils have had their way with our history. I thank you for your warning, Andrain. I would have been much more surprised otherwise. No, this place has changed. Andrain furrows his brow. Off in the distance, he sees a red light, blinking faintly. He knows what it is. Do you see that red light? That is where we are going, but we should only be seeing it much further down this corridor. Stay alert. A cloaked gun suddenly appears. Cloaked guard suddenly appears. The moment he sees Federico, he starts firing. There's no room for negotiation. Alert. Repeat, alert. Intruder sighted. Eliminating on sight. Oh. An ear-piercing siren begins to wail, as more and more guards fall into the trio's field of view. Their blurry visages hide beneath their cloaks, like spirits in shadow, while their halos shine all the more dazzling. The guards protecting the shrine of Nurtury in the dream are now here. This means they are in the right place. We are in the right place. Stand behind me. This isn't a dream. It's obviously still reality. So all the color has been erased. Priestess. It's quiet here. We won't be disturbed by all the commotion over there. She stands at the corner, looking out across the deadly silence, completely unguarded against you. But I don't like it, Mastiza. It's perhaps too quiet. But we have no other choice, do we? She's not limiting me, Doctor. I'm just not here. I can't guarantee I can hold her off, but I'll do my best. Relax, you're safe. I won't allow you to be disturbed by the chaos that these Sanctas caused. ... Why are you here? It doesn't matter, compared to what's currently on my mind. Entering attack mode. Sorry, Doctor. She might have shown up because of me. I never thought she'd catch on to me when I tried to access PCS. Did you cause this calamity? Calamity? I see only the evolution of a species. The pointless struggle of life. Everything happening in Laterano right now is precise product of PCS's autonomous derivations. All I did was recalibrate it beforehand, returning to its original purpose. Of course, it has adapted to the progress of the Originum project since. Speaking of progress, ours has slowed far behind projections, Mastiza. Original purpose? Good to know you haven't lost your curiosity. PCS was an experiment developed using bionics, though we were never able to understand its true nature. There was also the risk of it disrupting the subject's cognitive functions when used. But in the face of grim disaster, it was still brought into service ahead of schedule. It can reduce barriers to communication and strengthen the bonds between individuals, all while maintaining thinking abilities and personality. This offered many benefits to our soldiers and scientists. It has been gathering dust since it was left behind on Terra, but as you know, Mastiza, it is still far from operating to its full potential. What connection does it have to the Originum project? Don't get excited, Mastiza. I'll explain everything. However, your new companion seems like she has something to say to you. Bad news, Doctor. I can't find a way out of here. If her goal is still Originum, we might not be in Laterano anymore. This might be the future of Laterano? Huh? As keen an intuition as ever, but one that lacks basic knowledge. This is just a vision of a possible future I conjured up for you using the PCS system. No more time, no more color. A place locked in eternal stasis. It is rare for us to have chance to walk together, Mastiza. Come, leave behind these conflicts that have nothing to do with you. No, you're afraid I'll access the PCS system. I sense hate in your voice. I understand. Yeah. It's because of AMA 10, your cult seat. ... You left in such a hurry last time. You still have many doubts you have not yet cleared, while I have many conjectures I must confirm with you. Something's strange about the way she's acting. Her expression's different from when she was back on the deck. I could try an attack. Put away those talents. I respect that you have given yourself a name, monster, but I understand your fundamental underpinning better than you do. If you want AM810 back, I can help you, Mastiza. You know where to find me. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. I know that that's what you want to, monster. Don't get taken in by her, monster. This isn't her real body. You have always clung to the connection between matter and reality. Originum is the language we created, so naturally, I can use it to make my words heard by whoever I want. It is so for you, and it is so for that machine. In response to me, and it propagated, then created an even larger cake to perform a new round of calculations. The machine operated on its installed logic, seeking the continuation of itself and its community that has achieved emotional resonance. But in your haste, you decided that this was an error to be stopped, even though Sanctas regarded as a rejection from the law. Oh, wait. I see, I think. Follow me, Mastiza. Witness a true crisis with your own eyes. Every department of the Curia has its own offices. The Basilica is merely ceremonial. There should be no such complex space beneath it. We must perform one final round of testing. You said you went down a one-way passage before, right, Antoine? But we have changed direction 6 times, and now we are here again. 7, actually. 6 or 7 times? Crazy. We head back. Well, okay, it was not 6 or 7, it's 7, but they said 6 before. The 3 of them returned to their former position, a platform, one where the white of church blends with the black of machinery, wantonly streaked with red light emanating from the unknown source. Disorder, chaos, imbalance, danger. No matter if from an architecture or religious point of view, shape and structure here has lost all meaning. They cannot stop themselves from wondering if they are still in Laterano. Federico and Arturia stop walking at the same time. This is an exceedingly familiar experience. Before they met the Witch King, they wandered an infinite flight of stairs. There is no need to go any further. This is a derivative structure that did not originally exist. While I do not know the principles of process behind it, it has without a doubt warped space here. We are in an incomprehensible maze. He is preventing us from approaching. Who? The god of the Sancta, the answer to everything. Don't expose our position, Fede. I don't sense any human emotion coming from them. Are they really Sanctas, or are they machines here to tidy up the maze? They are most likely the same as the organisms above the ground. If ordinary Sanctas attack them, they will fall. The deeper we go, the more of them there are, and the stronger their empathy becomes. We beat back a wave of them, and that just draws in another. we'll end up completely overwhelmed. The procession is moving at a fast pace and will not need much time to arrive at the Basilica. It is highly unlikely Cardinal Lemon's team will be able to stop their advance completely. We must learn the entire truth about this calamity. We have wasted too much time already. Perhaps I may be of some use. You are severely wounded. I'll leave the patrols to the two of you. But when it comes to pathfinding, I happen to be rather good at that. Light gathers in Anduin's palm. Ours? This is small Anduin. Right? Thank you, Anduin. Yeah. You shouldn't go so far, Senor Jamie. I didn't see you all day. Only found you out. You came to the beach after asking around. I just wanted to find something to eat. Didn't think the sea folk would be this thick. Even if there wasn't any fog, pirates roam these parts. You shouldn't leave Rotsimera just because you feel like it. At least ask me to come with you next time. Alright. Speaking of, was that your arts just now? The fog was so dense, I couldn't even see my own shoes. I thought I'd be lost forever, but then a ray of light came by. I thought someone managed to repair the local lighthouse or something. No need to be so dramatic. I'm just glad I managed to help you. But, Anduin, I heard your people use guns, custom-made ones. Also heard your homeland, that place called Laterano, is a universal paradise. My home is Marea. I was born here and raised here, Senor Jamie. Let's go home. I'll carry the food. Kinda love the music here again. I say that often, but yeah. The light parts the dawn mist. And our query's line of sight is blocked. I will show you the way. Now's your chance, Fiammetta. Got them. Lemon, Mostima, sweep the battlefield. Understood, Captain. Not bad, Anduin. Keeping a trick up your sleeve like that. There's way too many bandits in this gang. Without your arts, we wouldn't have been able to resolve things this quickly. It's just unconscious reaction. It got me and others out of trouble a few times before I got my guarding gun. Without it, I would have been able to have been able to find Laterano. I nearly forgot you only got your gun the day before you joined the Pontifica cohorts, but you're pretty good with it. Can't tell you've never used it before. It's a part of Lateran's life, isn't it? I should be practiced with it. Besides, as I found out recently, guns and halos are what keeps Laterano invincible. It doesn't need this glimmer of mine. Talking about that stuff again, Anduin? Hahaha, sorry. This operation's gone pretty off the rails compared to the original plan from the Pontifica cohorts. Should we write up the details as is? Whatever. I'm sure you'll polish up the final report. But what about the places outside Laterano? How many Rocamareas, how many lonely islands are there beyond the reach of our fate? Of the fate? I cannot forget. I can see. Anduin? Is that what he saw? Is it Laterano or... No. These are no difference. There's no difference. If through the spiritual light, even the darkest stain can be cleansed. If with the pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out of the mud. Does that not mean there is no lonely island beyond the reach of the fate? Then why is that all I've seen, everyone I've known, couldn't be saved? There must be something missing, something I overlooked. A path. Not a power, nor a place, but simply a path. A path that leads from present torments to future salvation. If you can show me the future, then you must know the path that leads to it. Tell me, show it to me. The Colossus of Nothingness swims through gaps in space-time. It does not respond to Anduin. The details that the strange yet oh so real sight begins to wrap and flow with its silence, and everything is smeared with a thick layer of clouds. No. I need to know more. Can you hear what I'm saying, Anduin? Put that thing down. No, Lemon. You don't know what I saw. I can't stop here. Light bursts forth from Anduin's hand, like a plant rushing headlong into season, blooming as if about to wither. He wants to part the clouds. He wants to see the revelation in all clarity. He wants to grasp onto the possibility. From then on, once more that he set foot on a journey, bearing sin and evil upon his back, he guided foreign believers to Laterano, searching for an answer. But he had no time to share what he saw, the truth that nearly shook him to his core. He had walked so many paths, yet what was the one thing that remained constant? He will always remember that year, the year the salt wind buried his home, and the emotions he bore in the heart as he left Samaria. That was the starting point of his journey. The sound of the executor fighting the patrols do not stop. Anduin does not hold back as he casts his arts, an endless font of light flowing from his body, winding its way into the depths of the maze. Rather than a harsh light, it is gentle, perhaps even dim, like sunlight caressing a patch of autumn leaves, tracing the paths through which they fall. He asks himself, Pathfinder, where does this path end? Until finally, a glaring red light cuts off his arts. Once he saw this alongside Evangelista 11. Once he found himself shaken. The light is more icy, more piercing, more dangerous than before. Give me just a sec. Or multiple ones. Oh, okay. But Anduin does not close his eyes. He knows that Gold Machine is his lord, his god, the foundation of his fate. Anduin faces God. He does not turn away. He has sought and he has lost. He has pondered and he has doubted. A sharp pain runs through him. It only takes a moment for his vision to go dark, but at the same time, he hears God's answer. Well, interesting. Interpretation after. I would say, well, I have mixed feelings about Antoine, you know? But I guess I do like the guy. You know? Kinda cool. Yeah. I can only provide first aid right now. Antoine, unrestrained usage of luminescent origin arts has irreparably damaged your optic nerves. I do not have the ability to heal these injuries. Once conditions allow for it, you need medical treatment. Don't worry. The path ahead has already revealed itself. We don't need eyes to see the way. Follow the cursor running along the ground. The maze is too complex, and I cannot maintain my arts for very long. Let us go. It's here. Even if this is not the source of the calamity, what lies behind the door may be able to give us answers. Follow me, Arturia. But Eriko does not receive a response. Ever since he caught up with her outside the Shrine of Nursery, she has been exceedingly cooperative. But now, the black-haired Sancta stands several steps behind him, gracefully drawing her bow across her cello strings, with no intention of following him. I really do intend to escape this time, Fede. Antoine is hurt, and you're alone. There's no better opportunity than this, is there? We have arrived at the door of the truth, Arturia. You know that your actions lack meaning. Truth? Meaning? Perhaps. You really are the best of the executors, a walking lawbook. The first saint from outside the ranks of Pope, truly worthy of the codename Executor. Your rationality, your callousness, even the doubts you hold about these two traits of yours are all in service of the continuation of the law. If that is what the Holy City itself is, maybe you're the only one who can understand him. Haha. As for you, Senior Antoine, you'll have to forgive me. It was never part of my plan, but when you were using your arts earlier, I inadvertently touched upon the whispers of your hearts. It is complex, more complex than those of many people I know, but not particularly unusual. An overly inflexible melody leads them to all become adaptations of repetition of the same tune. They say, your beginning and your end both lie in Laterano. But you may find yourself alone at that point. I beg your pardon, if you have taken offense. Arturia, this offense you speak of, was it not a chance for me to perform different sort of confession? As for those last words of yours, I would rather treat them as a blessing. They stand as proof that I have reached the end. Oh, what an interesting answer. Arturia turns away. Cool art. Not everyone is so obsessed with the truth and meaning behind Laterano. At the very least, I'm not that interested. I got a little peek at him just now. Behind that door lies a machine, right? Yes. In that case, the answer is bound to be boring. Think back to our time in Zwillingstrume, Fede. A calamity of similar scale struck the city, and in the chaos, the people lost their way or struggled and raged. At the very moment, there are millions of hearts in Laterano that demand appreciation. If you turn away now, Arturia, it means you will have to face our enemies in the maze alone. You need someone to lure them away, don't you? Your patron firearm is lost. You have no way to defend yourself. Perhaps I can find a way to turn them into my audience? Don't worry about me, Fede. The Lateran did designate me a dangerous element. Situation assessment. High risk. Probability of survival. Low. Executor's decision. You may leave. Huh. Time waits for nobody, you two. If you don't plan on leaving yourselves, no need to see me off. Well then, farewell, my beloved little frater. All that pontificating just to say you want us to go help the Curia? Full marks for listening comprehension. No way. Eh? It's not our responsibility, Mostima. Half of the people here were kicked out of Laterano by the Curia in the first place. Maybe it was because they fell, or because of oripathy. As for the other half, they chose to leave Laterano, whether out of despair or doubt. Not that it really matters. Huh, then why come back now? Because our halo started acting weird and breaking. Is that so hard to understand? We're not a part of Laterano anymore. Alieni even. Doesn't matter if you chose to leave it or if you were forced to. We all cut our connections with the city. But even after all these years, its changes still affect us, and they just never stop. Spurziasime. Damn this stupid Halo, damn it. Sounds like there is no way to resolve all your complaints. Even if we got every notarial hall executor out here. That's why we came back, to settle things. Give me a sec. We'll probably do this. Well. Did I tell you to save anything? What? My sub-story is that I fell during the accident in the line of duty. After that, I became a legatus. Mostly so I didn't have to stay in Laterano all the time. I'm 100% alienist too. There's no one else who understands you better right now, Amici. Maybe the glitchy halos got you seeing Laterano in an extra bad light, spurring you to come back. If you came back out of hate or pain or despair, then you'd best come with me to block that procession. Because the people who caused that hate, the pain, the despair, they're in that crowd over there. Go ahead, use bullets, explosive, whatever. Get your revenge however you like. Just make sure to give them a hard time. You're all talk, Mostima. Drat, you found me out. But something's gotta be done. Besides, you're already here, aren't you? Hey, Nueda. Yes? Keep going down this alley, then find an empty house to hole up in. That's not a good idea for a lone nun and a bunch of kids to run around the place. This place is a decent distance from where the procession's headed. Monsters probably won't come running here. Are you and your friends also going to help save Laterano, Patia? Huh. Us Pathfinders aren't that noble. But our leader's chosen to wade into the depths of this disaster. We can't exactly sit back and watch, can we? He told us the place he was going wasn't suited for numbers, so we'll do what we can out here. As for you, sister, I will protect the children, no matter if they are from Laterano or Bolivia. Right, well, we'll be taking another short break before we continue. And I'll be right back. Hey, I have returned. Fervent prayer. These freaks started chittering like mad the moment the tower's bell stopped ringing. It's pissing me off. I actually just remembered something I wanted to do. Give me another, like, few minutes. Well, okay, probably not minutes, like 1 minute probably. Be right back. Sorry. Hello, I'm back. I kinda, plan to eat after the stream, and I realized I should probably take the bread out of the freezer if I want to eat it. Yeah. So I plan to do that. Well, no, I already did that. I did take it out of the freezer, but I didn't eat it yet. I'll only eat it for probably, 2+ hours. I'm guessing. These freaks... Oh yeah, I read that. I don't care about your sales pitches. I don't want a stupid Halo. Fervent prayers. I swear, these facts just keep coming and coming. You've got 3 seconds to get out of there, Fiametta. 3 seconds? Hey, how am I... That's not too much time. How was that? Got you in the nick of time. Do you think everyone can go as fast as you or something? Never mind. The situation up ahead is a complete mess. Even the Tower of Revelation's bell has gone silent. We've lost Pagus Excelsia. There'll be an Pagus Michaelion soon. If that monster can flatten one of our barricades with a single stomp, I don't think the Notarial Hall's defenses will be much use. Blocking them's no good. If we can't use more destructive methods, we might not be able to slow them down at all. Agreed. Oh, where's your reinforcements? Let's get moving, Amici. I'm sure you have all been to Michaelion before. Might have been for the firearms workshop, might have been for the Notarial Hall. The last thing many of you fallen angels did before getting kicked out of Laterano was probably handing over your guardian gun to the authorities. Then you would have seen those gun-toting statues around the doors of every workshop. Come to think of it, the Notarial Hall's got a pair of cannons at theirs. Wait, we don't have the right permission to get those statues to fire. That's something for Lemon to solve. Alright, get those statues knocked over and their guns pointed at the street. Let's make up for all those gunshots we haven't heard over the years. Holy smokes, your skin can't stop bullets? Talk about thick-skinned. Man, an entire volley didn't even scratch you. Last time I felt like this, I was gaming with the boss. He went around back and cranked the difficulty up to max. Couldn't clear it even after spending all night on it. Sure was discouraging. Discouraging? Hardly. When I see what I see in your attitude and emotions are unaffected by the shattering of your halo. Stand atop my shoulder, child. Huh? From the Tower of Revelations to the notarial hall in Pagus Michaelion, every lamp along the road has lit up. Our newborn comrades are bringing light to the city, little by little. Like our journey countless eons ago. For the sake of true paradise, we crossed treacherous ravines and traversed barren wastes, searching for the slumbering silver mounds. The only difference is that this time, we are certain he is there. Salvation is our inevitable endpoint. Laterano shall never fall into night. To move onward is the only choice this city has now. Yet you still wish to resist an entire procession, an entire race, an entire city by yourself? Ah, I finally get to hear life's most relaxing sound. Now this is Laterano. Say, if I really am on my own, then where's that explosion come from? I might not know who I'm fighting alongside, but I'll leave the monster hunting to them. As for what I'm gonna do... monster hunting to them. As for what I'm gonna do, sometimes, you know, I just don't read like commas. Or periods. I might know who I'm fighting alongside, but I'll leave the monster hunting to... Oh. I'm gonna keep you company the whole way through. What exactly is Calamity? What exactly is the future? And why exactly do you decide that you're doing salvation, or the only choice? Going to help her? No need. She's just dealing with a stubborn child. Who's stopping the procession from advancing. Most of my Fiammetta have banded together with a group of fresh returnees. As for Anduin and Federico, we don't know where their group are. Yeah. Once more must I stand against those I hold dear. No, you don't have to. You don't must. You chose to. Life is such a fickle thing. Reverend Patrician? Just focus on your own work, Veliv. I've managed to build a rapport with an enlightened creatures. And I've shown them our route. Our empathies become stronger and more distinct. Almost like it's not even empathy anymore. If it's as the matriarch, no, the saint said, then this is what empathy should really be. Which means that she showed us before... What she showed us before was true. Comet really does exist, and only through these extreme methods can Laterano be saved. But right now... The dream has collapsed, after all. This chaos is only temporary. Continue onward. We can no longer be stopped. We must ensure the saints reach the Basilica. That way she can continue with the nativity after it was so rudely interrupted. We will have time to make an even better Laterano, to take care of everything that stands in our way. Bzz, bzz, bzz. What is it? It's been a while. You old bastard. You'd best stop right there. I have your throat in my sights. A while indeed, Aurela. In the deepest depths of the basilica, at the end of the labyrinth, the final door opens wide for Federico and Antoine. Behind the door, a gold machine shaped like a ring sits on the dead center of a platform. A strange red glare seeps out of its innards, sweeping across every inch of the room, accompanied by an audible buzzing. Sure signs of calculation. Your Holiness. Beneath the platform, the old man stands in silence. He stands with his eyes shut tight, his robes covered in a thick layer of dust. There is no reaction as the pair approach, not the slightest hint of movement from him, as if he were an unseeing, unhearing rock. But his cracked, peeling lips still quiver. He mumbles to himself, yet cannot utter a single sound. The sitting Pope, Evangelista 11, stands silently before God. Clear signs of aphasia and neurodegeneration. A preliminary judgment. His Holiness's body and mind are on the brink of collapse. But the dream covering the city has crumbled. Why is he not awake? Maybe he came for the same reason we did. He just hasn't found the answer he's looking for yet. Interactive Simulation 31. Failed. Prior emergency response mechanism. Expired. Retrieving suitable list of names. Evangelista 11. Expanded. Federico Giallo. Andrain Agatcangelos. Signal stable. Judgment. Able to assist in bringing the transfiguration to completion. Suitable. Does it have something to do with your title of saint? But why me then? Suitable candidates are particular individuals situated on the edge of the calculation model, required as samples for participation in interactive simulation to verify model integrity. His Holiness discussed my sainthood with me several times, but he never elaborated on the details. Perhaps he was also unsure as to what the true duties of a saint are. But the law sees us as suitable candidates, entrusting us with a specific duty. Then saints or not, we are now responsible for it. Interactive Simulation Authorization released. Bottom level data region authorization released. PCS authorization released. Permission to enter granted. Federico Giallo, Andrain Agatcongelos. PCS will synchronize any necessary prerequisite information with you. Now, approach. The machine voice echoes around the room. It is a steady, unwavering, untarnished by emotion or gender, yet it still contains an indescribable sense of might and authority. Now that I've come this far, do I seek answers from him? Maybe he seeks answers from you, since we are particular individuals, his samples. Situation assessment, unknown. Risk assessment, unknown. Executor's decision, we proceed. The two Sanctas walk side by side past Evangelista 11, towards the gold machine, towards two shining ports. Oh, okay. That one was kind of short, or did it just feel that way? birth. There is no complicated ceremony, no tedious process to undergo. Federico looks at the frigid information board. All it takes is a flicker of his halo to reveal an infinity of sights. Halos can transfer this much information this quickly. Neither medical texts nor ancient scripture have ever described this phenomenon. From antiquity, halos have only ever transferred simple emotions through the process we call empathy. Why is that? Interaction target information, handling capacity insufficient, pre-interaction information conversation required. Conversion, not conversation. Performing information conversion during interaction may cause damage to information processor or interaction target, leading to temporary and or permanent disability. Andrine Agathengelos is currently in this condition. Federico looks to his side. Andrine is slammed to the floor in dismay. His eyes clouded. Dried rivulets of blood frame his features in a worrying manner. For a moment, he struggles to lift his head, once more pointing his halo at the point. And once more, he feebly hangs his head. Androin, according to this machine, or rather, the law, you cannot handle any further information. And your prior overuse of Originium Arts has already been an adverse effect on your body. You are to stop attempting to access the machine immediately, before you cause permanent damage to yourself. Oh, shit. More information? No, I still haven't seen anything. I still don't know anything. But it should not be. Why? Those past 10 years, all this suffering, all these sins, was it all just to meet with the silent god? I can't stop here, Federico. Once more, Andrine Agathengelos stubbornly raises his halo towards the machine. The child. Is this yet another dream? It's not. The law would not construct a dreamscape for you alone. Federico chose to communicate with the law in its own language, while you cannot understand it, nor are you willing to accept such an impersonal tongue. It is you who, word by word, line by line, translated this language into what we see now. If this is not a dream, then why are you still alive? Because you wanted me to live, nurturer. I set off that bomb myself. You were there. Not only did you want me to live, you had great expectations of me. You hoped I would live a happy life. You hoped I would break through the dome of the Shrine of Nurturing, that I would fly up and touch the sky. You hoped to see my feathers shine in the sunlight, to see my talons clasp frolicking mass beast. You looked up at the tallest tree of Terra on the intercity net, didn't you? You thought that since I'm an arbor beast, I would much rather climb a real tree than comfort bells. I did. Atop the mountains, Asami and amidst the forests of Bolivar, there are great trees straight out of legend, stouter than the Tower of Revelations, taller than the Basilica. I really did think about bringing you to see them, one or on the net. I saw other arbor beasts up in the canopy crying out to the sun. I wanted to see you cry out of carefree joy, just like them. Where did things go wrong from here? When did you stop treating me as a real life? You know, don't you? The funeral. My mother's funeral. No matter. Come with me. This time, we shall leave behind no regrets. What do you mean? Is the funeral still going on? The funeral shall never end. Hey, Lyra! Thanks for the raid. How are you doing? What were you streaming? What the weird time for a Lyra stream, huh? What's that about, Yeah, I still haven't finished Willing through my... Ah, so you were doing more Arknights, but still not finished Willing through my... Damn. Slow. But it's peak. Yeah, I get the feeling because Master's Travels is kind of a peak as well. You know? Finished the dance next time for sure. Yeah. That means there's only like the epilogue, right? So that should be quick. What did you think about the boss then? Vienna is the goat while not being the goat. Yeah. What's up with my... Oh, okay. It was just not loading properly. Weird. Yeah. Yeah, I'm currently at MT10, so you know, pretty close to the end as well. The boss was revealed and the trials for Navigator already spoiled it, so... Oh, did it? Well, now you spoiled me that Trials of Navigator have that boss. So... But yeah, I do kinda agree. The boss only took me like 4 attempts. Well, normally, you know, if I run with my standard team, it normally takes longer to kill bosses. I'm like, every time I start a side story, I'm like dreading to fight the boss. Okay, not the dreading, but like, you know, I'm basically going into it with the thought, yes, this will probably take an hour at least. And the Witch King, you know, the fucking strongest caster, you know, the fucking strongest caster. Kinda didn't. It was kinda easy. Well, I'm curious when I will fight the other boss in Trial 4. Oh, I see. I heard that apparently a lot of the bosses are from some other mode, not from the main story. What was it? RA, Reclamation Algorithm. It's very common that anniversary bosses end up being particularly easy in the normal story progression because they go all out on the final SCM version. That makes sense, yeah, that does make sense, kinda, I guess. But yeah. You know, I think you realize, Lyra. Kind of a big spoilers. Yes, exactly, you do realize. But yes, I will run now. Have fun. Thank you. See you later. Possibly, maybe we'll play Destiny. Who knows? Maybe we won't. Actually, but Lyra, are you already gone? Do you plan to stream later, like, again? I don't know. I admittedly did not check your schedule, but I know that on Wednesday, you just... You know... sorry, not Wednesday. It's not Wednesday. What am I talking about? On Sundays, you stream later. Lyra schedules. Wait, this is an old schedule. Oh, okay. Damn. No Lyra schedule? Not that it matters that much. But yeah. I guess she might be planning to do another stream later. The final version of the Masters Travels boss is literally 3 times longer than even before you include the boosted stats. Interesting. I'm excited. Well, I guess I will just see. The funeral shall never end. Sorry, I was like checking a thing on Discord after checking Lara's schedule. He's unresponsive. They are planning, you know, my clanmates are planning to do the Destiny 2 Pantheon. I will just keep talking about Destiny often, you know, these days, until I drop the game again, which will probably inevitably happen. But I want to enjoy it while I'm enjoying it. But yeah, they're like planning, and I'll just kind of see if I can join or not, because I'm not sure. Well, I should have time. It's more like how I feel, you know. He's unresponsive. I should have time. I should clarify. I should. Maybe I won't, but I should. He's suffering from the same condition as the Pope. Negative. Android Argent is still unsuitable and is currently pre-processing information. Federico Giallo. Prerequisite information synchronization complete. Now, assist bringing the transfiguration to completion. Federico has expressed doubt, has even been shaken by the past events, but he has never once questioned the law. After all, saints implement the law, while executors enforce it, as is right and good. But now, facing the law itself, he feels only confusion. I still have doubts. The ultimate purpose of the law is to grant halos to all organic and inorganic matter. This I know. But choosing the Summit of Nations as the method of achieving this is the decree of the law? Affirmative. It's far too ineffective, and its feasibility is questionable. The summit was meant to fund a Theravite religion, something unprecedented in the civilization history of this land. More proposals, negotiations, and revelations for miracles will be insufficient to achieve this. Not to mention that, according to the information I just received, the moment the very first Sancta received their halos, they abandoned their TCAS mission without the slightest hesitation. If my understanding of the halo is correct, bestowing one of an individual is completely unrelated to their fate. The Summit of Nations, the Nativity, these may both be based on an unnecessary procession. Oh, shit, I just read words that are not in the fucking game. I must confirm, what is the true nature of the halo? And what is the law, or rather your self-designation of PCS? PCS, Personality and Cognition Synchronization System. That confirms it. My understanding is correct. Since the law is able to synchronize personalities and knowledge, why not simply synchronize everything directly? First Circumstellar Habitable Zone Autonomous Technology Operation Convention. The synchronization or revision of personality or cognition must be initiated by the target accepting said synchronization or revision. Convention, a form of regulation. Is that law restricted by any other regulations? Who established this convention? What mechanism ensures it is followed? The ability to enforce this convention no longer exists. A regulation that nobody can enforce is pointless. A law unrestricted by this regulation should be able to ignore principles and break taboos. Which means I still require an answer. Why were halos used only for empathy before all this? The answer I obtained earlier was that a majority of humans rationally are unable to withstand the direct transmission of information via halo. But using emotion as the vector of information transfer is even more vague and inefficient, while also being greater burden on the receiver. Is there a possibility that the issue isn't people lacking the ability to receive information, but rather... Federico pauses for a moment. But rather, that emotion blocks their ability to process this information. Okay, actually. Is the music like really quiet, by the way? Is it just me? No, I think it's really quiet. It kinda still is, but I like made it louder. Right, okay. If the law that regulates everything one is a system, a machine, why does he choose to retain humanity's emotion? Why retain our humanity? We've been walking a very long time now. We have only just started. Normally a man would hope for his journey to be a little longer. But nothing's changing as we walk. Patience. You'll be seeing something familiar very soon. As if in response to the Arbor Beast's words, a shabby cart bearing a tin coffin shudders as it passes by the side of the road, the wind playing a mournful dirge as it blows across the coffin lid. Oh, sorry, just give me another second. That coffin, I've seen it before. Sarkaz, they called hero, was burned in it. I've told many people this story. I still remember that he gave up his life to save everyone in town. Even though before he did so, he was a dirty, filthy drunkard, spurred by all. You didn't stay in the village for very long. You never knew that whenever he drank, he would go about the house in turn, vomiting all over their doors, all while never paying his debts. Even if he had borrowed the life savings of others, people would scream things like moron and lowlife at him. But in his eyes, he was getting off lightly. When you told this story to the children, did you ever wonder why he so abruptly decided to do such a noble deed that night? A deed that the likes of which he had never done before in his entire life? Never figured out why. Perhaps he had undergone an endless bout of inner struggle and self-questioning. Or maybe it was just the urge for the bit of goodwill he couldn't shake. All I know is that he didn't do it to be a hero. He died, after all. Doesn't matter if we sing his praises, look at him with scorn, or even forget about him. None of that changes anything about him anymore. Those only have meaning for the living. True, good or bad, reputation is beyond the care of the dead. But isn't the process of going to your death also part of life? Those who do not fear death can do the most hideous things. During their most carefree of days, rare is the man who will stop to examine himself, for his eyes are fixed on the future filled with limitless possibility. But there will come a day that the fog of death embashes him, a fog that cannot be thrown off no matter how he struggles. And there will come a day that he will, in exhaustion, accept the fact that the remainder of his time will be his journey to the afterlife. From that moment onwards, to live is to approach death. That rainy night, that dirty, filthy sarcasm rancored, when he saw that coffin atop the cart and the figure at the town gates. He knew that was his one and only chance to approach death with some dignity. To him, it was not vanity, but relief. Perhaps so, but there are always people who do not look towards their deaths. Are there? Not you, at the very least. Otherwise, you would not value a funeral so. You once told me, all earnestness, that my mother gave the last of her strength to me. You cared if she died with love in her heart. You went out of your way to arrange a funeral for her at the Ecclesia Requietum. You cared if she received a proper burial. You even cared if we were feeling sad enough at her funeral. How could you not care about how you will face your own death? I have my path to walk. I've never thought about when death will come for me, or how I should greet it as I follow my path. Because you still believe your path has meaning. A muddled bray overcomes the arbor beast's shrill voice. A sinister monster bearing sharp horns and claws creeps along a faraway ridge atop a mountain. Behind it, several dozen monsters of similar physique jostle against each other, groveling as they do so, restlessly following behind their leader. This is the revelation. Through the spiritual light, even the darkest stain can be cleansed. With a pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out of the mud. They have no halos above their heads, yet they still walk towards a future where all can be saved. I must go. I must see what road they follow. But you're about to go to the funeral with me, aren't you? You want to make up for past regrets, right past wrongs, to look upon me as truly alive once again, to give me the happy life I deserve. Is that not so? But you said the funeral will never end. If it's just a momentary distraction, I must go. No need to explain yourself. This is how we've always been, always losing yourself in the search, always eager to sacrifice. So go. Go see what you're searching for truly is. At the end of the Trail of Thorns, the Pathfinder stumbles his way towards revelation. But time overtakes them. Before his eyes, the pack of fearsome monsters sprout halos and wings of light, like newborns beastling, dazzling in their brilliance. The pack leader no longer creeps along the ground. She stands, her jet-black skin peeling away, fluttering through the air like snowflakes. With every step she takes, her form becomes clearer, until Anduin recognizes her from behind. It is a sight he can never forget. Cap? That's Cap? Why? Oh, Cap. Olatrane meaning hollow stone. A stone-bound law. The first saint of Laterano, who named herself after her encounter with the law. However, this ancient name she gave herself has been buried deep within the annals of history, alongside her true face. So the future I worked so hard to find, that future where all are saved, was just a past deliberately buried. It was just the road we came in on. Always losing yourself in the search, always eager to sacrifice. You did not stop at sacrificing yourself. You sacrificed Lemon. You sacrificed Mostima and Fiammetta. You sacrificed your brothers and sisters of the Pathfinders. You sacrificed me. And all this time, you never even knew where this path paved with sacrifice led. All you had was blind faith. Tell me, Nurturer, do you want to save everyone? Or do you think only of consoling yourself? A similar tale to the Sarkast Drunkard, isn't it? Your so-called path is merely your one and only chance to approach death with some dignity. You think only of saving yourself. No matter, I can offer you even greater salvation. Look, we have arrived at the burial ground. Oh no. It's a rhombus. However, this is not only my mother's funeral, and it is not only yours either. Rather, it's the funeral of all things. Let's not have that one. Let's not bury all things. This place is kinda scary, Doctor. No signs of life. You look at the figure ahead of you. Not too close, yet not too far away. She calmly records all the data worth recording wherever she goes. Occasionally, she will stop somewhere, furrowing her brow without saying a word. Can you confirm visitation, monster? I tried to reconnect to the machine, but all the parts have been blocked. We can infer that she still possesses some degree of control over our current predicament. Sorry, Doctor. I'm just as confused as you are. Basically, we're trapped. Strange thing is that she doesn't seem like she'll do anything to us. It's like she cares more about gathering that data I can't understand. Is there a possibility, Doctor, that she can't do anything to us? Do you see these ever-changing buildings around us? The city known as Laterano is currently experiencing dramatic upheaval, and traces of the damage it has taken will occasionally be mapped into here. Changes in information in reality should not be overwritten data inside Originium, This plan still has flaws. The Sancta in the city. I see there's still a great deal of misunderstanding between us, Mastiza. I believe I can now answer your prior questions. The ones pertaining to the precious result we managed to obtain, alongside the shared version pieced together by the countless many. Right now, under my instruction, PCS is reaching its theoretical operational capacity. This means it is able to include even more targets at the same language system, far beyond an army of a research team, but rather multitude of races. Through this connection can be strengthened, barriers can be broken, differences can be eliminated. That is not such a bad thing. Not the Sancta, not all for all life on Terra. You are sounding like some kind of advocate for interracial harmony. I can deny that, though we would benefit as well, of course. I can calibrate PCS to churn out soldiers or scientists we can order about. Such a plan would collapse at the slightest hint of true disaster. Originum is our only solution. Needlessly complex biological information will only serve to slow its progress, but PCS has the ability to unify the races into an integrated whole. It can merge the countless lives of Terra into a singular race, who will pave the way for the expansion of Originum. As for whether this unified race can still be considered Sancta, I don't particularly care. Seems PCS is rather set on this outcome, going so far as to autonomously perform many unnecessary interferences for it to come to pass. Should not have this degree of independence, perhaps a side effect of the sudden increase in throughput, or the abnormality caused by its long period of disuse. If you have the chance, we have spent some time looking into it as a fun diversion. But not right now. ... I really don't think she's hiding anything, Doctor. Hiding? Rather than allowing you to fall around and break my samples, Mastiza, I think it would be better if I showed you around personally, just like old times. The woman reaches her hand out towards you. What's she thinking? She retracts her hand, then turns to continue onwards. Yeah, I'm not really into hand-holding, honestly. None of this will stop, Mastiza. Aren't you interested to see the ultimate outcome? ... Cool art. She knew you would follow her. Something's wrong, Doctor. I recorded the route we followed to come here. From the Shrine of Nurture to the Tower of Revelations. Then to the Notarial Hall in Pagus Michaelion, which means the Sunset Chapel is up ahead. Federico mentioned this route to me once during a chat. It's the route the monsters are following to gather up. And then there's those unusual scenes of destruction around us. They keep being mapped into here, which means the chaos in Laterano is still ongoing. We have been walking alongside them in a whole different dimension. The moment you become cognizant of this, you see a stillness in the city begin to break. Motion blossoms across the scene in stutter, freeze frames. Battle, explosions, prayer, chanting. You see Exusiae. You see that hallowed monster city. You cannot tell if the scene has arisen because of your presence, or if she has deigned to allow you to see it. You should be able to clear your thoughts this way, in a safer manner. The place you seek is ahead, the location of PCS, as well as the destination of the Sancta Pilgrims. The countdown has begun, Mastiza. Seriously? Not even time for a breather? Keep it quick, Fiammetta. I'll cover you while you're reloading. What's with the look? We have fought together before. It's not easy to forget how you do things. Gracias. Hey Mostima, mind explaining to me what the hell just happened? I was kicking a monster's ass when I stepped in one of those weird life battles on accident and... Slowly there, my boots sprouted a halo out of nowhere. It's one of the Shrine of Nurture's rejections. If you don't feel like being turned into stuff your brain can even process, you stay away from it. And how are we supposed to do that? It's spreading way too quick. It will kick us out of Pagus Saint Marcel before that pack of monsters even gets here. None of us can stick around to play defense at that point. We have stuffed a big pipe organ in the Sunset Chapel full of explosives. Our friends from Let Canyon added some self-igniting enchantment on top of it. Even if nobody's around, it should still be able to blow these freaks off to Kingdom Come. One thing used to play the dirge for the city-wide memorial service? That's the one. Sweet. It's had to listen to hundreds of years worth of rage and sobbing. It's time to play something with a bit more pep. Let's get out of here, Patia. Our spent shells have started getting halos. The Tower of Revelations in Pagus Excelsia and the Notarial Hall in Pagus Michaelion have been lost. The Sunset Chapel in Pagus Saint Marcel is the last stop before they reach the Basilica. If our bombs don't stop them, then we really are screwed. If Federico and Antoine were right, and the procession really is headed for the Basilica, I think it's too early to throw in the towel. I've been legatus for a long time now, so I've got experience with getting places quickly. If we can stop them from rushing right over, then why not just remove their destination? Look, Mostima, there's a big difference between blowing up a pipe organ and incinerating the entire Basilica. Hey, if Boost and Sancta can both have halos, I don't think there's that big a difference between the organ and the Basilica. Fine, you're right. Since we can't block or kill that giant monster, we can't at least think of a way to make the road not exist anymore. We'll never be able to reach her destination. You sure we are talking about the same thing here? Let's go. Withdraw to the plaza in front of the Basilica. Okay, I guess, since scene change, it's a good way to take a break. Will actually be a bit of a longer break, since I'm quite hungry. Normally I'm able to hold myself before the end of the stream, but I'm feeling quite hungry. I did have somewhat a small lunch, at least compared to what I'm used to. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a longer break, still a short one though. Be right back. Hey, I'm back. Had a nice little snack. Still, want to obviously eat after the stream, so didn't eat anything that much big. But yeah. Sniffle, sob. What's wrong, Romya? Oh, stop crying. You're giving me a headache. Don't be like that, Hugo. This is, by the way, not a complaint, this is like a very good side story, so, I don't want it to end, but it's definitely taking longer than I expected a little bit. I thought we will be like completely fine finishing this in like 6 hours, since I did the larger half yesterday, of 2 days ago. I mean, probably there's just more text in the later half, probably. Like, I did larger half, as in, like, the number of stages, right? That makes sense, that makes sense. So yeah, but I'm fully, like, ready to do a longer stream today. That works for me. Oh, why do we need to take care of these crybabies, sister? Can we leave Laterano? This place isn't anything like what Aurela said. Not as nice, right? Yeah, I think so too. So we should be glad we came to see for ourselves. Otherwise how would we have known Aurela lied to us? We're rather lucky. We're rather lucky this time, weren't we? Once Aurela comes back, we should give her a good talking to. Right, sister. Let's continue with the story, children. Shakes it. I'm scared. No need to be afraid. Listen, we can still hear the bells, right? The bells of the holy city will protect us. Sobs. But those sounds are so loud and scary. Hugo, Giselle, do you still hear them as well? Do you hear them as well? Shakes head. Neda gathers the children to her side as best as she can. She takes note to the fear twisting the faces of the Sancta children, their halos flickering like mad. Is it empathy? That monster's empathy, the procession's empathy, an entire city's worth of empathy. So, we are so far away and yet all Neda can do is stay silent. She's no Sancta. What she is dealing with is not a gang of Singa's mercenaries. The complex and mysterious knowledge floating around in her mind is of no use. She cannot even say how she got to this point. Think quick, Kukulkan. What can you do to calm down the children who followed you all the way from Bolivar, to console the children who had just been plucked from a terrifying dream? At the very least, allow them to feel a modicum of tranquility. Pretty art. East of La Unidad. Laterano, holy city of white. Romya, it's a hymn. Senor Nusher taught it to us. Sister Nueda? You all know the words, right? There the earth hides no bones. There the fields share wheat with most bright. Abode of our Lord, font of parental love. He hears our prayers, he grants our wishes. All shall bask in his love. The Kukulkan tries things back to the past. The greyly wounded nun closes herself off from the world as she sang, until pain and night melted away into her song. The Kukulkan sings once more, the song she has sung 100,000 times before. It no longer matters who wrote it, or if Laterano within it will answer. She does all she can to calm her nerves, so that she can sing in tune. Slowly, the voices of the children join the chorus, echoing out from the room, blending with the distant bells to form a radiant glow. All shall bask in his love. At the very last, they still have this song. It might be of no use, but at least Rita reaches under the hem of her habit, holding her eggs tight. Reverend? I can ask our blessed companions to sniff out her position. There was a time when, with the gun knight armor and custom rifle, she would break the Guardian gun kill record over and over. Finding her will take time. The procession can wait, Velev. Focus on your work. I'll handle this myself. It's been 10 years. I'm surprised this private frequency still works. I wanted to ask the folks of Natural Halt to delete it a long time ago, but I keep forgetting. Guess I've gotten old, haha. The real surprise is you, Aurela. Why didn't you take off your armor when you left Laterano? Without it, how am I supposed to settle things with you, Magister? Huh, you really hate me, don't you? It seems the Saint was right. The best motivators for the Erari to return to the Holy City are hatred and loathing. Heh. So you're saying this mysterious fall that affected all of Terra brought out their bad side? That might be so for others, but for me, you know better than anyone else. Naturally. I will never forget what you did to me. In that nomadic monastery, you wounded me yourself, reached the Curia's banishment, ordered to me yourself. You took everything away from me, yourself. You committed mortal sins. Your punishment was pretty light, given the circumstances. I am responsible for your situation. Aurela, your achievements earning you a commendation from the Pope himself. You are such a spirited young thing. I was convinced you would become the greatest gun knight in history. But all I taught you was how to control that cumbersome armor and master your complicated gun. I never helped you with your temper, so you could truly live the Lateran life. And in the end, you took that final step, just as I had predicted. Am I supposed to thank you for worrying about my character flaws? Just because of it, you never approved of me and Amos. You even refused to come to our wedding, even though I had hoped to get your blessing. Maybe we should have a proper talk about all this. One way or another, you have returned. Will you come to my side, child? My people will not refuse you, if you join the procession. What? Want to give me give a sinner like me another chance in the name of Laterano? No, nothing so lofty. The Erari are still of Laterano, that is all. In a better Laterano, everyone will find their place and play their part. There will be more foundational, more profound connections between us all. No matter who you are, no matter what you have done, the Holy City will mend your halo and fix the flaws you were born with. When that time comes, all our pain and regrets will be healed in turn. No thanks. Aurela. Listen, old man. I hate how self-righteous you are. I hate how weak Amos was. I hate how inflexible the Curia is. I hate Laterano's stupid garbage about harmony. I hate how cold this paradise is. I never forgot this hate, even over 10 years in Bolivar. Even though my halo's shattered, even though I was trapped in the dirt, I never once doubted that I would return. Even when I was enthusiastic and wet behind the ears, I never felt as sure as myself as I do now. This is my connection with Laterano. This is my fate. Your student turned out to be a cruel, vicious, selfish soul. Even if she hadn't fallen, she was still no angel. Tell me, old man, this Petrel Laterano of yours, if it will let in someone who was born evil, does it deserve to be called paradise? Or are you unsure about that too? Question time's over. You have been trying to get a beat on me all this time. Failed? You have actually gotten better since you left, Aurela. Oh, come on. Really? Lockhart tree, but these new glasses Vanny got me turned out really clear. Welp. Sag. Did like that guy. The saint drags her massive body along as she walks at the head of the procession. The sancta named Lemuel jumps around, pulling out gun after gun like prestidigitation, raining a hail of gunfire onto her quarry. But the saint barely even spares her a glance. Her halo shimmers, and despite the great distance separating them, Patrizion still hears her voice with perfect clarity. Their empathy is growing stronger, which means their long journey approaches its end. Allow our other cohorts to take care of your friend's remains, Patrizion. We do not need to mourn him. Your beatitude. Do you still remember that arbor beast fledgling? If we reach our destination, Laterano shall recreate the miracle of life once more. Every miracle freely performed. You mean... And so, we move onwards. The grand procession passes statues after statue, workshop after workshop. The city grows brighter, step by step, pace by pace. Patrizion walks forward in silence. Stop. A young gunsmith's apprentice walks against the flow of people, stopping in front of Patrizion. Vanini stares down the gun knight, many times taller than her. She raises her gun against him. The crowd spats around them, but none look towards them. Vanini bites her lip, doing her best to stop her hand from trembling. Ah, you are his apprentice, yes? Magister Pagnini, where is he? He warned me, so in the dream I hid in the workshop. After I awoke, I still hesitated for so long. Right now, you're scary. Laterano scary. I don't know what's going on. I don't even have a patron firearm. But I can't just hide and wait. So you made yourself that gun and came to stop me? That's very brave of you. But do you see this procession, my child? We will birth a miracle, one that nearly all Laterans will be a part of. It is not scary. Masses travels? Yes. Hello, AJL, hope you're having a good day. Shakes head. That's nothing to do with me. I'm not very good with words. I couldn't think of any worse ones. Magister Paganini was my only family. My only connection to Laterano. Your only connection, huh? Bug, you never got the Halo in the dream. So why did you join the procession? To find a chance to kill you, obviously. Well, you didn't do very well. The sniper, your old student. Tragic, isn't it? Worse than when Gia left. Sorry, that was my Discord sound. You still going to listen to that monster? Going to keep protecting the ground on this walk? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The Laterano of 50 years ago forced you to banish an infected Liberi. The Laterano of 10 years ago forced you to banish a fallen gun knight. Even your granddaughter is far too stubborn and opinionated. Who knows if someday she too will. So you hope for a better Laterano? You want to be like a doctor who becomes a miracle worker, able to treat oripathy, able to fix personality flaws, able to make everyone accept one another. No questions asked. That way, no more sad farewells like you have suffered through before. You're a coward, through and through, Patrician. Farewells are like melted ice cream and worn out guns. Doesn't matter what you do, it's bound to happen, right? Even if you can't stop them from happening, you can still give your well wishes. A simple goodbye is all you need. It's not like you have a speech impediment like Vanini. Is it so hard to find a way to shed some of your regret? Enough talk. Just hang on. Hang on, my feathery ass. This is a bullet that can cut right through Arknights' armor. Don't touch me. Let me finish. Otherwise I'll step into the grave that much quicker. Oh, alright then. What's with the tone? Don't even think about getting sentimental on me, Patrician. Why do you think I saved you? Don't jabber at me about calamity or crisis, or what path Laterano should take. If the city reality really is going to be destroyed, surely we can do more than just leave it to some monster from beyond our nightmares that sprang out of nowhere. Aurela, Fiammetta, all those other Laterans, you know. Are these connections that weak to you? You're a gun knight, you stulta. The best gun knight in all of Laterano. Paganini gets more intense the more he rambles, but his voice grows quieter by the second. Patrician holds his old friend tight, feeling the warmth slowly drain out of him, as though the last dregs of his life had spilled out with his latest outburst. Hey, not going to say anything? Never mind then. Before at the shrine, I said we never actually shared anything these past few decades. Now at the very least, that regret's gone. My magister, he... Forgive me, I couldn't even give you one final moment with Bug. Sob. Vanini, if you had just been a bit quicker, making this gun, if you had just gotten here quicker. Vanini lowers her head as if in daze. She looks about at the people walking past, like she's only just noticing her surroundings. Her halo suddenly begins to shine. All it would take is a momentary waver of the heart, and the empathy of the countless masses would come crashing down on this confused lonely sancta. No, child. Keep a tight grip on your gun. For a moment, Patrician feels pain, but it is followed by gentle yet irrefusable comfort. It flows from her, from those enlightened creatures, from his people in the procession. He knows his unusual reaction has been noticed, prompting the crashing waves of empathy, like seawater forcing its way back upriver. Ah. Patrician feels dizzy. He sighs and slowly crouches down. A moment later, the elderly gun knight grips the barrel of the gunsmith's apprentice's gun, pointing it towards him. Vanini. I got your name right, I hope. Vanini. No matter how long it took you, for what reason you did it, you made your very first patron firearm. That makes you a qualified gunsmith. But it is not enough. You must learn how to use it. Now is a perfect opportunity. What do you mean? Keep it steady. Yes, just like that. Calm your mind, then pull the trigger. I don't think this is a perfect opportunity. Why would... If you want to fucking kill yourself, why made it someone else's problem? You didn't kill Magister Paganini. Also, I'm responsible for what happened to Pag, but this is not to avenge him. At this very moment, Laterano is walking down a new path. Fate flows into fate, and new prayers congregate into a collective consensus. You are too close to the procession. Empathy will soon follow you all. Only by falling can you break away. I see, okay. Interesting. Once you have fallen, I'll guide the others. This is my duty. I'll go guide others. This is my duty. The duty of the gun knight. Okay. He doesn't want her to kill him. He just wants her to shoot him so she falls. I'm thinking, right? Is that what he just said? I don't understand. Why do you do this? I don't really know myself. I'm an adorned Adel battle, after all. I always believed that were paradise to become a true paradise, our connections would become unbreakable. But what if in the course of all that, we lost more than we already had? We might ease our regrets, but when the time comes, what if our success has lost all meaning? If we were once all devils, if we once carried our sins together, how could our connection ever be broken? O glorious Sancta, O favored of fate, what have you to fear? Faint inhalation. Panini, girl, you're not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn, and I'm right with you. It just never ends. If this keeps on, I'm gonna have to start smacking them with my weapon. Me too. My hand's getting numb. Can barely hold my staff. Don't know how it's going on Fiammeta's side of things. According to the plan, once she sets the explosives, we'll blow up the plates locking mechanism and send all of Pagus St. Marcel adrift. It will also cut those monsters off from the Balisilica. So, if we can hold on that long. Dispersing arrows. Leave them to me. These clothes. Ah. London Guard Temporary Solo Combat Team. Hildegard, at your service. Landon, sorry, never heard of you. It's fine, I'm used to it. Some of my Sancta sisters are in that procession. We were running our business when we got called back, and then we went through a whole bunch of stuff. How should I put this? Even if everything that happened was fake, and London Monastery hasn't actually been given important responsibilities by the Curia. As long as I'm here, Laterano will once again remember the name of London Monastery. Those monsters might look strange, but they are hardly more of a challenge than the beasts of the great snow-capped mountains. I've got enough arrows, and I've got a sharp eye. It will help you hold them. I'll help you hold them off. But we're all really tired out, kid. We have wrecked our brains and put in the effort. But all we can do is keep falling back. We're not exactly setting any grudges here. We came back to Laterano just to suffer again. It's almost time, Ostima. Still no news from the Lemon Lady? If we can disengage the defenses on the plate lock mechanism, we won't be able to blow through their armor plating, right? Let's just call it here then. If those guys reach the Basilica, then what happens? Everyone more or less becomes Sancta? What's that got to do with us? Look around you. We can't even cobble together a single halo. Our long-awaited reinforcements are now one Liberian. We have got an entire city worth of people against us. Why do we, Lenny, have to hold all of them off? Come now, that's not the best attitude to have right now. Because right now, we are the only ones who can. We are always having to bust our asses doing things ordinary Sancta take for granted, right? I had a little accident on, as you can see. If I hadn't become a legatus, I don't know what I'd be doing right now. I said I was going to be doing messenger stuff when I left the Holy City, but I was just wandering around, really. Wandering to places without any Sancta, places where these black horns on my head don't stand out, places where silent empathy is the norm. It was hard. It took 2 whole years before I could look my friends in the eyes again, without breaking out in a sweat. Liberi, fallen angels, we're obsessed with assimilating or getting our old lives back. After putting it all that effort, why do we... Why go with the hatchet job? Well, how about that? I never thought I'd hear those words coming from your mouth, Mostima. Promise me you'll forget what you heard anything. Forget what? How did things go on your end? Good news is, the bombs are in place. Bad news is, I was afraid they wouldn't be enough to blow through all the lock mechanisms, so I shoved the rest of my grenades in there with them. Most of my shut up, I don't have emotions. Definitely no PTSD. Yeah, what is PTSD? Yeah. Was I like Mostima. Mostima's cool. Yeah, it's cool as well. I'm so biased to like all the characters that are in this side story. Which means I'm all out of grenades to shoot at these things. Hello, rapidly flickers. Continuous sound of prayer. Hey, Fiammetta, let's blow this joint. Wait, we still haven't heard anything from Lemuen. If the defenses aren't disengaged in time, all the explosions will go to waste. Down to explosion. 1 minute. What? The timer starts ticking down in Fiammetta's hand. The enlightened creatures stop their prayers, as if sensing something is up. They throw themselves at her like rabid beasts. Hildegard reaches for her quiver. It's empty. 50 seconds. Sorry everyone. Hope I'm not too late. Cool art. A wheelchair suddenly breaks, throwing up a cloud of dust as it screeches across the ground. Its rider spins and its left wheel as she holds her rifle with her right hand, her long hair fluttering in the air. You're right on time. Good to know we're still in sync. The two of you will never guess how hard I beat my old wheelchair speed shooting record by after I broke through their cordon around the 7th Tribunal. 40 seconds. I heard what you said just now. Fallen angels, liberi, alieni. I'm inclined to use another term to sum up our relationship. Friends, countrymen, Laterans. I've solved the permission issue. The lock mechanism defenses are disengaged. Everyone, retreat to the Basilica doors. I'll hold these monsters off. 30 seconds. You're going to shoot them, Lemon? You'll fall. I hate to admit it, but I can sense what you're thinking. So shut those mouths of yours. Laterano doesn't need to be saved by you. Like this. The click of bullets loading and the thrumming of the monster's hearts reverberate through Lemon's ears. She's nearly face to face with them, going against every sniper's instinct she has. She listens to her own breathing, calm and steady. Under these conditions, how fast can the sniper fire? Time to find out. Lemon, Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal, in the name of Laterano's national security, I sentence you to death. No matter the cost. Five seconds. It's done. Lemon, your halo. You alright? Feel anything weird? A violent explosion tears through every inch of the ground in front of the Basilica, a rift blowing itself through the plaza. On the other side of the rift, the grand procession shows itself as it marches forward. Is that Elle? Hey, turns out it wasn't my sis and her crew. They did a real bang-up job. Wounded Veil. Fragmented prayer. Retreat somewhere safe, for the time being. A rift. One my people cannot cross, but we cannot. But we once forded raging rivers and traversed great valleys. Compared to those dangers, this is nothing. He lies ahead. I shall not stop. I never said I'd let you pass. Your body is weak. I fear you have not an ounce of strength left. Am I wrong? Exucier does not answer. She has told herself the entire time to ignore how tired she feels, how strange falling makes her feel. She continues her barrage against the Saint's colossal body, but once again to no avail. The Saint makes no move against her. Rather, she continues to cradle her, the same way she did when they left the dream. Never before has such a strange cradle been seen, one made from a malformed yet mighty arm. Even though you know the entire truth of both past and present, even though you know you are working to create a new miracle, like a birth of Laterano, even though you know our journey thus far has been to awaken our Lord, to ensure that the future with but a hair's breadth separating destruction from construction, The Sancta shall persist. Why do you still stand against us? Am I the only one? What? With empathy that strong, I don't believe for a second you can't feel it. After so many long years of waiting, I finally got my chance, but it was all just a dream. A dream's fine too. If it's all a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe getting shot here doesn't mean anything in reality. If this is a dream, then I shall wake. If this is obsession, then I shall shatter it. Let us only speak of redemption after that. Vanini, girl, you're not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn, and I'm right with you. East of the east of La Unidad, Laterano, holy city of white. There the earth hides no bombs, there the fields share wheat most bright. All shall bask in his love. I hate to admit it, but I can sense what you're thinking. So shut those mouths of yours. Laterano does not need to be saved. By you. Like this. I'm just an ordinary Lateran. Nobody important, and I don't have any special skills. So when I listen to you talk about the origin of the Sancta, the history of Laterano, the essence of fate, the crazy truth behind the life we are used to, I was shocked. Shocked right down to my core. If things really are like you say, then the life we enjoyed in Laterano really is a kind of miracle. But since I was just an ordinary Lateran, while you were explaining everything happening around us, all I noticed was how nobody looked happy at all. Shouldn't Laterano be a happy place? If lots of people will suffer then when we complete this journey, how am I supposed to believe you can make the miracle happen? Wait, no, scratch that. How am I supposed to believe it's a miracle in the first place? So, even if I wasn't around, there'd be other Sancta to stand against you. I shared all I have seen, and all I've experienced, yet you still chose to turn away? The path of the Sancta is a cruel one, our fate paved with sin and suffering. Have their years inside the specular disorder paradise left our brethren so weak? You're not getting me at all. Maybe I should be asking what you have asked me earlier. Why you? I have already told you my answer. Even if this terra-destroying calamity is real, and millions of Sancta are doomed, and Laterano is about to be completely screwed, why are you a saint? The only one who can bring us salvation? We are the ones who live in this city right now, who enjoy its blessing, who went through its changes, and who protected it from destruction. You don't exist anymore, you're just a ghost, a string of code I can shoot. That, you know, tracks with what Tavina said earlier. I don't remember what it was called again. What was it called? Quakerism. Yeah, that. I'm scrolling through the chat, but as we all know, I'm really bad at locating information in text. But yeah, that. Incorrect, my child. When I lifted my spear against my dying companion, the sleeping silver mounts answered me, and recorded my prayer for all eternity. All that is happening here and now is a continuation of that prayer. Death cannot be undone, yet I wandered among his data stream. Together we heard your prayers. No matter how appearances may change, no matter how the faith develops as time flows by, so long as the Sancta still pray, he shall operate eternally, and I shall forever be there. The spiritual light will always shine on Laterano. This is our mission. Prayers is useless. Pardon? To be honest, I learned a long time ago that a prayer is useless. When I was in my third year of primary school, an investigator from the 6th Tribunal did an experiment at our school. Right, that's what we saw at the start of the side story. She said there were 2 groups of patients in Faber Central Hospital with more or less the same conditions, and split us into our own two groups. One group would pray every day, while the other didn't have to do anything. But in the end, there wasn't any difference in their recovery. The investigator told us the result in class. Prayer is useless. Haha, it's funny, really. This country is full of churches, but it's always doing these kind of outrageous experiments. Hello, Flickers. You're right, Laterans really do pray to the Lord every day. Praying they will get better soon after getting sick. Praying they will pick the coolest guardian gun ever. Praying the caravans won't run into catastrophes on their way home. Praying they will never have to say goodbye to their friends. Praying that they will be able to make it through all sorts of pain and suffering. But I never actually experienced there to be a Lord who would grant everyone's wishes, who would swoop in and save us when we are in trouble. Empathy lets us sense the emotions of our people. It lets me know if the ones by my side are happy or sad. But prayers doesn't need me to sense things. It needs me to want to help my family and friends. To understand things outside of empathy. It even lets me feel like I could help some complete strangers get well soon. Even though I know it probably won't change a thing. I met lots of Sancta while running around with Penguin Logistics. You'd be hard-pressed to call some of them father, while others don't live life like we do in this holy city anymore. But they were so fulfilled. I still felt close to them. I believe it's because we still prayed like we always did. It needed us not to doubt. It needed us to hold hope in our hearts. Just being down to pray for each other is a beautiful thing in itself. Gives me a true connection to people. Thunderous sigh. If these connections were the foundation of faith, it would be exceedingly frail. No, I think it's exactly these connections that help hold our lives up. Survival, life. If you don't understand why Sancta these days are all about deserts and explosions, what's up with you? Dreadful pacing. The saint suddenly becomes exceptionally restless. She feels out the edge of the rift as she paces along it. Her sharp front claws piercing the exposed bent foundation, trying to find a way to climb down. This rift you have opened allows me to sense his signals much more clearly. He's below the basilica, calling out for me to approach. No. Why is his signal in such disarray? He's anxious, uneasy. The creator has already revoked, or perhaps there are other threats forcing him to change. The sound of machinery, faint yet clear, rises out from the depths of the rift below their feet. The Saint's unease becomes increasingly obvious. Half of her body has already entered her fold. The fold has already entered the fold. Her claws clenched, and Exusier sensed that she is in great pain. You ruined a perfectly good personality and cognitive synchronization system. Look at it, it's got anxiety. Yeah. Then, Exu broke it. Behind her, the procession stops, countless halos flickering over and over due to her worry, like a river of paralyzed stars. Child, talks of the past and present are meaningless. You need only step towards the future. You do not understand this crisis. There are no new solutions for you to find. You must survive. I said it before, I'm not letting you pass. How are you meant to stop a ghost, a string of code? Mourn for roar. The Saint voice becomes garbled. She has reverted to barely more than a beast, like the Tikas who thrashed through the mat all those years ago. If we weren't in this mess, we could have been pretty good friends. A ghost, a string of code, the very first Santa. There's no cooler friend than that. Ah, silly me. Can't believe I forgot to introduce myself. Lemuel of St. Theodore's Comprehensive School, #1 student in the 84th Intercity Net Security Preparatory course, and I've got the school certs to prove it. Every bullet I got you with was custom-made. They just needed some time to take effect. Her patron firearm house once more. The force of the barrage finally frees Exusier from the Saint's grasp. He leaps high into the sky. Cool art. Cool music. We're not going to give up on life, obviously, but we're definitely not going to go with your plan. If refusing it means the halos connecting us will be cut off, then cut them off. Because even if you do, we will never stop praying for each other. We'll still give thanks to the Lord for his existence, even if he isn't what we thought he was. Oh Lord, thank you for being there, for blessing us with bread and blood, for being there for us during our trials and tribulations. Thank you for spreading the light across Laterano all this time, giving everyone the chance for salvation. Thank you for clearing the way for us. Amen. There, prayer done. Let's say bye-bye, the wildest way I know. Force. Explosive fall like rain, linking together into a chain of blasts, and they collide with the bullet embedded in the Saint's body. The Saint howls, but not because of the explosions, not because of her flesh wounds, but because of the strange, dissonant sound caused by the ammunition as it scrapes across her skin. The sound of data being erased. Divine Judgment, traditional. Rock and Gospel. Barrage, Sky Shattering. He has a lot of catchphrases. Apple Pie with Char Sui. And I've heard a bunch of them voice acted even. Isn't that cool? Retain humanity's emotions. Retain humanity. Negative. Humanity does not exist. Variable referred to as humanity is a byproduct of originim. Originim? A sea made of originim. It's like the sea back home. Calm, beautiful. But one nobody dares to set up on it. Maybe, maybe not. This is familiar to you because the sea you by your hometown is here. There's even a part of you here too. All things that are have been sealed here. A coffin for the world and everything upon it. Like the crystals left behind by oripathy patient after they die. If that helps you understand it, then yes. Amazing, isn't it? This was once the end of everything. We are born far too late. Our lives far too short. We even unconsciously take some inconsequential mishaps and turn them into a foundation of our very beings. Like how you blindly took a shattered memory and turned it into divine revelation. But no matter, the law wishes to bestow upon you through revelation. He says none can be saved. Well, that's sad. Originum to originum, dust to dust. Personnel with relevant privileges have provided PCS with a new set of directives. Cognitive radiation amplifier at maximum output. Effective as range. Theta. That's a pretty big range. Originum will connect to PCS after maintenance is complete. Originum is inevitable. The law created the Sancta from the Ticas, built the Order of Laterano in untamed wilds, and even attempted to establish a Terra Wild religion spanning multiple civilizations. He has all worked for millennia in service of humanity. Surely it was not simply to turn all of it into originum. Is that truly the law's ultimate goal? Negative. This is the goal of originum, not the goal of the law. Originum has been set as the prerequisite of the law. If originum is, as you earlier described, able to assimilate everything, why is it a prerequisite to anything? Surely, it is more than the end of everything. How would the law be able to operate inside the field of uniform originum? What would be the meaning of a halo in that case? As originum is the end of all things, there is a meaning to bestow halos on everything. Angels before originum are merely angels. Angels after originum are the only method of existence that will retain meaning. None can be saved. So even Laterano as it is, a cramped paradise can be preserved. It cannot be saved, nor preserved. Save everyone has never been a tenable commandment. All things march forward towards death. The only way to save them is to see them off. Grant them a dream, a bearing to hold themselves to. Hide their blemishes, espouse their brilliance. By doing so, you allow them to gladly accept their final journey. Like how you saved yourself. Granting dreams to others as placebo? No, I want to accept that. Well, we'll be taking, a short break. And then we'll see. Yep. Then we'll see what happens. But Hey, I'm back. Wait, no, I'm not. Now I'm back. If I have truly shamelessly clung into a false dream, put myself through a crucible? Destiny reference? For more than 10 years. Oh my god, imagine playing Crucible for more than 10 years. I hate playing Crucible for more than like 1 second. If I have debased myself by inflicting unhealing wounds upon countless others for the sake of self-salvation, then all the more reason not to spread this shamelessness and debasement to others. Even if you accept that you are unable to perform such an act, only the law can bestow such salvation. You can't possibly mean Kelp's plan was to give everyone halos, all so they can be granted this salvation. But how would becoming Sancta help? Are Sancta beyond callousness, beyond cruelty, beyond suffering? We shall not stop at becoming Sancta. We will all become true angels, Andoin Agathengelos. True angels? Define. Agathengelos? I don't like this name. It's too long and hard to read. It's so true. And it doesn't sound like any of the other names here. This is my surname. Before your father left, he kept telling me he hoped I would give it to you. The true angel is a concept from Christian philosophy. I see. I wrote true angle. I just googled true angle. Well, it's a YouTube channel. A true angel of an angel. The true meaning of an angel stems from the Greek words angelos, meaning messenger. I don't think that's really what you meant. The short and nuanced explanation is an angel, in this sense, is thought exercise that Christian philosophers like, centering around the hypothetical perfect moral being who acts completely deterministically, and what that would mean for free will if it was something to aspire to, and if it's even I can't read. What's up? And if it would even be meaningful sort of morality to be recognizably a thinking being at all, whether or not it's possible for evil to occur by accident in a truly deterministic perfect scenario, or if any evil fallen angels would be necessarily by choice, and whether or not it's a good thing that humans are not perfect beings, because that means we do have free will. And that makes our choice be more meaningful, which also ties into Andoin's rejection of a true angel as a irrelevant human life, or as A, irrelevant to human life, and B, not something worth aspiring to at all. The short explanation. Yeah, okay, gotcha. That's simple enough. Well, it's short explanation. But, Mama, I know it's strange and hard to read, Andoin. If your other children knew you had this name, they might say hurtful things to you, like, there's that weird boy. Once you head out further afield, bandits may think you're a rich foreigner, while the Inquisition might assume you're a zealot up to no good. which is why I hope you'll never share it with others. Stick with a simple name, like the other old friends do. I hope you will keep it in the deepest recesses of your heart, a place where your happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy cannot touch. But I feel really sad right now. I don't know if there's anywhere in me that doesn't feel sad. Is there really a place like that in my heart? Of course, Antoine. Everyone has one. I hope that when you think of this name, you will be free from suffering, grief, frustration, and strife. Forget the dying and the hungry by the road who claw at your ankles. Forget those in despair, whose minds were eaten away by the sea fog, and the flesh they chew on. Forget the monster doll your father made, and my fin-scale soup. Forget the storybook you kept beneath your pillow, and the brush you found in the old chapel. But I don't want to forget them. It's just a little while, alright? I hope that when you think of this name, you will find tranquility, the tranquility of emptiness. One day, you will need this peace. Promise me, Antoine. Alright. But I still want to know what this name means. Angel. In Lateran, it means angel. Tranquility. Yes, very apt descriptor. Behold, even as they come, they do so in silence. Pretty art. An ocean of originum is endless. Those who look upon it soon realize that every observation they make of it is without meaning. When everything the eye can see is impossible to differentiate, where to start looking is similarly impossible to determine. But now, above this great sea of uniformity, something shines. It is as if the edge of the Originum Sea has converged into a river that flows into the heavens. Countless fragments of Originum rise up from the surface of the sea, floating up into the distant, empty beyond into perfect formation. The fragments are jagged and irregular. Some are as small as dust, others as immense as stars, but all without exception are crowned with a glimmer of light. A glimmer shaped like a ring. Halos. Beautiful, aren't they? It's a pity that all the beauty and ugliness in the world is meaningless to angels. Angels are neither beautiful nor ugly. They are neither high nor low, noble nor base, reverent nor blasphemous, adorant nor disdainful. They know neither meeting nor separation, happiness nor suffering. Can they even be considered life? Does that matter? All the praise we heap upon life is nothing but egoistical admiration. Observing their forms in an attempt to compare them to our definition of life is simply us trying to find resonance with them. Then are they the law? Are they gods? If there is no distinction between beauty and ugliness, high and low, noble and base, why would there be one for God and worshipper? Angels do not understand fate. They simply exist in the furthest reaches of the universe, taking on the most distinctive forms. It was our forebears who encountered them, shamelessly disturbing them as they did so. In their name, we created the forgery of a dialectic of God and worshipper, all for our emotions, ideas and actions have nothing to do with angels. What does our future have to do with them? It is because everything we are has nothing to do with angels that we should become them. Now this is only a possibility, but when the Creator descends, when everything is submerged into the ocean before us, a time of stasis, uniformity and meaninglessness, the sancta within can take on the forms of angels, enjoy an eternal existence, where they shall shine forevermore. This is the final answer we shall submit to death. This is his gift to the people he has guarded for thousands of years, his final blessing and salvation. We drift just as we drift between past and future. We flicker just as we flicker between reality and the void. Angels know no beginnings or ends. Angels know not increase or decrease. Angels know not life or death. In an existence where nothing exists, we can only exist in the form of angels. Oh shit. Keep clicking the Discord button. Well, not keep, but this is the second time it happened. So these are true angels? Incomprehensible to the point where the law cannot directly describe them, instead defining them by what they are not. Immaterial to the point where taking the form of angels allows one to continue to exist after becoming Originim. This is the existence the law had chosen once everything returns to Originim. I see. A primitive. If this is the ultimate purpose of the law, then as a saint and an executor, I should implement and enforce it. Unless the law itself is a paradox. I have one final question. Explain to me how, if angels truly are as you say, without beginning or end, increase or decrease, life or death, then why do you have such a strong desire to exist, to continue to exist? Hypocrite! That's unlocked. The machine have inputs, so they have outputs. As machines have inputs, so they have outputs. The saints sought answer in the law, and the law granted them revelation. The fleet asked the system for instructions, so the system issued commands. The Lord, or rather PCS, has never been as silent as it is now. You are an artificial system, so you require people to operate you. This is true for both the command system and the law worshipper by the Holy City. Worshipped by the Holy City. The ultimate purpose you were given was to break humanity free from their shackles and return their angelic nature. However, this purpose does not stem from people, or from angels. Why would the angels you described desire this? Their actions do not have purpose, assuming they can even perform actions other than drift and flicker. But if this purpose comes from people, how will you turn them into angels? Surely everything you have done was more than just a wish? A wish. Nurture, I shall now grant you salvation. Guide your people to angelification. Guide yourself. Guide ahead. Be free from suffering, grief, frustration, and strife. You will obtain tranquility, the tranquility of emptiness, as shall those you have helped and harmed alike. You need not live as an egoist, a villain, a traitor, or a fanatic. Nor do you need to die as one. Android feels more tired than he has ever been before, as if the entire lifetime's worth of burdens have been pressed down onto his back at once. The Arbor Beast was right. He really is like that sarcastic drunkard, acutely aware this is the last chance he has. If he wanted the relief, this is the only way. Relief. He only needs to hear the words crisp syllables to feel joy, to want to fall to the ground and weep until he has spent all his strength, then fall further into the slumber. But he uses that strength to instead open his clouded eyes. I don't know what kind of answer His Holiness gave you, nor do I know what Mostima, Fiametta, Lemon, or her little sister are thinking right now, above ground. I don't know where Patia and our former fellows are headed, nor do I know whose bosom the children I tended in the shrine of nursery have clutched. I don't know if they want this salvation, this relief. But if what you really care about is my answer as a suitable candidate, then my answer is no. I'm far too conceited, even to this very moment. I still refuse to believe my arduous search for answers, decades in the making, was all for this simple relief. I'm not only conceited, I'm an egoist, a villain, a traitor, and a fanatic. And so I suffer and grieve, my frustration giving rise to strife. But they are foundations of my life. If I were to abandon them, the one who obtains relief, who becomes an angel, would not be me. Androin Agathengelos shall never obtain relief, nor will he ever wish for it. Let suffering scar his flesh, let strife snap his bones. Then, and only then, we will have the clarity of mind to walk his path. It seems we have reached an agreement. The law itself is a paradox. He cannot re-implement it, nor should he be. Antoine, we must correct him, or stop him, if he cannot be corrected. Partly discovered. Attempting correction. Performing diagnostic simulation. Abnormal node. Wish to continue. Derived abnormal node PCS, Personality and Cognitive Synchronization System. Abnormal node. Wish to survive. Derived abnormal node. The law. God. Laterano. Abnormal node. Wish for angels. Derived abnormal node. Me. Continue. A scientist's input this command. Survive. Etikas held this. And so, an imitator of angels began its endless yet transient pilgrimage. The imitators of angels become a command system, become the law, become a god, yet it could not become an angel. Wish and angel are incompatible. Exporting solution. Unfulfilled conditions. Additional input required. What information is he waiting for? I've said all I can say. God wishes me to embrace death as an angel. If God wishes me to embrace death as an angel, then I would rather be born as a human, with all the ugliness, transience, and suffering that entails. Importing additional condition. Wish to refuse. Re-exporting solution. Must eliminate abnormal nodes and derived abnormal nodes. Eliminate me. Federico Giallo, Androin Agathengelos. Execute solution. God's final commandment is to kill God. Even if he was a paradox, he was still the foundation of the paradise of Laterano. With his death, the Sancta will no longer be linked by empathy to received guidance from the law. Like an infant trapped within a womb, biting apart its umbilical cord and crawling its way out of its mother's cold body, helpless as it faces a land steeped in cruelty. But it is only on such a land that we can be called truly human. That we can have the right to talk about salvation. Law or God, I will kill you. The commandment is rational and feasible. Assist me, Android. Well, and then they killed God. That's cool. Oh, we haven't seen you in a while. Phew. Atria leans against her cello. Finally, she frees her hand and holds it against her chest, lowering herself to catch her breath. Nearly there, if my memory serves me correctly. I just head down this corridor to return to the surface. Oh, you patrols truly are relentless. Relentless gasping. Halo flashing rapidly. The wispy guards surrounded Arturia, attempting to drag her back underground. She has wasted far too much time inside this maze since she turned away from the machine. Her patron firearm is lost. She has no desire to join her pursuer in prayer, or to perform their heart's songs. She would rather destroy her own cello. Arturia has never found herself in such predicament before. The exit is right ahead, but she no longer has the strength to carry on. The ground? Fede, what did you... Yeah, what'd he do? The dust settles, and Arturia can finally see again. The explosion earlier created a giant pit, one that connected the rift of the plaza above, exposing the bowels of the basilicat wall. A ring-shaped machine lies at the bottom of the pit quietly. Sunlight shines upon it, but it has lost its radiance. There it stands, as dull as a rock. Unease. This is the second time Arturia has felt this feeling so clearly. The first being the time she faced the Witch King in the pavilion. Deep within her body, somewhere she cannot see, things that were always linked together quietly break apart. There is no mistaking the feeling. She breathes in deep. The moment she closes her eyes, countless similar melodies rush into her mind like the tide. Sniffle sob. You're crying. Why? Why does your crying sound so annoying? You're annoyed? I can feel it. Sorry, I'm so sorry, but I'm scared. It's like that time Senora Serpilia locked me in a dark room. I can hear your voices. Clearly, but I can't hear what you're saying. My connections with our enlightened companions has been severed. Again. No, not just them. You're right here, Reverend Patrician, but I can't even... Sense me. I know. What? Be a good girl and don't let let go of my hand. Your hand... That's not what your hand feels like. It's like mist. Far away. You're so far away from me. So this is what it's like to fall into hell. The changes do not end with her own body. Same old joke have come true. Every light we know will one day be extinguished. And it's no exception. And it is no exception. The old folk playfully points to the halo hovering above his head. Even if everything about the Sancta existence is interpreted as its boon. Unease grows, and panic spreads. Atreya tries to make sense of it all. This is not the same as what happened in Zwillingstruve. My nose is very itchy. There's no malevolent force, sowing discord among the emotions to the people who this time around. This is like a movement, one played countless times by an orchestra of the masses. Had a part of this melody forcibly plucked away, as if it never existed. Like walking along the road with the sun. The rain, your friends, and your home ahead of you, but you are torn away from it for no reason, leaving you feeling alone and helpless. Alongside millions of other people. The Sancta will lose the cozy cabin to their fate. Everything has come to pass. Did you fail, Fede? If you're not scared, you can hold on to my tail. If you are scared. You noticed Giselle's tears, didn't you, Romea? Have you forgotten what tears mean? Let's finish our song, okay? You see, Laterano hymns and Bolivian hymns are quite different, so we need time to teach each other the parts we don't know. We will be here, together, east of La Unidad. Laterano, holy city of white. There the earth hides no bombs. There the fields share wheat most bright. All shall bask in his love. Arturia hears singing. It wavers, revealing the anxiety, terror, and worries of the singers. Downside pure, honest longing. A longing for tranquility, to see night fall in peace and quiet. Your Holiness, I have no doubt that Laterano as it is maybe walking to its demise. But I also believe it has never been this sincere. I've said before that I can't hold off the apocalypse or override death, and I refuse to lead. But maybe my arts can help them stave off this oncoming collapse. They will let my brethren free of empathy to communicate without reservation, purely and honestly. Go, listen to those songs. Go share your emotions. Go tell one another that, at this very moment, in the face of this indescribable loss, we still feel joy and sorrow together. This has nothing to do with saints and sinners, redemption and responsibility, or whichever path I walk. This is simply my reason to exist. Laterano, holy city of purest white, falls into night. But today, there may not be an electrical operator named Alciade there to turn on the city lights. Arturia takes off her gloves. She decided to play towards the setting sun. to her heart's content. Well, that's neat. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Hello, Set Boost. Yeah, petals bloom, exactly. Hope you're having a good day. Well, reunion. I wonder if there's a reunion in this stage, you know? There's probably like 9, you know? And Talua. There you are, Federico. Your Holiness. Did you see the new products on the tea table? Evangelista 11 ice cream cake tower. 11 scoops of ice cream. 11 flavors of cactus. The 11th cake named after a pope. I am a trained executor. I cannot say the same for my ability to evaluate deserts. Yes, they did add Santa Claus into this game. Just a token of gratitude for not forgetting an old man on the brink of death as you withdraw. Of course, I plan to promote it through the city, in the hopes that the people may rediscover the taste of life, sooner rather than later. Considering this flavor, I suspect it may cause even more controversy. It is true, however, that the citizens of Laterano are in dire need of return to ordinary life. Sometimes she does currently exist in Arknights, but his origin story instead that he's a Lateran messenger, like he's basically the actual Saint Nicholas. Oh, okay, right. Since there's no Christmas, it's just about Santa. Cool. But there's no Christ, rather, that makes sense, yeah. Suicides and crime rates have soared in the past 3 months. Small-scale disturbances to large-scale exodus. There are more than 1,000 cases in the notarial records. The rebuilding of the city has only just begun. The calamity has revealed too much and changed too much. The law was called machine. Our saints was a loathsome abomination. All of us share the same roots as the devils. Any one of these truths is enough to destroy an individual's fate. This rebuilding will be a tremendous undertaking. Reconstruction of the damaged plates on which the third and fourth tribunals are located has just begun. Efforts are underway to revitalize the economy. Laterano has not been so busy in a long time. I hope that the busy times will provide a way for the people to repair the cracks in their hearts. Speaking of which, what is your outlook on all this, Federico? Sancta, Laterano, faith, empathy, communication, and our society. The many important decisions that the Holy City has made over the millennia-long history, and even your canonization. It was all the result of him, a machine. The spiritual light has always been cold. Your innate lack of empathy has bestowed upon you an outlook of extreme logic. Perhaps he chose you because you were the one who could understand the logic of his simulation the best. Okay, so the new covenant is in fact a title given to Jesus. Oh shit, actually it's Jesus? That's crazy. I caught fragments of your conversation with him. Even after decades of talking to him, I must admit, you were more suited to the task. Yeah, my favorite Yuri, Jesus X Texas. Yeah, that sounds great. that, yeah. If I wasn't ultimately familiar with the way you talk, I wouldn't have been able to tell who said what. If the law is a machine, a system, then the most effective method of communication is to think on his terms, with his language and his logic. Though I do also like Mothman, ex-Baphomet. Don't know what Baphomet is, but I think, I mean, by Mothman you mean Vishadel, I'm guessing? I'm very confident about that one, because we all know that Vishadel is Mothman. But you arrived at the opposite conclusion from him. I remember every word of your tenets, and every name with which I have ever come into contact on my assignments. Baphomet is a goat demon with the pentagram on its forehead. I see, okay. As far as Laterano is concerned, there is no great difference in the order required by machines and life. I'm pretty sure that's something that that's in the Binding of Isaac. I'm pretty sure there's some like enemy like that, or an item, definitely something. The existence of life is a miracle. Its two sides, the opposing aspects of strength and fragility, out of necessity for survival and livelihood. We have continuously built and improved order. The law is simply part of it. And given Ines is a goat associated with devils, who has the ominous goat creature with the distinct mark on its forehead in both her E2 and bloodline of combat. Mothman ex-Baphomet. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, after we said that, I kinda thought that Baphomet would mean Ines, even before I knew what Baphomet is. Just from the context, you know, picking up context clues. I'm smart like this. But yeah, I actually don't even know what Ines's E2 art looked like. Do I? I feel like I don't know what... Yeah, I just saw her sprite. That's like it. Like the in-story one. The existence of life is a miracle. Its two sides, the opposing aspects of strength and fragility, out of necessity for survival and livelihood. We have continuously built and improved order. The law is simply part of it. The law exists to protect. Federico pauses. The executor, known for his mechanical coldness, chooses his words carefully. A rare sight to behold. The precious fragility of human life. Precious fragility. Such an interesting combination. Therefore, we rejected him. It was our joint decision, Your Holiness. Time will tell whether it was the right one. Go on. My. Now that's certainly something. Nice art. What is that in your hand, Lemuel? A spray can. This place is deep underground and cold. This big rock is fairly bare and grey. No wonder everyone who comes here leaves with their head hung low. Like they've got a heavy cold. I've had enough. I'm gonna give it a fresh coat of paint, so people who see it will be happy. Wanna join me? Don't look at me like that. I finished third in the Langman graffiti competition 2 years ago. You didn't forget what this is, did you? Just think of it as my way of making a wish. Anything you can't figure out, anything you haven't gotten done, spray it on the rock, and maybe it will come true. Wish? Didn't the Sancta in Laterano come about because the saint made a wish? But it's scrapped now. A rock is a rock. How do you scrap a rock? Besides, you're still here. Me, that girl selling ice cream, that gunsmith over there. And all the Sanctas around are witnesses to your wish. Who's to say it's necessarily this rock that grants it? Think about all the things that have happened these past 3 months. Any of them would have made the headlines for an entire week in the old days. The entire holy city has been turned upside down. In the end, though, so many people chose to stay in these ruins. Our halos still shine. Life goes on, right? Just make a new wish. It's not that hard. I'll show you how. Apple Pie Logistics is opening up next week. The first civilian logistics company to be officially recognized by the Curia. Well, I heard about Apple Pie Logistics in one of her voice lines or something. My wish is that it will grow and have lots of business. And that I'll have lots of time to stay with Mama and Tata and my sister. Can I make a wish for sugar-free ice cream? Sure. My wish is that Lateran genetics will change and everyone will support my culinary research so that their teeth and halos will never get cavities. With resolute perseverance, the dawn of a new day shines into the deepest reaches of Laterano, illuminating the green graffiti and the stone that has long grown dim. The Sanctas look up. Light dances in the drifting dust. Well, I'm still wondering what's up with, like, Priestess, you know? That's still kinda... Well, they didn't really... You know... talk about that part of the story that was happening. The Seventh Tribunal proposed to blockade. Because, like, the fucking god... the law, whatever, that thing there, that's like resolved. That part is like resolved. The Seventh Tribunal proposed a blockade and communication blackout over the area, but the proposal is not feasible. Hard to block it off when the plates have been so badly damaged. The Basilica practically hangs over the side of the cliff. How do you stop curious passersby from looking down? Besides, the first saint has already revealed the truth to Laterano. All that our people are doing now is to learn to face it. Notarial records indicate that the last patient in intensity care at Prague's favored Central Hospital's Halo Surgery Division has been discharged to an observation ward. Which means that all the non-Sancta who were given halos in the Calamity are no longer troubled by the annoying light over their heads. It only took 3 months. Okay. Interesting. The Sancta halos that were broken are also gradually recovering. Also very interesting. How does that even happen now? Like, can the Sancta still fall even after this? Empathy continues to exist. It feels different now, but it's still a connection that belongs to the Sancta, and the Sancta alone. God is dead, is he not? He ordered Antoine and I to destroy him, and he revealed his weakness to us. We destroyed him with our own hands, have confirmed that his functions have ceased completely. but the program that governs the halos persists. Okay, that's basically the question that I had. It is law. Is the law still in effect? Let's look at this from another angle, Federico. You identified the inherent paradox in the law. A paradox is a combination of two things that cannot coexist. If his last command to you was to eliminate the paradox, then perhaps we have not destroyed the law itself, but only this errant conflict, the paradox itself, yeah. The logic stands, but difficult to process. The machine itself, after all, has ceased to operate. You are certainly correct. It was a thought that came to me suddenly as I was chewing on cactus yesterday. But I still believe that he left something behind for us. Perhaps the law of Laterano was never truly complete. He left behind for us tabula rasa, waiting for us to communicate with him. That was why I have decided to repurpose the underground structure of the Basilica and the public space, which all citizens are welcome to view as they please. Where Laterano goes from here, and what new meaning the law will create, is a matter in which every sancta will have their say. It is as you said, Federico. Time will tell. Strange. Where did it go? The extra grenade launcher maintenance kit is in the bottom drawer. I'll put the collector's edition disc in the sofa compartment. Well, fuck you. Take a break from packing and pour me a cup of cactus juice. I just got back from the hospital, and my throat is parched. Take a guess. What do you think happened? A Sancta priestess officiated 5 straight funerals. He suddenly came down with a case of aphasia, while his wife suffered heart pain at the same time. But he was locked in a glacia requietum on the outskirts, while his wife was in a gunsmithy downtown. Many similar cases have been reported. Several hospitals and churches submitted a joint report to the Curia last week, deviating the abnormal diagnosis of over 1,000 sancta. The lights above our heads have come on again, but the strength and range of empathy seems to differ from person to person. Sanctas unfamiliar with one another will faintly sense each other's emotions, even in close proximity. Friends and family, however... What's your point? Things seem to have gotten back to normal in Laterano, but we both know that fundamental changes have started to take place. After a calamity of such scale. You shouldn't leave now, Fia. I told you about Rhodes Island. Yay, she's coming to Rhodes Island. Dr. Malstiza is here in Laterano and helped us solve a bunch of problems behind the scenes. The doctor says there's been a major incident at Rhodes Island HQ, and the calamity that struck the Holy City is no coincidence. There's something that links them together. And the doctor set out on a new journey because of it. Mostima and I are both Rhodes Island operators. It's our job. And it's for the good of Laterano too. I need you to approve my field mission application. You have read the reasons. You know what I did, don't you, Fia? The Pope's decision not to prosecute you. It's not my place to say anything. Besides, you did help people leave the procession at the very end. You did your duty as a gun knight. People always let an old man off the hook easy. It wasn't just you. The abomination had the support of pretty much every sancta, inside and outside the dream. On top of the influence of her empathy, you all had reasons to make Laterano a better place. Even if it still sounds dumb, and I still want to call you a sentimental old fool. But I do understand the stuff about partying. Parting, not partying. Like I said, there are certain things that I need to experience for myself, even if it does make you worry. I'll be back soon. All I wanted to say, Fia, is that we didn't get a chance to watch 8 Armed Chainsaw Guy together yet. Paganini was right. We should try to leave as few regrets as we can before anything happens. You're almost retired, aren't you, old man? Yeah. Want to go on a vacation together? Finally. Panini stands before the door of the gunsmithy. After hesitating for a long while, she takes down the sign that says "temporarily closed" and pushes the door open. Magister. Oh, enough with the yelling. Oh, you're fine. Look at you, completely fine. It's just a halo check. What took you so long? Couldn't be worse than my injuries. Dr. Chandler says my language skills are getting better. He asked me if I would consent to be his research subject for speech pathology and halos. I'm not sure I got it. I didn't, and I don't care to. Your sanctas are too complicated. And you can have your guardian gun back. Is there a problem? You weren't around, so I had to figure it out best as I could. Of course there's a problem. What? The grip's too delicate. There's no room for power upgrades. Nothing's really wrong with the action design or the assembly work. Hello, Maple. Well, hello, Beck. Hi, Beck, I'm Mastiza. And someone left this bunch of papers at the door. Have a look. The curious mark. Could it be? You're not in a dream. Nobody's closing the shop down. It's an order from the courier. They want us to design heavy firearms for their new Arknights. But so, of course I know why they came to this tiny workshop. You shot him, didn't you, Bunny? Yeah. Good girl. Settled an old score for me. Now the past is the past, and I don't want to talk about it again. You decide whether to take this order. So hard to clear all annulations with limited operators? Yeah, I trust you. Who else, me? Who else, me? I never expected to still be breathing by now. My chest still hurts. I can't see the parts clearly, and I can't hold the barrel firm anymore. You made your first gun, and ripped the seal that your lord placed on your mouth. The hard part is over. The past is yours to walk. The path is yours to walk. Just don't ruin my reputation. You can do that, can't you? Yes, L has already left. I told you. It's the courier's decision. This calamity is merely a starting point for both Laterano and the other nations. We need to recover and strengthen our ties with the other nations. Elle's the best sancta for the job, considering her experience in Langman. in her relationship with Rhode Island. She left a message. Mama, Tata, let's send Lemuel off for her next adventure with a bang. Let's pray it's not her bowels that go off with a bang. She drank all the sissy milk I left for her in the fridge before she left. Maybe she was worried I would be angry. Anyway, I've got to go to work. Oh. Hi. The terminal. You're looking at Amos's effect again. They said his last moments were with you? Yes, I just laughed words, and restored his mailbox history accordingly. Such a fool, wasn't he? Let's cut straight to the chase. What judgment are you gonna pass on my new crimes? This time, Cardinal Lemon. I take you admit responsible for the robbery of that caravan in the western outskirts of the Holy City? Don't tell me you couldn't tell they were professional soldiers. Alright. Well, we'll take a short break. And yeah, then we'll probably be finishing. And I'll be right back. Hey, hello. From Gotterdin. Wait, actually, where did we end? We were talking about some... Right. We're not passing any judgments. The outcome was undoubtedly favorable for the Seventh Tribunal. They just got me in a bad mood. The Kyria will accommodate Sister Nueda and the Bolivarians who came to Laterano with you. Regardless of your motivation, your attack on Patricion worked to our advantage, and Kyria sees no need to pursue the matter of your unauthorized return to the Holy City any further. Oh, what? Laterano still wants to put up a front of purity and clemency, even after waking from the dream? You make a show of forgiving a sinner who fell into hell? Are you really that stupid? That monster paraded through the streets of Laterano as she gave her speech. It's no secret that angels and devils came from the same place anymore. The city's revolting facade has been stripped away. Without the foundation of its holiness, the Holy City is nothing more than a tiny city-state. Do you think its posturing will continue to win the sympathy of Latcanin or Ursus? You misunderstand. Laterano will make no show of clemency. Your exile still stands. You are not permitted to return to the Holy City. However, the Kyria is interested in offering you an employment contract. Employment? To do what you just did. As if the Laterans don't do that on their own dirty work. Of course not. Knight Cardinal, Pontifica cohorts, Legatus. Nobody is immune to sin, but times have changed. Your judgment was not wrong. Next time, it may not be a scouting force that shows up on the outskirts of the Holy City. The most radical transgression in one era may be necessary for survival in another. You are decisive, if nothing else. What do you think I would accept? Can I ask you a question? You left Laterano after a big fight with Amos, something that he always regretted. What was the reason for the fight? So, I wonder that as well. Honey, why are you bringing this up again? Yes, Patricion didn't show up to the wedding, or even give us his blessing, but he's still your mentor. Is he? Besides, it won't change anything. No, it won't. He won't die just because you cursed his soul, and he could even take your job from you. But if you don't even have the guts to do this, then you're a coward, Amos. I'm leaving. Well. Just another pointless argument. You've seen the documents in the terminal. I was thinking maybe the words that Amos left unsaid were, no matter what kind of person you are, whether your union was blessed or not, none of that would alter his faith in you. The faith that you were each other's salvation. No, I wasn't sure if you would accept the Kyria's proposal. We all have issues that even empathy can't fully communicate. Past that we can't let go, and uncertain futures. There's much that I have to think about myself. If hatred is what helps you cope, then maybe that's the right path for you. Perhaps this is what Amos wanted to see. Still hanging in there extra? I know your heartbeat and your warmth. I know your fear and your joy. If I'm blessed by the law, he shall have mercy on your life. Praying? There's hardly time. Wait, you're sarcasm. Where did you learn to do that? What the? Did it go well? Yeah. And what's with that look on your face? Halo. What? The Sarkaz newborn has a halo. She said her husband was a Sarkaz too, right? The baby's not mixed like Cecilia. And we're not in the bloody dream either. This nomadic abbey is a long way from Laterano. Where's Antoine? He went out as soon as the abbey stopped. Said he was going to forage and pick a flower to celebrate the birth of a new miracle. I have a feeling he had a premonition about what was going to happen. Do you remember? We found Antoine by the pit after the calamity came too close. He was almost completely blind, and he refused to tell us what happened beneath the basilica. A joint court of the 1st, 5th, 6th, and 7th tribunals put him on trial. Nobody knows how exactly the trial was conducted, only that he was exiled as a result. He's never to return to Laterano, but he was allowed to live in this nomadic abbey. Don't think too much about it. It was Antoine's decision to disband the Pathfinders. As he said, we don't need to seek anything from Laterano anymore. Some brothers and sisters have chosen to stay behind in Laterano, while others have returned to their homes. A dozen have chosen to follow him here. Whatever his true hopes for this abbey are, there's at least one thing that is certain. We're trying to help more people. Say, should he be back by now? Nice art. The Sarkaz learned to pray in that shrine. She established connection with the law on her own. As for us, we only truly spoke with him for the first time, after the disintegration of our own faith. If faith is a response to life, then a new law has been born, here and now. The crisis has not been averted. Indeed, a rejection of the other possibility has made it even more unknown and pressing. Fortunately, a new possibility also lies ahead. Where will you take it, Antoine? The wind carries the cries of the newborn. The Sancta stops on the hill, a wildflower in his hand. His eyes no longer see, but he continues to look up, standing in the same spot, and moving, as though he can see that tiny speck of light. After a while, Antoine walks towards the nomadic abbey on the other side of the hill. He leaves Laterano and never turns back. No one counts his sins. No one laments his scores of the past, the scores of the past. No one sees him off. No one knows of his departure. There is nothing in his heart that needs resolution. He caresses the aged book and keeps walking, until he is no more than a tiny point of the vast wilderness. The martyr shall find final rest at the end of a long journey. Until then, he shall not rest. Well, good luck. I'm not in school. I mean, I thought he was cool before, but you know, now I know more about him. Before, I kinda, like, disliked him. Well, no, that's not true. I remember I was already quite mixed on him before. Well, voyage. Oh yeah. You have determined that the monument's migration has come to a conclusion in reality. That conclusion has been mapped into the space you are in. The rift that looks as if it has been blown open by a catastrophe bisects the plaza in front of the basilica by the rift. There's an even more eye-grabbing pit. I mean, there's a fundamental paradox of really wants Laterano to stop being racist and shot his teammate because she told him to calm down a little. Yeah. That's... There is. You are correct. Ugly scars in what should have been a city trapped in stasis. Yeah, I mean, basically he was already... You know, I very much agreed with him, I would say, in Guide Ahead. But then, you know, he also shot his teammate. So, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of mean, you shouldn't do that. Especially since I really liked his teammate. Ugly scars in what should have been a city trapped in stasis. The ring-shaped machine sits silently within. Did the PCS system crash? You look at Priestess. She remains calm, as if she does not care about what has happened in the slightest. You feel uneasy. Analysis complete. 10 standard seconds ago, at least 2 massive explosions took place in the Basilica Plaza. Certain the instigators were Executor and silver-haired Sancta. The contents flickering in the freeze frames by the explosion points are proof enough. What's up with the sound? Okay. The programmic bombs we helped XCCI make worked. We can't pat ourselves on the back just yet, Doctor. Priestess still hasn't made her next move. We need a way to stop her from changing the situation, no matter what. Sorry, Doctor. I should have come alone to carry out this mission, and I never should have let you take on the risk. You're used to standing in front of me by now, monster. Thanks. Huh? Things might not be as bad as you think. I can verify Priestess's condition now. Her condition? You walk past Monster towards Priestess. Monster immediately tenses up, and she pulls on your arm. Doctor! Don't worry. After a brief moment of hesitation, she lets go, but decides to stick close to you as you walk ahead. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Priestess. You have allowed these redundant parameters to mix with your data. These unremarkable strings ultimately cause the entire program to crash, Mastiza. There's no guaranteeing a language will operate in eternal perfection. I know what you want to say. Even Originium, the language we created together, has limitations. It needs more time to adjust and iterate. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if what is truly stopping Originum from reaching perfection is not a design flaw, but us. Human emotions and reason are both able to pattern and develop the development of a language. We debated this several times during the creation process, but there was never a clear winner. Luckily, we both accepted that this uncertainty exists within Originum. I don't understand your meaning. Has memory loss affected your ability for divergent thinking? I'm glad to see you're so perplexed though. There's a marked difference from how I used to communicate with Mastiza. Perfection implies a strict upper bound. Flaw is on the other hand, means we still have the chance for a breakthrough. This was Mastiza's stance on the matter. When the crisis we must resolve is still inexplicable, chasing perfection will only lead us to our graves. No, this has nothing to do with the current circumstances. You can change the situation. When did you figure it out? Just now. You could have stopped the programmatic bombs from detonating. What was that? Like, I know it was that art from earlier, but it was funny that it just like faded and then blinked out, like in like a span of a second. It would have been easy for you to do that. You didn't eliminate the monster and me from the get-go. You got problems of your own. That much is obvious, Mastiza. Not only now have you mustered up the courage to standing by me. I had hoped the one standing by my side would have peacefully shared in the solitude that took root deep in our thoughts during our long hibernations. It's a shame you can't do that. We are not as we were in the past. Far too much has happened since, has it not? You really haven't had anything from me. You're more like a riddle. What does that mean? Still curious about me? This monster no longer has any limitations on her. She can clear up some of your confusion. You fear Mastiza will learn the truth, AMA-10? Don't call her that. To be honest, I would much rather Mastiza come to me in person, like earlier. My days in the sarcophagus were excruciating. It was as if my thoughts were floating through a fetid morass, wherein I lost all senses of the flow of time. My only consolation was the never-ending loop of debates searing into our minds, though not to reassure me of our shared vision. I have never once doubted my path. Through debate, I got my only chance to communicate with a certain someone again. I'm not demanding you understand everything on my mind right now. Before the final day comes, you can continue to walk the path you believe in. Thanks! Thank you! That's so nice of you, that you allow me to do that. Our disagreements are destined to continue, even if you no longer remember that once reason for disagreeing with me. And then Priestess goes, I've never doubted myself. Yeah. I look forward to seeing how your beloved Terra, can prove to me that your struggle still has some value, the way the people of Laterano just did. Look, she might be changing her mind. Very slowly. That would be good. But there is something else I'm equally certain of. Oracle will return. So, Mastiza, I will wait for you. As she looks out at the city devoid of life, she sighs. At times, I think they are far too like us. If you had enough time, perhaps... She begins to fade away. We can get time. Ah yes, I can indeed restore Aimate then. If you are determined to see it done, make a wish to Originum, Mastiza. Okay. I will hear your voice. Okay. Easy. Let's go. Priestess vanishes without a trace. Your target is gone. There's only silence. Absolute silence. The end monster are the only ones left, trapping inside the scoreless ghost town. He's gone. I guess that's it then? Perhaps. The Sanctas resolved this crisis by themselves. I've also confirmed Priestess's current condition. The loss of control over Originum is more serious than we thought. That's really important information, Doctor. While we can't be sure how long she will need to get back to normal, at the very least, we'll have the chance to stop her. Alright, you mentioned Calci earlier. Don't trust her, monster. I know. I don't approve of using her methods to bring back Calci either. She inflicted grievous wounds on Rhodes Island and Laterano. Every time she appears, she drops something mind-blowing on us, and then points towards some even more unknownable crisis. I don't understand her at all. She's a weirdo. We have been researching a long time now. We have our own methods. We're going to be setting out on a really long road, aren't we? You finally notice what's odd about Monster. Your enemy has retreated. The crisis has passed, but the young woman, normally so lively and energetic, does not smile like she usually does. She even looks somewhat solemn. Monster hasn't been reconstructed for very long. You still haven't gotten completely used to her new appearance, nor has she had the time to adapt to the changes in her body or the loss that cut her to the bone. But she has been thrown into mission after mission far too quickly, rebuilding Rhodes Island, saving Laterano. Perhaps it has taken up until now for her to finally have the chance to speak her mind. No need to be pessimistic, Monster. I'll bring back Alcide. I'll also protect Amiya, and you too. Thanks. Monster looks up at you all of a sudden, interrupting your train of thought. I haven't forgotten what Calci told me. If the outcome I fear most has come to pass, if the one I least want to see stands in front of us once more, protect the Doctor, protect Amiya. I will engrave this directive into your basic behavior strategic metrics. Eternal life is destined to be eternally lonely. I have tasted it. You can walk alone, Monster. Listen to me, Monster. You look at her, and slowly you begin to speak. You haven't been in your reconstructed body for very long. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I think you're misunderstanding something, Doctor. I'll always remember now. When I awoke, you just turned around and walked away. after giving me a welcome back. Oh. It's fine, it's fine. I needed time to get used to not being a symbiotic relationship after thousands of years. And you needed time to accept the loss of someone you have fought beside for such a long time. And now, you're both standing here, right in front of one another. But we have already known each other for quite a while, haven't we, Doctor? Under the cannon fire of Londinium, deep inside the secret caverns of the Sarkas below the tail of that giant ring flying into the sky in Trimonts, in Militarium Subfrontiarum. Cassie was there for all of those, which means I was too. It's not like I only started to follow her orders to understand you and rode silent when she left us. Becoming a road silent operator, putting up a fight against our creator, protecting Amiya, protecting you. These were my decisions as well. And that's what I've been doing all along. Silence. You look at the monster. Silence links you to the two of you. Then count me in, monster. We'll bring Kal'tsit back. Eternal life is destined to be eternal lonely. But thankfully, we do not walk alone on the journeys we take. Even if all life is sapped of color, even if all things fade away into nothingness, we must walk onwards together. This is what she hoped for. Oh. Got another question to ponder? What's with the look? The counseling session is over, Commander. No problems here. I had to come up with a way to get out of this blaster place, and I'll need your help. According to Priestess, there should be space created by that machine after it's connected to Originium. Some kind of model based on future. So there's a relation to Originium's properties here. We can try cracking those abnormal nodes. Abnormal nodes? You mean the parts with damage mapped onto them? The restriction on the connection between you and the machine should be gone, right? Yep, I can sense that signal, though it's getting weaker by the second. I'll try re-establishing the connection. But what then? Use up the last of this computing power. Shouldn't be too difficult. For me, when Priestess isn't meddling with things. Routing through the communication post backdoor access port. Special privileges, AMA-10. Temporary access credentials. El Caro 001. Oracle. Decoding complete. Authentication passed. Connected to PCS system. Syncing computation radiation link. Warning, core frequency too low. Diagnostic complete. Reflection abnormal nodes. Color seeps out from the ruins of the coreless ghost town. It starts from the streets to the right of the Tower of Revelations, and then through the Notarial Hall and Firearms Workshop in Pagus Michaelion, to the Sunset Chapel in Pagus Saint Marcel, and then all the way to the Chapel Square. Nose returns to the Holy City. It is the sound of Laterans offering a prayer to life. The color's back? Let's go, monster. Not going to say hi to XUCA? No need to hold her up before her reunion with family and friends. Our mission isn't over yet. Oh no. Transfiguration suspended. Set of directive assigned by personnel with relative privileges has been completed. Beginning system shutdown timer. I've checked your low-level code. Aside from the adjustment I made during maintenance, you have performed a lot of self-upgrades and iterations within a short period of time. Was this still not enough for your self-repair functions to fix your logic vulnerability? Negative. Vulnerability has been patched. Paradox has been corrected. I had great interest in the results of your self-iteration. It seems you mistakenly identify yourself as that vulnerability, that paradox. Was it a side effect of the overclocking? Or did you like the maintenance and long-term data transfer with the Sanctas polluted your database? If I had more data, I might be able to find the answer. It is a shame that the resources I can allocate will not be enough to give you a complete restart. Otherwise, a command system's self-negation due to its target's wishes would reignite the researcher's interest in the PCS system. If only we were still in the era when geniuses used reason and opinions to clash over their views. The ring-shaped machine does not respond. Priestess feels a hint of regret. It seems I will have to choose other methods to advance the project. Many mechanical cubes come together to form an annual computational matrix. The core of the machine, they sit there in stony silence. But all of a sudden, one of the cubes began to vibrate, a metallic gleam roaming its surface once more. Soon, a faint flickering halo begins to form. From the ruins of the PCS system, a new signal, Angel, is born. It restarted? It can't be. It didn't respond to me at all. Nor does this follow the PCS system's operation logic. Oh. The Angel ignores Priestess, quickly ascending into the gaping hole above it, disappearing without a trace soon after. A prototype Angel? But the system was only built to mimic the properties of angels. There was never any angel prototype, simply provided with it was constructed. A newborn angel? How could this be? Well, yeah, that's crazy. What's that in your hand, Lemuel? A spray can. Huh. Huh? Ah. Why are we here? I've given the reports of the latest data from the barrier hole in this to the director's area, but there was something I noticed that got me real curious. Look, doesn't that look like some kind of strange flying object to you? Component control section is analyzing it right now. We should be hearing from them soon. Flying object that can maintain altitude close to the barrier hole would be a major discovery. Yeah, it would. The Angel hovers in front of the hole in the barrier. It attempts to re-establish a connection with the individuals. Oh shit, I accidentally clicked. individuals scattered around the stars, but to no avail. All it manages is to capture the ripples left behind by energy entities as they die in the depths of space. And so, it continues to orbit across the land, like a shooting star destined to never fall. Well, that will be important in the future, I'm sure. Oh no, oh shit! What? It's the elf! The scent of life. This land is still young. This new life flourishing in the wake of ruination. Or has death not come for this place yet? Wasn't I swallowed up by that light? Oh, that light? Originum has recorded your information. Originum? Before the light comes, the conclusion is still uncertain. Originum will become our hope. Where is this place? Terra. We are not alone, my friend. Who are you with? Did you see the latest news, Miss Koshelna? Lots of mines have shut down, and they have... wait. Is Miss Koshelna the fucking snake? I don't remember the name. We've seen her once. Lots of mines have shut down, and they have put troops on high alert all across the city. I just remember that it was this background. I remember by the background, not by the name at all. What did you just... That's... okay, interesting. That would be a really funny emote. But yeah, Koshelna is Castrate's new form. Yeah, okay. Well, minus 50. My parents were called in for the inspection. I can't find them. Yeah, okay, I would remember now. Stay in the classroom for now. I will help ask around for you. I'm also interested in knowing what's going on. He calms the child down, and then takes the newspaper from their hand. Over a few short days, countless rumors have spread across the city, but the most alarming one is, our Originum vein has disappeared. If we can't get any energy out of Mother Earth, how are we supposed to make it through the winter? That's interesting. Me and my friends were really worried that Koshelna would be the new playable unit in the upcoming Versus event. We're so fucking relieved it is Wazima. Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand. I do really hate Castrate. Or the snake. I know this is not Castrate, this is... I don't know how it works exactly. It's the undying snake though, I'm pretty sure about that. Originum, I shall unravel this mystery. Only the blood burning within our breasts can see Ursus through the winter chill. Deathless snake. Deathless black snake, etc, etc, yeah. Oh. Right! Shit! I forgot you exist! Yeah, you do exist, don't you? Fuck. Once we have tidied things up here, it will do as everyone's new abode here. Thank you all for your help. There's more of them now. You decided to go create more of them. Like, okay, I guess it's good. They kinda... Well, like, they survive. But I don't know, it's kinda ominous. A little bit. But, you know, keeping them alive is nice. You know, really curing their oripathy kinda. Or, well, not really, but, like, making it... I don't know. Good thing you got supplies from our friends at the monastery. Otherwise, finding a place to stay wouldn't have gone so smoothly. But, exactly, I agree. Oh, I mean, she saved them from the death, but also pain. Yeah, right. I read them from, in the red direction. Beth, fuck. Order. We were worried you had abandoned us after heading back there. Oh, I'm sorry. The road back was rather rough going, and I heard lots of news I could barely even believe along the way. It's mighty hard to imagine. Yeah, the Originum veins, Laterano. The Sanctas at the monastery sure had a lot to say about your return. Wouldn't stop telling us all about it. Huh? When that calamity was going on, they wanted to go back to Laterano, but the catastrophe stopped them. Their halos were shattered, and all they could do was stay here and pray for themselves and for their brothers and sisters who had already left. Then you showed up right in front of them, girl who disappeared without a trace 3 years ago. Right! That is something that happened. Of course they would know her, kinda, because she was actually around. And fucking died. But they don't know that. Unless she told them. You brought them hope, Hierda. Oh my, did I? I really don't want to let everyone down. Maybe now that we have a fixed shelter, we can help everyone, even more people. But we still need to take some necessary security precautions. With us pulling out the stops for our work, we are bound to attract people up to no good. You'll be in danger. Honestly speaking, we might be able to find a better way to do this. Hierda shakes her head. I need to see her. He must be somewhere here on this land. Hierda looks out into the distance. Despite knowing the vast wilderness will show her nothing in return. She sees something streaking across the sky. A shooting star? Anyway, Originum should not be a source of despair. I would like to pray for all infected who suffer. Will praying actually do anything? Maybe not. But when we pray, we will think of each other. Yeah. Our bonds bind us together. We are not alone. The Eperian coast, a cliff by the sea. A seaborne clings tight to the sharp rocks. The sound of distant naval barrages is carried over by the sea breeze. But the seaborne does not care, focusing its efforts on climbing. Excitedly flaps membranous wings. Oh shit, they are learning how to fly? I think something like that was mentioned maybe at some point, but maybe I'm completely wrong. Unfolds creases enthusiastically. The seaborne finally arrives at the peak of the cliff. What greets it is a boundless expanse of dry land and a flash of light up amidst the heavens. A shooting star? The seaborne shifts its body in confusion in response to the momentary distraction, and its appendages brush against something. A shining black rock rolls off the cliff, dropping straight down into the ocean. The seaborne tries to see what it was, but it has already been engulfed by the billowing waves. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. No, that was... Yeah, I really like this one. Yeah, it was kind of like really good, I think, you know? This was an interesting one. There were like... Yeah. Was just like really interesting. I'm so good at, you know, sharing my thoughts. Like obviously kind of large at setting up stuff. Yeah, so the reason I rated MT a little lower than some extra other events is because it felt like it was trying to cram a lot into the second half. I do agree. You know what? That's actually... I kind of feel like that about the whole of Chapter 15. It felt like it was, like, paced way too fast. Well, I don't know if that's... I still liked it, by the way. And I definitely like Master's Travel. I will rate it very highly. Which is, like, what I'm thinking about right now. I found it really interesting. I was really confused about in the first half, pretty much. But, you know, was very, like, the kind of... I don't know, like, it was fun. It was fun, like, you know, discovering what happened. What was happening. You know, there is a lot of characters I enjoy in the side story. You know, who would have guessed? A lot of characters I enjoyed. So that's pretty cool. And it does definitely like set up a lot of stuff for the future as well. Which is cool. Like, you know, it does the, you know, I think that's Arknights very good at that. That where it has like story on its own, but it still has like so many like still how to like while it wanted to share some of the like a big overarching Originium priestess lore, but it still had like an amazing story on its own that kind of just like it just fits together, which, you know, is cool. It has a good music. Yeah, and I found it interesting. Yep. Well, I will go into my tier list. First, I will snooze the ads, because I'm pretty sure we won't be playing more than 15 more minutes, so we won't have to play them on this stream, at least. Yeah, do this. Okay, yeah, like, I'm very confident about putting this into S tier. No, yeah, I am. But where in S tier? Okay, I think Godhead is actually like such a good point to rate this against. actually, because, you know, it's the same storyline there. Yeah, I don't know. It's just easier to rate against that, I think, somehow. What am I even talking about, right? I think I did like it more than Guide Ahead. Shit, is this my second most favorite side story? That's crazy. I feel like there's obviously like the recency bias. I always mention that, or often. So, you know, I might push it like a bit lower later. Like, it genuinely, like, while I don't think I'll end up doing that, it feels like I wouldn't be even mad at myself if I put it at #1 spot right now. Gas? Yeah, I know. The Bialish character thinks empty is the best story. I'm shocked. I know. But it makes me like, it makes me happy that the characters I liked before I still like, you know? I think Exu's great. Admittedly, I think like out of that team, I think Fia is my favorite character actually. When I say out of that, no, that would still be Lapland. I mean, like, I guess out of the characters in my team that were also in this story, I kinda really like Fia. I really like Lemon as well, which I also already liked before, but there was like a lot of Lemon in this one. I mean, I like all of them, okay? Oh. I hit it for a second there. No, okay, I don't think I would put it over Babel. I feel pretty confident putting it over Guide Ahead though. Like, it feels like, I mean, I love all of these stories just so much. Oh my god. What is this? Like, is this good video game good or something? Yeah, it goes there. We'll see, you know, about maybe changing it in the future, but let's keep it there now. Tomorrow, we'll be continuing in Arknights. Actually, let me, before I talk about stuff, let me raid Ark. Let's raid Ark. Oh, we are almost at 8 hours. In like 40 seconds, we're having an 8-hour stream. Well, we'll get there. I believe. But yeah, tomorrow we'll be streaming again at the normal standard time, Central European Summertime, noon Central European Summertime. And what will we be doing? Act or Die. Okay, we'll be starting Act or Die. Kinda excited. I have like no idea what to expect from that. I did read the comic, you know, the Blood Diamond one. I did do somewhat like enough of IS2, I would say. You know, so we'll see what the fuck happens. We'll see if they act or die. I would expect some actors to die, yeah. Well, yeah, that makes sense. They do either act or die. But, well, the actors don't have to die if they act, right? So hopefully no actors die. Hopefully they will act. Anyways, so that's what we'll do tomorrow. Now we're raiding Ark, who's playing Terraria. So that's a video game I never played. But yeah, thank you everyone for stopping by, and bye!